Welcome to Tyla Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyla's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyla Walker audiobook from TylaWalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 1. Bella. The glow from my laptop screen bathes my living room in a soft blue light, mixing with the warm amber of the string lights I draped across every available surface. I shift deeper into my favorite armchair and pull my knees up to my chest. The numbers don't lie. I refresh the page again just to make sure I'm not hallucinating. Nope, still there. Winter's Embrace has sold another 200 copies in the last hour alone. Damn, I whisper to the empty room. My phone buzzes with another notification, another 5-star review. I tap it open, my heart doing that weird fluttery thing it's been doing all evening. This book destroyed me in the best way possible. The scene where Marcus betrays Jade. I wanted to reach through the pages and strangle him. What an absolute jerk. Best villain turned love interest I've read all year. I bite my lip to keep from grinning too hard. If only they knew. Marcus isn't technically a villain. He's just inspired by one. A very real, very tall, very infuriating one who walked out of my life 8 years ago without looking back. My fingers trace the rim of my Santa mug. Yes, I'm that person who breaks out the holiday mugs the second Thanksgiving ends, and I let myself sink into the memory. Those late nights at my cramped desk, fueled by spite and cheap wine, typing out every emotion I'd bottled up since I was 18. Every cruel word Marcus says to Jade in Chapter 7. Yeah, those came straight from Aston's mouth. Every moment of doubt, every broken promise. Every time Jade questions whether she was ever good enough. All me. The thing is, I didn't hold back. Couldn't. Even if I'd wanted to. The words poured out like they'd been waiting 8 years for their moment. And I let them. I made Marcus charming and beautiful and utterly devastating. Made him the kind of man who could make a woman question her own worth with a single dismissive glance. And readers eat it up with a spoon. Another notification pops up. Someone's tagged me on Instagram with a photo of my book, surrounded by twinkle lights, and a caption that reads, "Finally found a book boyfriend who makes me want to commit murder and make out with him at the same time." #Winter's Embrace or #Marcus. The manipulator. I screenshot it and add it to my growing collection. The hot chocolate in my mug has gone lukewarm, but I take a sip anyway, savoring the too sweet marshmallow residue at the bottom. Outside my window, snow drifts past the streetlights in lazy spirals. December in the city looks like a postcard, all pristine and magical. Nothing like the slushy nightmare it'll become by January. But right now, it's perfect. I open my email, and my breath catches. The subject line reads, "Book tour opportunity, Winter's Embrace." My hands shake as I click it open. Dear Miss Malone, we're delighted to inform you that based on the overwhelming response to Winter's Embrace, we'd like to discuss arranging a multi-city book tour starting in March. Oh my God. I read it 3 times. 4. The words don't change. A book tour. An actual, legitimate book tour. Me, sitting at tables in bookstores, signing copies, meeting the people who've read my words, and connected with Jade's story. My story, even if I wrapped it in fiction and gave it a prettier bow. I grab my phone and pull up my best friend Simone's contact, my thumb hovering over the call button. But it's past 11 on a Tuesday, and she's got an early shift at the hospital tomorrow. This can wait until morning. Barely. I set the phone down and let myself just feel it. The weight of this moment. The crystallization of every dream I've nursed since I was a kid, scribbling stories in the margins of my math homework. The apartment I'm sitting in, with its exposed brick and actually functioning heating system, and kitchen that fits more than one person, exists because I took a chance on myself. Because I worked so hard at that soul-sucking marketing job during the day and wrote until my eyes burned at night. Because I refused to let what happened with Aston define me. Well, I let it define my debut novel. But that's different. That's art. I pull up my sales dashboard again because apparently I'm a masochist who needs to see the numbers one more time. The graph shows a steady climb over the past 3 weeks, but the spike from today is almost vertical. Someone with a decent following must have recommended it. Or maybe the algorithm gods finally smiled upon me. Whatever it is, I'll take it. My gaze drifts to the stack of printed manuscripts on my desk, the sequel I've been outlining. Jade's story doesn't end with Marcus's first betrayal, and neither does mine. There's more to tell, more to excavate from the messy, complicated truth of being young and in love with someone who wasn't ready to love you back, or maybe wasn't capable of it. I still don't know which is worse. Another review notification lights up my screen. The way Jade stands up for herself in the end gave me literal chills. This is what we need more of. Women who don't just forgive and forget. Women who demand better. My throat tightens. That scene nearly killed me to write. I'd cried through the entire first draft, then again during revisions, then once more when I read the final proof. Jade tells Marcus exactly what his abandonment cost her, doesn't pretty it up or minimize her pain to make him comfortable. I wish I'd had the courage to do that at 18. But I have it now, and that's something. The string lights cast dancing shadows across my bookshelves, filled now with my own work, alongside the authors who inspired me, Toni Morrison, Roxane Gay, Tayari Jones. Women who wrote truth wrapped in story, who didn't flinch from the hard stuff. I'm not in their league, not yet, maybe not ever, but I'm on the shelf. My phone buzzes again. This time it's a message from my mom. Saw your book is doing well, baby. So proud of you. When are you coming home for Christmas? I smile and type back, thanks, Mom. Still figuring out dates. Love you. What I don't tell her is that I might have to adjust my holiday plans if this book tour thing happens. That for the first time in my life, my career might actually require me to make sacrifices, to choose myself and my dreams over family obligation and expectation. It feels good. Terrifying, but good. I close my laptop and carry my mug to the kitchen, rinsing it in the sink while staring out at the snow-covered fire escape. A cat from one of the neighboring apartments picks its way carefully across the metal slats, and I wonder if it belongs to the mysterious tenant in 4B, who I've never actually met. The book tour email sits in my inbox, waiting for my response, waiting for me to say yes to everything I've ever wanted. There's no question what my answer will be. I pad back to the living room and sink into the couch this time, pulling a knitted blanket over my legs, the one my grandmother made before she passed. All mismatched colors and dropped stitches, and love woven into every imperfect row. We did it, Grandma, I whisper to the empty room. Outside, the city hums with its usual Tuesday night energy. Somewhere out there, Aston Calloway is probably living his best life, completely unaware that I've turned our disaster of a relationship into a best-selling romance novel. Completely unaware that thousands of readers now know him as Marcus the Manipulator. The thought should bother me more than it does. But right now, wrapped in string lights and success and the sweet possibility of more, I can't bring myself to care what he knows or doesn't know. This is my moment. and I'm going to savor every second of it.
Chapter 2. Aston. The penthouse smells like expensive leather and that goddamn scotch Timothy spilled on the Persian rug last week during one of his impromptu poker nights. I still haven't bothered calling the cleaning service to deal with it. What's the point when my baby brother will just stumble in here next Friday and christen another section of imported fabric with whatever top-shelf liquor he's decided to waste? I slouch deeper into the Italian sofa and scroll through another goddamn tweet about Bella's book. Each new post feels like a paper cut. Small, sharp, accumulating into something that actually hurts. Dude, you seeing this? Timothy sprawls across the armchair opposite me, his lanky frame taking up twice as much space as necessary, his own phone glowing in the dim light of the penthouse. The kid never sits like a normal person, one leg thrown over the armrest, the other bouncing with that restless energy he's never learned to channel into anything productive. The windows behind him frame the Manhattan skyline like we're living in some architect's wet dream, all glittering lights and steel monuments to excess. Yeah, I'm seeing it. My voice comes out flat. Dead. I refresh my feed even though I know I shouldn't, even though each swipe brings fresh torture. Marcus Gallagher? Marcus? Tell me that's not intentional. This author definitely dated some rich jerk named Marcus or Aston or Preston or whatever preppy white boy name. The specificity is sending me. Another refresh. Another knife twist. Just finished Winter's Embrace, and I need to know who hurt this author because Marcus needs to be tried at The Hague for emotional war crimes. Jesus Christ. My jaw clenches. The tablet in my hand weighs 1,000 pounds. It gets better. Timothy grins like this is the most entertainment he's had all month. Which, knowing him, it probably is. Check out page 6. I don't want to. I really don't want to. I open the link anyway. Publishing insider suspects real-life inspiration behind Winter's Embrace villain. Sources close to debut author Bella Malone hint that the devastating Marcus character, heir to a financial empire who breaks protagonist Jade's heart, might be based on a very real Upper East Side romance gone wrong. Damn. Right? Timmy's still grinning. I need to read this book. Like, immediately. Is the sex any good? Please tell me there's a sex scene where you... Finish that sentence and I'll throw you off the balcony. He raises both hands in mock surrender, but the smile doesn't fade. Nothing ever really bothers Timothy. Must be nice to coast through life without a single goddamn responsibility hanging over your head. I stand and pace to the window, my reflection ghosting across the glass. Behind me, the penthouse stretches out in all its minimalist glory. Chrome and marble and sharp edges. My interior designer called it masculine sophistication. I call it exactly what Dad wanted, a display of Callaway wealth. Everything's a display with him. My phone buzzes. Another Google alert. I've set up 3 in the last hour, each one tracking different combinations of Bella's name, the book title, and, God help me, my own name. Petition to find out who the real Marcus is so we can collectively drag him through the streets. How bad is it? Timothy's scrolling through his own phone now, probably looking up the book. Define bad. Like, does she mention Callaway finance bad? Or just vague rich family bad? I pull up the preview on Amazon. Read the description for the 10th time in the last hour. When Jade falls for Marcus, heir to one of New York's most powerful financial dynasties, she thinks she's found her fairy tale. But Marcus's world of privilege and expectation has no room for a girl from Brooklyn with big dreams and a bigger heart. She doesn't name the company. I toss my phone onto the couch. But anyone who knows us, who knew we dated, they'll connect the dots. Timothy stands and moves to the bar cart, pouring himself 2 fingers of bourbon. Doesn't offer me any. Smart kid. How long were you guys together? Like, a year? 8 months. 8 months, 2 weeks, and 5 days. Not that I counted. Not that I gave a damn when I ended it. Except I did. I do. Damn. And you just... What? Broke up with her? Timothy takes a sip, watching me over the rim of his glass. It was complicated. Complicated how? I shoot him a look that could cut glass. Complicated like it's none of your goddamn business, that's how. He holds up his free hand in surrender, that infuriating smirk still playing at his lips. Knows when to back off. Sometimes. Fair enough. He takes another slow sip, clearly enjoying this way too much. But just so you know, your not business is currently trending all over Book Talk. I've seen at least 5 videos about it on my feed in the last hour alone. Maybe more. Christ. Of course he has. I grab my tablet from the coffee table, fingers already moving before I fully register what I'm doing. Open Twitter. The trending topic sidebar loads and my stomach drops straight through the floor. Hashtag Winter's Embrace. Hashtag Marcus the Manipulator. Hashtag Bella Malone. And there, in smaller text but climbing steadily up the ranks, hashtag Who's Gallagher. Oh, that's beautiful. Timothy's suddenly right behind me, reading over my shoulder now. I can feel his presence, smell the bourbon on his breath as he leans in closer. Absolutely beautiful. Think Mom and Dad have seen this yet? Christ, I hope not. But even as I say it, I know it's inevitable. Dad monitors the family name like it's a stock ticker. Any whiff of scandal, any potential damage to Callaway Finance's reputation, and he's on it within hours. I click through to the hashtag. Scroll through dozens of tweets speculating about my identity, about whether I'm really the villain in Bella's story. Imagine fumbling someone as gorgeous and talented as Bella Malone. Marcus Gallagher, whoever you are, you're an idiot. I need to know what this man looks like. Is he hot? He better be hot to cause this much damage. My theory, it's definitely one of those finance bros who think their money makes up for their trash personality. I was 19, for God's sake. Stupid. Drowning under the weight of Dad's expectations and the reality that Timothy sure as hell wasn't going to step up and take over the company. Even at that age, I could tell my baby brother was as bright as a pile of rocks. Bella was light and creativity, and everything I couldn't let myself have. So I cut her loose. Told myself it was for the best, that she'd get over it, that I'd done her a favor, really, ending it before she got in too deep. The memory surfaces uninvited. Bella sitting in my old apartment near campus, the one Dad paid for but never visited. She'd been wearing my Columbia hoodie, her curly hair piled on top of her head, surrounded by notebooks and highlighters as she studied for finals. Looked up at me with those eyes and smiled like I'd hung the goddamn moon. You okay? She'd ask me that constantly, always checking in, always seeing through my nonsense. I wasn't okay. Haven't been okay since my 19th birthday when Dad sat me down and explained exactly what my future looked like. No art history degree, no finding myself year in Europe, no deviating from the plan. Callaway Finance needed an heir. Timothy was off the table. Too young, too reckless. That left me. Yo, Earth to Aston. Timothy waves a hand in front of my face. You're doing that brooding thing again. I don't brood. You absolutely brood. It's like your signature move. He flops back onto the couch, scrolling through his phone again. Oh man, wait. There's a Goodreads thread trying to figure out if the scene in Chapter 7 is based on a real fight. Something about... Oh damn. Did you actually tell her she was holding you back? My silence answers for him. Dude, that's cold even for you. I was trying to... I stop, pinching the bridge of my nose. The words taste like ash in my mouth. It was easier if she hated me. Easier than explaining that my father had given me an ultimatum, that choosing my own future meant losing everything, the company, my family, my inheritance, that at 19, I wasn't strong enough to sacrifice it all for love. So I'd sacrificed her instead. Mission accomplished, apparently. Timothy holds up his phone, angling the screen toward me. Another review fills the display. Marcus is the most realistic toxic love interest I've ever read. You can tell the author experienced this firsthand. My heart broke for Jade. Each word lands like a kick to the teeth. I turn away, gripping the edge of the bar cart hard enough that my knuckles go white. The crystal decanters rattle slightly. The walls of the penthouse feel like they're closing in. All this space, 3,000 square feet of floor-to-ceiling windows and imported marble and furniture that costs more than the average American salary. And I can't breathe. Timothy's expression shifts. The amusement fades, replaced by something closer to concern. He sits up straighter, setting his phone face down on his knee. Mom and Dad are going to have simultaneous aneurysms once they figure out what's going on. Might be too late for that. I pour myself another scotch, not bothering to measure. The expensive stuff doesn't even burn anymore. As if on cue, my phone lights up on the counter. Dad's name flashes across the screen in bold letters, like a summons from the universe itself. Perfect timing.
Chapter 3. Bella. The subway platform smells like wet concrete and stale air. The same as every December since I moved to this city. Simone stands beside me, wrapped in a puffy coat that makes her look like a fashionable marshmallow, scrolling through her phone while we wait for the 6th train. Girl, you're everywhere. She tilts her screen toward me, showing a TikTok with over 200K views. Some girl is holding up my book, tears streaming down her face as dramatic music plays in the background. This one's titled, Marcus Gallagher Ruined My Life in the Best Way. I grin and adjust my scarf. I'm not complaining. You should be celebrating. This is insane. She swipes to another video. Oh, here's one theorizing that Marcus is definitely based on someone real because no one writes a villain that specific without personal experience. A train pulls into the station, but it's the express. Wrong one. We stay put. They're not wrong. I shift my bag higher on my shoulder, feeling the weight of my laptop inside. I've been carrying it everywhere lately, paranoid I'll miss some important email about the book tour, or foreign rights, or whatever other surreal opportunity might materialize. I mean, obviously I fictionalized a lot, changed details, made it better for the narrative. But the bones are real. The bones are very real. Simone's been my best friend since freshman year at Columbia, back when we were both struggling through entry-level writing courses and subsisting on ramen and ambition. She pivoted to journalism, while I stubbornly clung to fiction. But she gets it. Gets me. So when do you tell me who he is? She raises an eyebrow, that knowing smile playing at her lips. Because I've been very patient, but my patience has limits. Never. Bella. What? It's fiction. Legally, ethically, morally, it's fiction. The digital sign overhead announces our train in 2 minutes. Around us, the platform fills with the usual evening crowd. Professionals heading home from Midtown, tourists consulting their phones with confused expressions. A guy playing saxophone for tips by the stairs. Snow drifts down from the street-level grates above, dusting everything in white powder that'll turn to brown slush by tomorrow. I watch it accumulate on the shoulders of a woman's red coat and think about how I described snow in Chapter 3. Whether I got it right. Fiction that people are actively trying to decode. Simone locks her phone and shoves it in her pocket. There's literally a Twitter thread with over 3,000 replies trying to figure out who this guy is. They're cross-referencing your Instagram, your college, everything. Let them look. You're not worried? About what? She gives me that look. The one she perfected during our years of friendship. The one that says she sees through my nonsense even when I can't. About the fact that you basically wrote a takedown of someone from a powerful family. If he figures it out. If who figures it out. I keep my voice light, innocent. Marcus is a fictional character. Don't play dumb. It doesn't suit you. The train roars into the station, all screeching metal and stale wind. We push forward with the crowd, managing to snag 2 seats near the door. I settle in, grateful to be off my feet after a day of running errands and fielding emails from my publisher. Okay, fine. Simone turns to face me as the train lurches forward. Hypothetically, if someone powerful and rich and connected figured out they were Marcus, what's your plan? I shrug. Deny, deny, deny. It's fiction. I made it up. Even though you didn't. Even though I didn't. The train picks up speed, plunging into the tunnel. Lights flicker past the windows, turning everything into a strobe effect. A kid across from us plays a game on his phone, the tiny sound effects barely audible over the rumble of the tracks. You know the Callaways are one of the most powerful families in New York finance, right? Simone lowers her voice, leaning in closer. If they catch on, if Aston Callaway realizes he's Marcus, my stomach does a weird flip at hearing his name out loud. I haven't said it in years. Haven't let myself think it if I can help it. He won't. How can you be sure? Because admitting he's Marcus means admitting he's exactly the jerk I wrote him to be. I pull out my phone, pretending to check messages so I don't have to meet her eyes. What's he gonna do? Hold a press conference? Yes, everyone, I'm the villain in Bella Malone's book. I did break her heart. I did tell her she was holding me back from my real life. Please continue dragging me on social media. Simone laughs despite herself. Okay, fair point. Besides, the Callaways aren't going to risk the publicity. They're all about protecting the family name, right? Drawing attention to this would be worse than ignoring it. Unless they come after you legally. On what grounds? It's fiction. I change names, locations, identifying details. My lawyer already reviewed everything. I had paid good money for that review too. Back when I thought the book would sell maybe a few thousand copies to romance readers who like a good angst fest, never imagined it would blow up like this. The train slows for the next stop. More people pile on, crushing us tighter together. Someone's wet umbrella drips on my boot. I still think you're playing with fire. But Simone's smiling now. That proud best friend smile that makes my chest warm. Even if it's incredibly badass fire. Thank you. The book tour offer is real? So real, I can't keep the excitement out of my voice. They want to do Boston, Philly, DC, Atlanta, Chicago. Maybe LA if sales keep climbing. Damn, Bella. I know. You're really doing it. You're really an author. The train lurches again. I grab the pole to steady myself, but I'm grinning so hard my face hurts. I really am. And Marcus? Sorry, Aston, he has no idea. Not unless he's secretly into contemporary romance and happened to pick up a debut novel by an author he doesn't remember. Simone snorts. Right. Because finance bros are known for their extensive romance reading habits. Exactly. We ride in comfortable silence for a minute, watching the tunnel walls blur past. I think about the email from my publisher, waiting in my inbox. The one asking about my availability for radio interviews next week. About the Instagram DM from a book influencer with 500K followers who wants to feature Winter's Embrace in her January wrap-up. 8 years ago, Aston Callaway broke my heart into so many pieces, I wasn't sure I'd ever find them all. And while he was shattering me, he told me I'd never make it as a writer. Told me I was wasting my time on fantasy nonsense, while he had to deal with the real world of mergers and acquisitions and whatever the hell else finance bros obsess over. Now I'm getting paid actual money to write fantasy. Good money. The kind of money that let me quit my day job and move into a decent apartment without a roommate. And he's probably still drowning in that real world he chose over me, the one that mattered so much more than what we had. The thought shouldn't make me as happy as it does. You're smiling like a villain, Simone observes, watching me carefully. Am I? Definitely. Very supervillain plotting world, domination. It's a good look on you. I try to wipe the expression off my face, but it's stuck there. I was just thinking about how things worked out. You mean how you're a published author living your dream while he's probably miserable in a corner office somewhere? Something like that. The train pulls into our stop with a screech of brakes. We shuffle out with the crowd, pushed along by the tide of commuters eager to get home. The platform is packed, everyone bundling deeper into their coats as we climb the stairs into the snowy evening. The cold hits immediately, biting through my coat like it's made of tissue paper and making my eyes water. I duck my head against the wind, already regretting not wearing a scarf. Drinks to celebrate? Simone links her arm through mine as we navigate the slushy sidewalk, our boots splashing through melted snow and salt. There's that wine bar on Lexington, the one with the good Pinot Grigio and those little cheese plates you love. Can't. I have a call with my agent at 8. Listen to you. A call with my agent. Very fancy. Shut up. But I'm laughing as I say it, pulling my coat tighter against the wind. Above us, the city glitters with holiday lights and possibility. Somewhere out there, Aston Calloway exists, completely unaware that I've turned our history into my debut success. And honestly, I hope it stays that way. At least until the book hits the bestseller list. Then all bets are off.
Chapter 4. Aston. The boardroom smells like old money and leather-bound intimidation. I slouch in my chair at the far end of the mahogany table, fingers drumming against the polished surface, while Dad stands at the head like he's about to deliver a goddamn State of the Union address. Mom sits to his right, perfectly composed in her Chanel suit, her expression giving away nothing. Classic Cecily Calloway. Never let them see you sweat, even when your family's reputation is circling the drain. Timothy sits across from me, and the little trash can barely contain himself. His shoulders shake with suppressed laughter, one hand covering his mouth while his eyes dance with pure glee. I want to punch him. This is not amusing, Timothy. Mom's voice cuts through the tension like a blade. Sharp. Precise. Sorry, Mom. But he's not. The corners of his mouth keep twitching upward, and when he catches my eye, I swear he's 2 seconds from losing it completely. Dad slams a hardcover book onto the table. The sound echoes through the room like a gunshot. Winter's Embrace by Bella Malone. Explain this! Dad's voice is ice-cold fury, the kind that used to terrify me as a kid, back when disappointing Ignatius Calloway felt like the worst possible fate. Explain how my eldest son, the heir to Calloway Finance, ended up as the villain in some trashy romance novel that's currently trending across every social media platform known to man. It's fiction. The words come out flat, unconvincing even to my own ears. Fiction. Dad picks up the book, flips it open to a marked page. Let me read you something, son. Marcus stood in his family's Manhattan office, the skyline glittering behind him like a crown of steel and glass. He looked at Jade with those cold blue eyes and said, I get it. Do you? He throws the book back down. Because my researchers spent exactly 4 hours connecting the dots. 4 hours. Marcus Gallagher, Finance Dynasty, Manhattan, Columbia University, cold blue eyes. His gaze bores into me. Sound familiar? Timothy snorts, tries to cover it with a cough, fails miserably. Timothy, if you can't control yourself, leave. Mom doesn't raise her voice, doesn't need to. No, I'm good. He wipes his eyes, but his grin is unrepentant. I'm sorry, this is the funniest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. My big brother, the golden child, getting absolutely destroyed in a romance novel by his ex-girlfriend. Ex-girlfriend who I dated 8 years ago. I lean back in my chair, projecting a calm I don't feel. Who even remembers that? Apparently she does. Dad opens his tablet, scrolls through something. Book Talk, Twitter, Instagram, they're all over this. Who is the real Marcus Gallagher? Which finance bro broke Bella Malone's heart? It's only a matter of time before someone makes the connection public. My stomach twists. So what do you want me to do about it? Bury it. He says it like it's obvious, like suppressing a viral book is just another item on my to-do list, right between quarterly reports and client meetings. Bury it how? You have power, Aston. Use it. Dad sets the tablet down, leans forward with both palms flat on the table. Contact the publisher. Make her pull the book. Threaten legal action if necessary. The scandal dies before it destroys what we've built. Both of my eyebrows raise. You want me to sue her for writing fiction? I want you to protect this family's reputation. His jaw clenches. The Calloway name means something. It means integrity. Stability. Not this. He gestures at the book like it's toxic waste. Timmy rolls his eyes. It's a romance novel, Dad, not an exposé. That romance novel has sold over 50,000 copies in 3 weeks. It's climbing the bestseller lists, and every single reader is trying to figure out who you are. He straightens, adjusting his cufflinks in that way he does when he's about to deliver an ultimatum. Handle this, or I'll question whether you're fit to lead Calloway Finance when I retire. The words hit like a sledgehammer to the chest. You're joking. Do I look like I'm joking? No. He looks dead serious, his expression carved from granite, every line of his face broadcasting disappointment and barely contained rage. Timothy sits up straighter, the laughter draining from his features. Dad, come on! That's... what? Unfair? Dad's gaze swings to him. Leadership requires difficult decisions, Timothy. Crisis management. The ability to neutralize threats before they metastasize. Back to me. If your brother can't handle one ex-girlfriend with a publishing deal, how the hell is he supposed to run a multi-billion-dollar company? Aston! Mom starts, but I cut her off. I'll handle it. The words taste like acid coming up, like surrender, like every choice I've made to protect this family and this legacy coming back to kick me in the teeth. How? Dad crosses his arms, waiting. I'll figure it out. That's not good enough. What do you want me to say? I'll fly to her apartment and threaten her? Burn down the publisher's warehouse? Jesus Christ, Dad, she has rights. The book is already out there. Then you make her wish it wasn't. His voice drops to something dangerous, something I've only heard a handful of times, usually right before he destroys a competitor or guts a failing division. You're a Calloway. Act like one. The silence that follows is suffocating. Timothy won't look at me. Just stares at his hands, all the amusement finally gone. Mom reaches across the table, her perfectly manicured hand settling on Dad's arm with practiced grace. Ignatius, perhaps we should take a step back and discuss this more calmly. No. He pulls away from her touch with barely concealed impatience, his jaw set in that way that means the discussion is over before it's begun. This is non-negotiable. Aston fixes this mess he created, or he proves he's not ready for the responsibility I've been grooming him for his entire life. The words make my eye twitch. 27 years of preparation, of molding myself into exactly what he wanted, and it all comes down to this. One book. One woman I couldn't forget. My hands curl into fists under the table, knuckles going white against the dark wood. The urge to put them through something rises hot and fast. You're really going to threaten to hand the company to Timmy over a book? Watch your language in front of your mother. Dad's voice drops to that low, dangerous register that used to terrify me as a kid. Still does, if I'm being honest. Sorry, Mom. The apology comes automatically, years of training overriding my anger. She inclines her head slightly, accepting it without comment. Her expression remains carefully neutral, revealing absolutely nothing about what she's thinking. Dad picks up the book again, his movements deliberate and controlled. He runs his thumb across the cover like he's touching something contaminated. I've built Callaway Finance into what it is today through careful reputation management and strategic decision-making. Every move calculated, every risk assessed and mitigated. His eyes find mine again, sharp enough to cut straight through me. I will not watch it crumble because my son couldn't keep his personal life private. Because you let some woman you knew for a few months get inside your head and turn our family into a goddamn romance novel plot. I was 19. I don't care how old you were. I care about the optics now. He tosses the book toward me. It slides across the polished wood, coming to rest right in front of my clenched fists. Make this go away. Pull whatever strings you need to pull. Use whatever leverage you have. I don't care how you do it, just get it done. And if I can't, the pause that follows might be the longest 5 seconds of my life. Then I'll reconsider my succession plan. Dad straightens his tie, his movements precise and controlled. Timothy might not be my first choice, but at least he hasn't handed our family name over to the public for entertainment. Hey, wait. Timothy holds up both hands. You don't get a vote. Dad's tone leaves no room for argument. This is about leadership, competence, the ability to handle a crisis without letting emotions cloud judgment. I want to throw the book back in his face. Want to tell him exactly where he can shove his succession plan and his reputation and his entire goddamn empire built on intimidation and control. But I don't. Because he's right about one thing. I've spent my whole life preparing for this. Every decision, every sacrifice, every time I've chosen duty over desire has been leading to the moment when he hands over the reins. And I'll be damned if Bella's revenge novel costs me everything I've worked for. Fine. I grab the book, stand up from the table. I'll take care of it. How? However I need to. Dad studies me for a long moment, those ice blue eyes, the same ones I see in the mirror every morning, assessing whether I'm serious, whether I have the spine for this. You have 2 months. He pulls out his chair, sits down with the careful precision of someone who's never made an uncontrolled movement in his life. The board meets in February. I want this resolved before then, or I'm announcing Timothy as my successor. Dad, Timothy tries again. Enough. One word. That's all it takes to silence him. Mom finally speaks, her voice measured. Perhaps we should all take a breath and... Cecily, this doesn't concern you. Her jaw tightens, just slightly, just enough that I catch it. The hell it doesn't. But she doesn't push further, just folds her hands in her lap and goes quiet. I head for the door, the book clutched in one hand like evidence in a crime I didn't commit. Except I did commit it. 8 years ago, when I chose this family and this company over the one person who actually gave a damn about me beyond my last name. Aston. I stop but don't turn around. Don't disappoint me. The words chase me out into the hallway, down the elevator, through the lobby of Callaway Finance's gleaming headquarters. Security nods as I pass. Employees scatter when they see my expression. Good. Outside, December wind cuts through my suit jacket. Snow falls in lazy spirals, dusting the sidewalk white. Somewhere in this city, Bella Malone is probably celebrating her success. Probably toasting with friends, scrolling through glowing reviews, planning her goddamn book tour. While I'm standing here with my career hanging by a thread because she decided to weaponize our past. I pull out my phone. Stare at the screen for a solid minute before I start typing. Need everything you can find on Bella Malone. Publishing contract, publisher contacts, legal vulnerabilities, everything. The reply comes back in seconds. On it. I shove the phone back in my pocket and start walking. No destination, just movement. Just the need to do something other than stand still while my entire future dissolves around me. 2 months. Damn!
Chapter 5. Bella. Central Park wears December, like a crown, all glittering snow and bare branches, etched against the gray sky. I match my stride to Monica's as we follow the path around the pond, our breath misting in the cold air. The numbers keep climbing. Monica scrolls through her phone while walking, somehow managing not to trip over the uneven pavement. We're at 72,000 copies sold as of this morning. Print run's already gone back for a third order. My heart does that thing again. That weird flutter kick that hasn't stopped since the book launched 3 weeks ago. That's insane. That's a hit, darling. She glances up from her phone, her sharp eyes assessing me with the practiced intensity of someone who's made a career out of spotting potential. Which is why I've been fielding calls all week about a tour. A jogger passes us, earbuds in, oblivious to the fact that he's just interrupted the most important conversation of my life. I wait until he's out of earshot before responding. What kind of tour? The kind that sells books. Monica pockets her phone and turns her full attention on me. At 53, she's got the energy of someone half her age and the business acumen of a Wall Street shark. I'm lucky she took me on as a client. 6 cities, maybe 8 if we can swing LA, independent bookstores, chain stores, library events. The works? The path curves around a cluster of snow-dusted benches where a couple sits huddled together, sharing coffee from a thermos. I try to imagine myself on the other side of a table, from readers, signing books with my own name on the cover. Can't quite picture it. When? March through April gives us time to build momentum, coordinate with the publisher's marketing team. Lock down venues. She waves a gloved hand in the air like she's already sketching out the itinerary. Boston first. Great indie scene there, and you'll get good press. Then Philly, D.C., Atlanta. You said 8 cities? If sales stay strong, Chicago's a lock. Denver maybe. L.A. would be the closer, assuming we can justify the cost. She pauses beside a vendor cart, considers buying a pretzel, decides against it. The publisher wants to capitalize on the buzz while it's hot. We start walking again. My boots crunch through the snow, leaving tracks that'll disappear within hours, under the feet of tourists and locals and everyone else who claims this park as their own. There's something else. Monica's tone shifts, gets that edge it takes on when she's about to pitch something she knows I might resist. A party. What kind of party? The kind that makes people pay attention. She stops walking, turns to face me fully. Behind her, the city skyline rises like a wall of glass and ambition. Right before Christmas, invite only. Book influencers, reviewers, other authors, media. Make it an event. Get people talking even more than they already are. The idea sends a thrill of anxiety through my chest. That sounds expensive. The publisher's covering it. They want to push you into the mainstream, Bella. This is how we do it. She starts walking again, faster now, like the cold's finally getting to her, despite the designer coat that probably costs more than my rent. Young influencers with massive platforms, the ones who can make or break a book with a single TikTok. We get them in a room with free champagne and pretty lighting, let them take photos with you, send them home with signed copies. And they post about it. She grins. Amplification. That's the game. A kid on a sled whoops past us, pulled by a laughing parent. The sound echoes across the frozen pond, pure and uncomplicated joy. You think it'll work? I think you've written a book that people are obsessed with. I think readers are actively trying to decode the real story behind Marcus and Jade. I think, she pauses, choosing her words carefully. I think we have a very small window to turn this from a viral hit into an actual career. And we'd be stupid not to take advantage of every opportunity. The wind picks up, sending snow swirling around us in tiny tornadoes. I pull my scarf tighter, suddenly aware of how exposed we are out here in the open park. What's the catch? No catch, just work. Monica stops beside a bench, brushes snow off the seat, sits down, gestures for me to join her. The party will be exhausting. You'll have to be on for hours. Charming, gracious, quotable. Everyone there will want a piece of you, and you'll need to give it to them without looking tired or bored or overwhelmed. I sit, feeling the cold seep through my jeans immediately. That sounds terrible. That sounds like success. She pulls out her phone again, swipes through something. Look, I've been doing this for 23 years. I've seen authors flame out because they couldn't handle the promotional side. Brilliant writers who freeze up in front of cameras, or get snippy with fans, or just refuse to play the game. Her gaze finds mine, serious now. You're good at this, Bella. You're personable, funny, real. People like you. People like the book. They like both, and we're going to use that. She shows me her phone screen. An Instagram post from someone with 340K followers, featuring my book against a background of fairy lights and pine branches. Winter's Embrace is the perfect holiday read for anyone who loves messy feelings and gorgeous prose. Bella Malone is a name to watch. My throat tightens. That's organic. She found the book on her own, fell in love, posted about it. Imagine what happens when we get 50 influencers like her in a room together, all posting at the same time. Monica locks her phone, tucks it away. The algorithm will love it. Will trend for days. The business side of publishing still feels foreign to me, like I've stumbled into someone else's career, and I'm just pretending to know what I'm doing until they figure out I don't belong here. But I want this. God, I want this so badly it scares me. Okay. Monica's eyebrows lift. Just like that? You said it yourself. Small window. We'd be stupid not to take advantage. I stand, brushing snow off my jeans. When's the party? December 22nd. Saturday night gives people time to post over the weekend before Christmas. She stands too, a satisfied smile playing at her lips. The venue's already booked. Tribeca, very chic. The publisher's event coordinator will handle logistics, but I'll need you available for planning calls next week. We start walking again, heading toward the park exit where the city waits beyond the trees. Traffic noise filters through the winter silence, a reminder that this peaceful bubble is temporary. What about the tour dates? I'll have a full itinerary by next Friday. You can block out March and April now, though, and expect some weekend travel. Monica pulls her coat tighter as we hit a patch of open ground where the wind cuts straight through. This is really happening, Bella. I know. No, I mean... She stops, turns to face me one more time. Snow catches in her dark hair, melting almost immediately. This is the moment, the one where everything changes, where you go from aspiring author to actual author with an actual career. Are you ready for that? The question hangs in the frozen air between us. Am I ready? I've spent 8 years building toward this, working jobs to pay rent while writing at night, sending out queries that came back rejected, finally finding Monica, finding a publisher, finding readers who connected with Jade's story, because it's my story wrapped in fiction. I've been ready since I was 18 years old and stupid enough to believe Aston Calloway when he said he loved me. Yeah, the word comes out stronger than I feel. Yeah, I'm ready. Monica's smile turned sharp, predatory. Good, because this is just the beginning. We walk the rest of the way in silence, exiting the park onto Central Park West, where the real world crashes back in with honking taxis and pedestrians and the smell of roasting chestnuts from a street vendor. My phone buzzes. An email notification. My publisher, following up on marketing plans for January. Another buzz. A DM on Instagram from a book blogger asking for an interview. Another? A reader wanting to know if there'll be a sequel. Monica notices my distraction. Popular woman? It's weird. I pocket my phone without responding to any of them. A month ago, nobody knew who I was. Now you matter. She hails a cab with the effortless authority of a lifelong New Yorker. Get used to it, darling. This is your life now. A yellow taxi pulls up to the curb. Monica opens the door, pauses before getting in. The party. Where's something memorable? Something they'll want to photograph. She slides into the back seat. And Bella, enjoy this. You earned it. The cab pulls away, leaving me standing on the sidewalk as snow continues to fall. My life now? A book tour? A party with influencers and media? Readers who care about my words, my story, the fictional version of the worst heartbreak I've ever experienced. I pull out my phone, scroll through the notifications until I find the one I'm looking for. The email from my publisher with party, December 22nd, in the subject line. My finger hovers over it. Somewhere in this city, Aston Calloway exists. Completely unaware that his ex-girlfriend just agreed to celebrate her success at a party designed to make sure everyone knows his name. Well, Marcus's name. Close enough. I open the email and start reading details about venues and guest lists and photo opportunities. And I smile.
You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy.
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
And you might got the money.
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
But that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaire's audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. Everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you?
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance.
Chapter 6. Aston. The penthouse reeks of pepperoni and desperation. Pizza boxes stack up on the coffee table like a cardboard monument to my poor life choices, surrounded by empty Red Bull cans that Timothy keeps crushing and tossing at the trash can. He's missed every single shot. I scroll through another Instagram post from some book blogger who's decorated her entire feed with photos of Bella's goddamn book, fairy lights, candles, a mug of something photogenic. The caption reads, "Winter's embrace has ruined me. Marcus Gallagher, you absolute garbage fire of a man. Found something." Timothy doesn't look up from his laptop, fingers flying across the keyboard with more focus than I've seen from him in years. The kid's actually being useful for once. Miracles do happen. What? Party, December 22nd. He angles his screen toward me. Invitation-only event in Tribeca. Publishers throwing it to promote the book. Influencers, media, the whole circus. I lean forward, squinting at the event page he's pulled up. Some PR company's website, featuring a sleek graphic with Bella's book cover front and center. Join us for an exclusive evening celebrating debut author Bella Malone and the runaway success of Winter's Embrace. How'd you find this? Follow the publisher's social media manager who follows the PR firm, who posted about securing the venue. He grabs another slice of pizza, cheese stretching in strings that finally break. I'm actually good at this when I'm not hungover. Shocking. He flips me off with his free hand, tomato sauce dotting his chin. Anyway, What's happening? Your ex is about to get paraded around in front of everyone who matters in publishing while they all toast to her success at making you look like a jerk. I grab my own laptop, pull up the publisher's website, start clicking through their recent releases, their marketing strategies, anything that might give me leverage. This might actually be worth reading. Timothy's scrolling through Goodreads reviews now, his expression shifting between amusement and genuine interest. 4.6-star average. People are losing their minds over it. Listen to this one. I've never wanted to simultaneously murder and make out with a fictional character before Marcus Gallagher. This book gave me trust issues. Shut up. No, seriously. With the way people are raving, maybe there's something. I would rather choke on a fishbone than read that book. Timothy grins, that expression he's perfected since childhood. Touchy. I slam my laptop shut harder than necessary. The sound echoes through the penthouse, sharp and final. Outside the windows, Manhattan glitters like it's mocking me. All those lights, all that life, and somewhere down there Bella's probably celebrating while I'm up here drowning in energy drinks and damage control. So what's the plan? Timothy sets his pizza down, actually giving me his full attention. Dad wants this handled. The party's in a week. What are you gonna do, crash it? Make a scene? No, well, yes, but not make a scene. I have to get into this party. I stand, pace to the window. My reflection ghosts across the glass, superimposed over the city. I need to get back in her good graces. Good luck with that. You're literally the villain in her book. I'm aware. The villain she painted as an emotionally manipulative jerk who breaks her heart for no reason. Timothy. The villain who tells her she's holding him back from his real life because she's not rich enough or connected enough or... I get it. My hands curl into fists at my sides. The urge to put one through the window rises exponentially. I know what I did. I know what she wrote. I don't need you narrating my failures. He holds up both hands in surrender, but his expression remains skeptical. Okay, fine. So how exactly are you planning to win her over? Send flowers? Write an apology letter? Show up at her apartment with a boombox? I'll figure it out. You'll figure it out. He repeats it slowly, like I'm an idiot. Which fair? Aston, she wrote an entire book about how much you suck. An entire published novel that thousands of people have read and loved specifically, because you're such a piece of trash in it. What makes you think she's going to suddenly fall back into your arms? I turn away from the window, face him head on. Because I need her to. That's not a plan. The plan is simple. I move back to the couch, drop onto it hard enough that the leather creaks. I get close to her, make her remember what we had, make her fall for me again. Oh, this'll be good. Timothy settles back in his chair like he's watching a show. Please, continue. Once I'm back in her life, once she trusts me again, I convince her to pull the books from shelves. Issue a statement saying the story was completely fictional. No real people were harmed in the making of this narrative. Whatever legal nonsense makes it go away. Silence. Timothy stares at me like I've suggested we rob a bank. That's your plan? Seduce your ex-girlfriend into destroying her own success? You have a better idea? Literally anything else. Therapy, maybe. Or accepting that you messed up 8 years ago and this is karma. He runs a hand through his hair, making it stick up at odd angles. Jesus, Aston. Even for you, this is cold. Dad's threatening to make you CEO if I don't fix this. That shuts him up. His expression shifts from judgment to panic in half a second. He wouldn't. He absolutely would. Damn. Timothy slouches lower in his chair, processing. Damn. Okay, that's... Okay. So yeah, I need this to work. And you think Bella's just gonna fall for your tricks? After everything? After she wrote a whole book about how you destroyed her? I lean back, lace my fingers behind my head. Project confidence I don't entirely feel. I can be very persuasive when I need to be. Persuasive? He snorts. Is that what we're calling manipulation now? Call it whatever you want. I'm getting my life back. Timothy grabs his laptop again, clicks through a few more pages. The party's black tie. Invitation only. How are you even getting in? I'll figure that out too. You're just full of plans tonight, big bro. Get off. He grins, takes another swig of Red Bull. This is gonna blow up in your face spectacularly. I'm almost excited to watch it happen. Your support means everything. I'm just saying, maybe consider that Bella's not the same girl you dated in college. She's successful now, independent. She doesn't need you or your money or your family name. He gestures at his screen where Bella's author photo stares back at us. She looks different from how I remember. Older, confident. She's not going to be easy to charm. Good thing I've got time to prepare. Timothy shakes his head but doesn't argue further. Just goes back to scrolling through event details, occasionally muttering under his breath about venue capacity and guest lists and other stuff I don't care about. My phone buzzes. Another Google alert. Another goddamn tweet about Marcus the Manipulator and how readers want to find the real-life inspiration just to punch him in the face. Great. I scroll through my contacts, find the one I'm looking for. Send a quick text. Need an invitation to an event December 22nd. Tribeca. Bella Malone book party. Can you make it happen? The reply comes back almost immediately. Give me an hour. Timothy catches my expression. What'd you just do? Called in a favor. From who? Someone who owes me. I pocket my phone, grab another slice of pizza even though I'm not hungry. Just need something to do with my hands. The invitation's not the hard part. The hard part is making her believe I've changed. Have you? The question hangs in the air between us. Have I changed? Am I different from the 19-year-old kid who chose his father's approval over the girl he loved? Or am I just older, more polished, better at hiding the same selfish instincts? Doesn't matter if I have. Just matters if she thinks I have. Timothy crushes another Red Bull can, finally makes the shot into the trash. You know this is messed up, right? Like, objectively, morally messed up? So is writing a book that destroys my reputation. She changed your name, changed details. It's fiction. Fiction that everyone knows is real. He doesn't have an argument for that. Just shakes his head, that familiar disappointment settling over his features. The same look Mom gives Dad when he's being particularly ruthless in business. I can't believe I'm wasting a perfectly good Saturday helping you plan this instead of being at the Hamptons party Jessica invited me to. I ball up an empty Red Bull can and chuck it at his head. It bounces off his shoulder with a satisfying thunk. Ow! You're getting paid in pizza and brotherly bonding. Stop complaining. This isn't bonding. This is me watching you self-destruct in real time. But he's grinning again, the concern fading back into his usual irreverent humor. When this blows up, and it will blow up, I'm gonna say I told you so. Loudly. Repeatedly. Noted. We fall into silence again, both of us clicking through our respective screens. The penthouse feels too big suddenly, too empty despite Timothy's presence. All this space, all this luxury, and none of it means anything if I lose Callaway Finance. My phone buzzes again. Done. Invitation will be emailed to you by tomorrow morning. You're welcome. I allow myself a small smile. Step 1. Get in the door, and I just got my ticket to do so. Step 2. Make Bella Malone fall in love with me again. Can't be that hard, right? I've made models swoon with just a glance after they've heard my name. Step 3. Convince her to destroy her own success. Easy. Outside, snow starts to fall again, dusting the city in white. It's been 8 years since I've seen Bella, and now I'm about to crash back into her life like nothing happened. All in a desperate attempt to show her that our story isn't over, not by a long shot.
Chapter 7. Bella. The venue glows like something out of a dream. String lights cascade from exposed beams, reflecting off champagne glasses and the metallic spines of hardcover books arranged artfully on every available surface. My books. Winter's Embrace in stacks and displays and propped-up easels, each one a tiny validation that this is real. I smooth down the front of my dress for what must be the 100th time tonight. The camo green velvet clings to my curves in a way that Monica swore would be absolutely killer for the socials. When she'd pulled it from the styling rack 3 days ago, I'd laughed. Me? In designer velvet the color of moss? But she'd been insistent, going on about how the rich jewel tone would pop against my dark skin, how the cut would photograph like a dream. Standing here now, surrounded by Manhattan's literary elite, I can't shake the feeling that I'm playing dress-up in someone else's life. That this whole thing is one elaborate charade and someone's going to call it out any second. Bella! A woman with platinum blonde hair, styled in perfect beach waves, cuts through the crowd, a professional camera hanging from her neck. Her smile is blindingly white, the kind that comes from expensive dental work, and the confidence of someone who knows exactly who they are. Oh my God, I'm Madison from Bookish Vibes. I've been dying to meet you. Can we get a quick photo? Of course. The words roll off my tongue automatically. I paste on what I hope passes for my best smile. I shift my weight, angling myself just slightly to the left the way Monica drilled into me during yesterday's practice session. Chin down a fraction, shoulders rolled back and down, look approachable but confident. Warm but not desperate. Available but not needy. It's exhausting, honestly. The camera flashes once, twice, 3 times in rapid succession. Madison immediately hunches over her screen, her manicured fingers swiping through the shots with practiced efficiency. Perfect. Oh, you look absolutely gorgeous. She turns the camera toward me, showing off an image where I actually do look like I belong here. Like I'm not secretly terrified. The book is absolutely incredible, by the way. I ugly cried through chapter 17, like full-on snotty sobbing on the subway. The woman next to me asked if I was okay. Thank you so much. The gratitude in my voice is real this time, cutting through the practiced polish of the last 2 hours. That means everything to me. Seriously, I rewrote that chapter 6 times. It shows. The emotional depth is just... Madison makes a chef's kiss gesture. Anyway, I won't keep you. I know everyone wants a piece of you tonight. She floats away into the crowd, already pulling up Instagram to post. I catch sight of myself in one of the decorative mirrors lining the wall. Hair twisted up in an elegant bun, makeup professionally applied, borrowed diamond earrings catching the light. I barely recognize myself. You're doing great. Simone materializes at my elbow, pressing a glass of champagne into my hand. Only 3 hours to go. Only 3 hours. I take a sip, let the bubbles settle my nerves. This is insane. This is success. She gestures at the packed room. Look at all these people who came out for you, for your book. She's right. The venue's at capacity, filled with influencers in designer outfits, book reviewers, clutching advance copies of other releases, a few authors I recognize from Instagram. Everyone's here for Winter's Embrace. For me, the thought should thrill me, and it does thrill me, but underneath the excitement sits a knot of anxiety that won't untangle. I need a minute. I hand my glass back to Simone, the champagne suddenly sitting heavy in my stomach. Just gonna grab some water at the bar. Want me to come? She studies my face, always too perceptive for my own good. No, stay, network, mingle, do the things I'm supposed to be doing. I manage what I hope passes for a reassuring smile. I'll be right back. She doesn't look convinced, but she nods anyway. I weave through clusters of conversation, past groups of perfectly coiffed women in cocktail dresses and men in expensive suits. The conversations blur together as I navigate the crowd, but snippets still manage to pierce through my distraction. The romance is so raw, you can tell she lived it. My chest tightens. Already optioned for film rights, I heard. Where did that rumor even come from? Marcus Gallagher is the most realistic villain I've ever read. If only they knew. The bar sits in the back corner of the venue, slightly removed from the main chaos of the party. Thank God, I lean against the polished wood surface, finally allowing my smile to drop for 30 blessed seconds. My face actually hurts from holding it for so long. "Vodka soda, please." The words come out more desperate than intended. The bartender nods, starts mixing. I pull out my phone, check the time, 9:30. Another few hours, then I can escape back to my apartment and collapse. "Did you hear Aston Calloway's here?" My entire body goes rigid. The voice comes from two women standing just to my left, both holding wine glasses, both dressed in that effortless, expensive way that screams Upper East Side. "No way." "Yes way. Meredith saw him come in like 20 minutes ago. Apparently he knows someone on the publisher's team." "Oh my God, he's so hot in person. Even better than his photos." My hand tightens around my phone. The bartender sets my drink down, but I don't reach for it. No way. Aston wouldn't show up here. He couldn't possibly. How the hell would he even know about this party? How would he get an invitation to an event for my book? Unless someone invited him. Unless he knows someone at the press. Unless he's been keeping tabs on me, watching my career, waiting for this exact moment to reappear and screw everything up. I'm totally gonna try to talk to him. Maybe get his number. Or just stand near him and hope he notices me. Oh, honey, good luck with that. Every single woman in this place is gonna be throwing themselves at him within 5 minutes. They dissolve into giggles, moving away toward the main crowd, their heels clicking in perfect rhythm. I grab my drink and down half of it in one long swallow. The vodka burns going down, sharp and clarifying, cutting through the fog of panic settling over my brain. He's here. Aston Calloway is actually in this room, at my party, celebrating my success, standing in the same building where people are praising a book I wrote about what a complete jerk he is. The audacity alone should kill him. The sheer balls it takes to walk into this venue. I force myself to scan the crowd, my heart hammering so hard against my ribs, I'm surprised it doesn't crack straight through bone. There, right there, by the main entrance. Surrounded by a cluster of people I don't recognize. Probably women already making their moves. Tall, impossibly tall, even from across the room. Sandy, blonde hair, perfectly styled in that effortlessly tousled way that probably took his stylist 20 minutes to achieve. That same chiseled jawline that used to make my stomach flip and my knees weak. 8 years. 8 years since I've seen him. And he looks exactly the same. Better, even. More polished, more confident, more dangerous. Our eyes meet across the room. Time stops. His expression shifts. Surprise, recognition, something else I can't name. He starts moving toward me, the crowd parting like he's Moses and they're the Red Sea. Panic floods my system. No, absolutely not. I'm not doing this. Not here, not now, not in front of all these people who came to celebrate my book about how he destroyed me. I set my drink down so hard it sloshes over the rim. And then I run. Not a dignified exit, not a graceful retreat, just full-on bolting toward the back hallway where the bathrooms are, my heels clicking frantically against the hardwood floor. I catch sight of Monica's confused expression as I pass. Simone calling my name. Don't care. Can't stop. I burst through the door, marked private, and find myself in a narrow corridor lined with storage closets and employee-only areas. My breath comes in gasps, my carefully applied makeup probably sliding down my face. What is he doing here? Why would he come? Does he know? Did he figure it out? Of course he figured it out. The whole internet's been trying to solve the mystery. All those details I thought I'd changed, the family business, the Manhattan penthouse, the cold dismissal disguised as concern. I was so stupid to think he wouldn't connect the dots. My phone buzzes. A text from Simone. Where the hell did you go? Everyone's asking for you. I lean against the wall, pressing my palms to my eyes, careful not to smudge the mascara Monica's makeup artist spent 20 minutes perfecting. This is my party, my moment, my success. And I just ran away from it like a teenager who got caught shoplifting. Because Aston Calloway walked through the door. Because 8 years later, he still has the power to make me feel like that 18-year-old girl who wasn't good enough for his world. The door at the end of the hallway creaks open, and I just know it's him.
Chapter 8. Aston. The door swings shut behind me with a soft click that feels too loud in the narrow hallway. Bella stands about 15 feet away, her back pressed against the wall like she's trying to melt straight through it. The green velvet dress she's wearing catches the dim overhead lighting, making her look like something out of a painting I'd pay millions to afford. 8 years. 8 goddamn years. And she's somehow more beautiful than I remember. Her chest rises and falls rapidly, those hazel eyes wide with something between panic and fury. The elegant bun she's wearing shows off the graceful curve of her neck, and I have to physically stop myself from staring at those little details. Bella, don't. She holds up one hand, fingers trembling slightly. Don't you dare. I take a careful step forward, hands sliding into my pockets. Casual, non-threatening. Like we're just two old friends running into each other at a coffee shop instead of what this actually is. Her worst nightmare crashing her moment of triumph. Congratulations on the book. Her laugh comes out sharp and humorless. You've got to be kidding me. I'm serious. I lean against the opposite wall, maintaining distance. Give her space to breathe. Bestseller lists at 3 weeks? That's impressive as hell. Get out. Can't. The party's still going. Wouldn't want to be rude. Rude? Her voice pitches up, echoing off the concrete walls. You crashed my party after 8 years of radio silence and you're worried about being rude? I shrug, fighting to keep my expression neutral. Inside, irritation simmers just below the surface. She wrote a goddamn book painting me as the villain of her life story, and I'm supposed to be the bad guy for showing up? But I can't let that show. Not yet. Fair point. She stares at me like I've grown a second head. Why are you here, Aston? Saw the event posting. Figured I'd support an old friend. We're not friends. We were more than friends. Yeah, and then you decided I wasn't worth your precious time. She pushes off the wall, takes a step toward me. The movement makes her dress shimmer in the low light. You ended things. You walked away. You don't get to just show up now and pretend. I know what I did. The words come out harder than intended. I soften my tone. Try again. I know. And I'm genuinely happy for your success. Silence stretches between us. I can hear the muffled bass from the party bleeding through the walls, voices and laughter, and the clink of glasses celebrating her achievement. How did you even get an invitation? Her arms cross over her chest, defensive. This was invite only. I know people. Of course you do. The bitterness in her voice cuts deep. The great Aston Calloway, heir to the empire, knows everyone who matters. That's not... I stop myself. Getting defensive won't help. Look, I saw an opportunity to celebrate someone I used to care about. Someone who clearly worked so hard to make this happen. So I took it. She studies me with those sharp eyes, looking for the angle, the manipulation, trying to figure out what I'm really after. Smart girl. You read it. The question comes out quieter, vulnerable. Parts of it. Lie. After downing multiple shots of vodka, I sat down and read every goddamn word twice. Stayed in my penthouse with Timothy, making smart-ass comments while I analyzed every scene, every piece of dialogue, trying to figure out how much of Marcus is actually me. You're a hell of a writer. Don't. Don't what? Don't compliment me. Don't stand there in your designer suit acting like we're having some pleasant reunion. She takes another step forward, and now I can smell her perfume. Something floral and expensive that definitely wasn't in her budget back when we were dating. You're here for a reason. You always have a reason. Perceptive. That's new. Or maybe it was always there and I just never noticed. Maybe I'm here because I wanted to see you. I let some genuine emotion creep into my voice. Not hard, she does look incredible, and part of me that I've been trying to ignore for 8 years is thrilled just to be in the same room with her again. Is that so impossible to believe? Yes. The word lands like a slap. I push off the wall, close some of the distance between us. Not too much. Just enough that she has to tilt her head up slightly to maintain eye contact. Then believe this. Congratulations. You did something amazing. The book is fantastic. The praise tastes like ash in my mouth given the circumstances, but I force it out anyway. You deserve every bit of success coming your way. Her expression flickers, suspicion warring with something that might be pleasure at the compliment. Thank you. The words sound dragged out of her against her will. Let me take you out. The suggestion rolls off my tongue smooth and practiced. Dinner. Drinks. Whatever you want. We can celebrate properly. No. Why not? Because I'm not an idiot, Aston. She waves a hand between us, dismissive. Whatever this is, whatever angle you're working, not happening. I step closer. Close enough now that I could reach out and touch her if I wanted to. Close enough to see the slight widening of her pupils, the way her breath catches just a fraction. Still affected. Good. What if there's no angle? I drop my voice lower, intimate. What if I just want to spend time with someone I used to know? Someone I genuinely admire? Then I'd say you're full of trash. Harsh. Accurate. The corner of my mouth lifts despite myself. Damn, I forgot how quick she is. How she never let me get away with anything back when we were together. One drink. I lean against the wall beside her, shoulders nearly touching. Just one. If you hate it, you never have to see me again. I already hate this. Then what's one more hour of suffering? I angle my body toward hers, close enough that she'd have to push past me to leave. Not aggressive. Just present. Come on, Bella. When's the last time you had an actual conversation with someone who knew you before all this? I gesture vaguely toward the door, toward the party beyond. Before the book, before the fame, before you became the girl who wrote the breakout romance of the season. Something shifts in her expression. A crack in the armor. That's manipulative. That's honest. Same thing with you. Fair, but I don't back down. Just hold her gaze, let her see whatever she needs to see to make this work. One drink, I repeat. Tomorrow night, anywhere you want. You pick the place, the time, everything. I'll show up, we'll talk, and if you still think I'm full of trash afterward, I'll disappear. Why should I believe you? Because you wrote a book about me being a jerk, and I'm still standing here asking to buy you a drink instead of suing you into oblivion like my father wanted. Her eyes widen slightly. He knows? Everyone knows, Bella. Or they will soon. I shrug, aiming for casual despite the tightness in my chest. The internet's not exactly subtle with its detective work. She goes quiet, processing. I can practically see the gears turning in her head, weighing options, calculating risks. If I say yes, and that's a massive if, this doesn't mean anything. Her voice drops to something fierce. It doesn't mean I forgive you. It doesn't mean we're friends. It just means I'm willing to hear whatever nonsense explanation you've crafted for showing up tonight. Deal. And you buy. Obviously. And we go somewhere public. Not your penthouse or some private club where you can corner me again. I'm not cornering you. She looks pointedly at the way I'm positioned, essentially blocking the easiest exit path. Okay, fair. I'm cornering you. I step back, give her room. But only because I know the second you get back out there, you'll have 50 people competing for your attention. This might be my only shot to actually talk to you. Good. But she doesn't move to leave. Just stands there, arms still crossed, studying me with an intensity that makes me want to squirm. Tomorrow, 7 p.m., that wine bar on Lexington and 72nd. She finally drops her arms, straightens her dress. The one with the outdoor seating. In December, I want witnesses and an easy escape route. Wine bar, 7 p.m., I'll be there. If you're even 1 minute late, I won't be. She nods once, sharp and decisive, then moves past me toward the door, her shoulder brushing mine in the narrow space. The contact sends electricity shooting through my nervous system, unwelcome and impossible to ignore. Bella. She pauses, hand on the door handle, doesn't turn around. I really am glad for your success. Save it for tomorrow. The door swings open, letting in a rush of party noise and warm air. And Aston? Yeah? Don't make me regret this more than I already do. Then she's gone, slipping back into the crowd with practiced grace. I watch through the doorway as people immediately swarm her, pulling her into conversations and photo ops and all the celebration she deserves. My phone buzzes. Text from Timothy. Did you find her? Yeah. And? Drinks tomorrow night. Damn, you actually pulled it off. I pocket my phone without responding. Through the doorway, I catch glimpses of Bella laughing at something someone said, her whole face lighting up in a way I remember from college, back when she used to look at me like that. Step 1. Complete. I got in the door, made contact, secured another meeting. Step 2 starts tomorrow night. I straighten my tie, check my reflection in the dark screen of my phone. Time to rejoin the party and play the part of a successful finance heir who definitely isn't planning to manipulate his ex-girlfriend into destroying her own career. Easy.
Chapter 9. Bella. The wine bar glows with warm amber light, all exposed brick and Edison bulbs that make everything look like a goddamn Instagram post. I arrived 15 minutes early because I refused to let Aston Calloway catch me off guard twice in 48 hours. The outdoor seating is exactly as miserable as I intended. Heaters blast from overhead, fighting a losing battle against December wind that cuts straight through my coat. Perfect. The discomfort will keep this short. I order a whiskey, neat. The bartender raises an eyebrow but doesn't comment. Just pours 2 fingers of amber liquid into a tumbler and slides it across the bar. I down it in one swallow. Another. 7 o'clock arrives. So does Aston, stepping through the door in a charcoal coat that makes him look almost untouchable. Who the hell does he think he is? Sandy blonde hair, blue eyes, with a tall, muscular figure that hasn't changed much over the years. His eyes scan the space, find me immediately. Of course I picked a table outside. Of course I'm already drinking. He crosses to me, that confident stride that used to make my stomach flip. Still does, if I'm being honest, which I hate. You're early. You're on time. I gesture to the chair across from me. Sit. He does, shrugging out of his coat. The sweater underneath hugs his frame in a way that should be illegal. Navy cashmere, fitted just enough to showcase those shoulders. I signal the waiter before Aston can settle. 2 shots of tequila. His eyebrows climb toward his hairline. Starting strong. You said you wanted drinks. I lean back in my chair, the metal cold even through my coat. So, let's drink. The waiter appears with the shots. I grab mine immediately, raise it. To fiction. Aston's mouth quirks. He lifts his glass. to fiction. We knock them back. The tequila burns, clean and sharp, warming me from the inside out in a way the heaters never could. When did you start drinking like this? His voice carries genuine surprise. After we broke up, the honesty slips out before I can stop it. Turns out heartbreak pairs excellently with top-shelf liquor. Bella. Don't. I wave the waiter over again. 2 more. Jesus Christ. I raise a brow at him. What? Can't keep up? Something flashes in his eyes. Challenge accepted. I can keep up just fine. The second round arrives. We don't toast this time, just drink. I study him across the table, cataloging changes. The lines around his eyes that weren't there before. The way his jaw clenches when he's uncomfortable. The expensive watch on his wrist that probably costs more than my advance. So, I lean forward, elbows on the table. Tell me what you've been up to for the last 8 years. Give me the highlight reel. He shifts in his seat. Not much to tell. Finished at Columbia, started at Callaway Finance, worked my way up. Worked your way up, I laugh, sharp and humorless. Your last name is on the building. Doesn't mean I didn't earn my position. I send him a crooked smile. Sure. The waiter hovers nearby. I order a vodka martini, dirty. Aston gets scotch. What about you? He leans back, that practiced casual pose that used to make me melt. Besides the obvious success. Graduated Columbia, got a soul-crushing job at a marketing firm, wrote at night. I shrug. Quit the job 6 months ago when the book advance came through. And now we're here. Our drinks arrive. I take a long sip, let the vodka settle my nerves. I'm proud of you. The words make me laugh so hard I almost spit out my drink. As I'm wiping my bottom lip, I shake my head. You're full of trash. I'm serious. No, you're not. I set my glass down harder than necessary. You're here because you figured out Marcus is you. You're pissed. You want me to pull the book. His expression doesn't change. Doesn't even flicker. It's fiction, Bella. I'm not going to lose my mind over some words on a page. Liar. Truth. He takes a sip of scotch, his gaze never leaving mine. You wrote a book. A good book. Yeah, Marcus shares some superficial similarities with me, but he's a character. Fiction. I study him across the table, searching for the crack in his armor. The microscopic flinch. The tightness around his eyes, the slight tension in his shoulders, any tell that proves he's lying through his perfect teeth. Can't find it. Maybe he's gotten better at hiding his true feelings over the years, developed more sophisticated walls. Or maybe, and this thought sits in my stomach like lead, he genuinely doesn't care that I turned our messy, complicated, beautiful relationship into public entertainment. That I immortalized his worst qualities on the page for millions of strangers to judge. You really don't care? My voice comes out smaller than intended, barely audible over the restaurant's ambient noise. Vulnerable in a way I hate. I care that you're talented, that you succeeded. He swirls the scotch in his glass slowly, deliberately, watching the amber liquid catch the overhead light and throw golden shadows across the white tablecloth. The rest is just noise. It's such a diplomatic answer, so carefully constructed. I want to throw my drink at him. The waiter appears at the exact wrong moment, hovering with that particular brand of high-end restaurant attentiveness. Another round? Yes, we answer in perfect unison, our voices overlapping. Aston's mouth quirks into something that might be a smile, might be a smirk. Jinx. We're not 12, I shoot back. No, we're both in our 20s, drinking like we're trying to prove something to each other. Maybe we are. The shots arrive. Whiskey this time. We down them without ceremony. I'm starting to feel the edges blur, the warmth spreading through my chest, loosening the tight knot of anxiety that's lived there since I saw him at the party. Tell me about the book. He signals for another drink. How long did it take you to write? 1.5 years. Wrote it in between marketing reports and client presentations. I accept my refill, something dark and strong that I don't bother identifying. Rewrote it 3 times before I sent it to agents. And they all wanted it? Hell no. Got rejected by 27 agents before Monica took me on. His eyes widen. 27? 27. I raise my glass. To rejection. We drink. That must have been brutal. It was. The alcohol makes me honest. Dangerous. But not as brutal as having the person you love tell you you're holding them back from their real life. The words hang between us like smoke. Aston's jaw tightens. I was 19. I was 18. We were both young. Doesn't make it hurt less. I drain my glass. Doesn't make the words disappear. The waiter materializes. I've lost count of how many rounds we've had. Everything's getting pleasantly fuzzy. 2 more, Aston says. You trying to get me drunk, Calloway? You started this drinking contest, Malone? Fair point. The drinks arrive. We're past pretense now. Past the careful dance of who we used to be. I read the whole thing, he admits. Not just parts, every single word. My heart does something complicated. And you made me a real bastard. Art imitates life. He laughs, actually laughs, deep and genuine. Jesus, you don't pull punches. Never did. No. His expression softens. No, you never did. That's what He stops. What? Nothing. Finish the sentence, Aston. He meets my eyes, holds them. That's what I loved about you. The world tilts slightly. Or maybe that's the vodka. Past tense? Past tense. He agrees. We drink in silence for a moment. The outdoor heaters blast warm air that barely touches the cold, settling into my bones. Why are you really here? The question comes out softer than intended. The truth this time. He sets his glass down, leans forward. Because I saw you across that party and realized 8 years is a long time to wonder what if. What if what? What if I hadn't been a coward? What if I'd chosen differently? His voice drops lower. What if I'd been brave enough to choose you? The honesty in his voice makes my chest ache. You chose your father's approval. I did. And now? Now I'm sitting here drunk on expensive liquor, talking to the woman who wrote a bestseller about what a jerk I am. He smiles, but it doesn't reach his eyes. So clearly my decision-making skills haven't improved. I laugh despite myself. Can't help it. 2 more, I tell the waiter. Bella? What, tapping out already? I'm not tapping out. Prove it. The challenge hangs between us. He grabs the incoming shot, knocks it back without hesitation. I follow suit. Everything's warm now. Blurry around the edges. His face swims slightly in my vision. You know what the worst part is? The words spill out, too honest. I wrote that whole book thinking I was over you, thinking I'd processed everything and moved on. And sitting here now, drowning in top-shelf vodka and terrible decisions, I'm realizing I'm absolutely not over it. Not even close. I laugh, the sound sharp and bitter even to my own ears. 8 years, Aston. 8 years of therapy and self-help books, and convinced myself I'd moved on. And you still get under my skin like nothing's changed. Like no time has passed at all. He reaches across the table, his movement deliberate but not quite steady. His hand covers mine, warm and solid against the cold metal surface. The contact sends electricity straight through me. I should pull away. Every rational thought in my head screams at me to move my hand, to create distance, to protect myself from whatever this is threatening to become. I don't. Can't seem to make my body cooperate with my brain. I'm sorry. His voice is rough, raw, in a way I've never heard before. His thumb traces slow, deliberate circles on my palm, the touch intimate and familiar in a way that makes my heart clench. For what I said back then, for how I ended things, for choosing the easy path instead of the right one. For all of it, Bella. I'm sorry for all of it. You're drunk. My voice comes out quieter than intended, lacking conviction. Doesn't make it less true. His blue eyes hold mine, unflinching despite the alcohol clouding his system. Being drunk just makes me brave enough to say what I should have said years ago. We sit like that for what feels like forever, his hand covering mine on the table, both of us breathing too hard for such a simple touch. The winter wind cuts through the outdoor seating area like knives, making the heat lamps work overtime, while we pretend we're not both falling apart at the seams. Or maybe it's just me.
Chapter 10. Aston. The alcohol hits harder when I stand. The world tilts sideways for a second before I catch myself on the back of my chair. Bella's worse off than I am. She sways when she gets to her feet, one hand shooting out to grip the table edge. Her eyes are glassy, unfocused, and when she tries to take a step forward, her heel catches on absolutely nothing and she stumbles. I catch her elbow. Whoa, easy. I'm fine. She yanks her arm away with more force than necessary, overcorrects, and nearly topples into a potted plant. Perfectly fine. Yeah, you're a picture of stability right now. Get off, Calloway. I signal the waiter for the check. He appears with it faster than he's appeared all night, probably eager to get the two drunk idiots who've been monopolizing his outdoor section out of here before we make a scene. I throw down my card without looking at the total. Don't care. Come on. I reach for her again, steadier this time. Let me get you home. I can get myself home. Really? Because you just tried to fight a decorative fern and lost. She glares at me, but doesn't argue when I guide her toward the exit. The cold air hits us like a wall when we step outside. She shivers immediately without the help of the outdoor heaters to shield her, her coat doing absolutely nothing against the December wind. Without thinking, I shrug out of mine and drape it over her shoulders. I don't need your... Just wear the damn coat, Bella. She opens her mouth to argue, then seems to think better of it, pulls it tighter around herself instead. I hail a cab. Takes 3 attempts before one actually stops, and by that point Bella's leaning against a lamppost for support, her eyes half closed. Where are we going? The driver asks. I look at Bella. What's your address? She mumbles something incomprehensible. Bella. West Village. The words slur together. Bleecker and... something. I don't remember the number. Fantastic. Pull over when we get to Bleecker, I tell the driver. We'll figure it out from there. The ride takes 15 minutes that feel like an hour. Bella slumps against the window, her breath fogging the glass. Every few seconds she shifts, uncomfortable, restless, unable to find a position that works. I keep my hands in my lap. Don't touch her. Don't reach over to adjust her coat or brush that curl that's come loose from her bun. Don't think about how good she looks even drunk and disheveled. Definitely don't think about how her hand felt under mine at the table. Here. She sits up suddenly as we turn onto Bleecker, points at a building with the kind of vague gesture that could mean literally any structure on the block. That one. Which one? That one. With the door. They all have doors, Bella. The green door, obviously. I pay the driver and help her out of the cab. She stumbles again, catching herself on my arm this time. Her fingers dig into my bicep with surprising strength. The building she pointed at does, in fact, have a green door. Small victories. Getting her up the steps proves challenging. She keeps missing them, her depth perception shot to hell from the alcohol. On the third try, I just give up and slide an arm around her waist, half carrying her up. She doesn't protest, just leans into me, her head dropping to rest against my shoulder in a way that makes my chest tight. "Keys," I say when we reach the door. "Purse." I dig through her bag, expensive leather, probably a splurge from the book advance, until I find a key ring with a small notebook charm attached. Very on brand for an author. The building's old. One of those classic West Village walk-ups with narrow stairs and charm that probably translates to no elevator and sketchy plumbing. Her apartment's on the 4th floor. Because of course it is. "I hate stairs," she announces halfway up the 2nd flight. "Noted." So many stairs. Why are there so many stairs? You picked the apartment. Past me is an idiot. Can't argue with that assessment given our current situation. We make it to the 4th floor through sheer stubbornness on my part and minimal help from Bella, who keeps stopping to examine the wallpaper like she's never seen it before. Her apartment door is painted a cheerful yellow that stands out against the drab hallway. I fumble with the keys, finally get it open, and guide her inside. The space is smaller than I expected. Studio, maybe 500 square feet. But it's undeniably Bella. Books everywhere, stacked on shelves, piled on the floor, spread across every available surface. String lights draped along the windows. A tiny kitchen that looks barely used. And in the corner, a desk covered in notebooks and sticky notes, and what looks like the outline for another manuscript. She's doing well, living her dream. Without me. The thought sits heavier than it should. Bella heads straight for the couch and face plants onto it with zero grace. Her legs dangle off the edge, her shoes still on. I grab a glass from the kitchen, fill it with water from the tap, bring it over to the couch. "Sit up. Drink this." She makes a noise that might be protest, but eventually rolls over and props herself up on one elbow. Takes the glass with both hands like it's a complicated piece of machinery she's not sure how to operate. "Drink," I repeat. She takes a sip, then another, then drains half the glass in one go. "Good girl." Her eyes narrow. "Don't." I hold up both hands in surrender. "Just trying to make sure you don't die of dehydration." How noble. She sets the glass down on the coffee table with a clatter that makes her wince at the noise. "You can go now." "Yeah, that's not happening." "Excuse me?" I settle into the armchair across from her, close enough to keep an eye on her, but far enough that she can't accuse me of hovering. Or worse, "You're drunk. I'm not leaving you alone like this. I'm a grown woman. I can handle being drunk in my own apartment." "I'm sure you can. I'm staying anyway." She glares at me with less heat than she probably intends. The alcohol's catching up to her, pulling her eyelids down despite her best efforts to stay combative. "Why?" The question comes out small, vulnerable. "Why do you care?" "Because I spent 8 years trying to forget you and failed spectacularly. Because seeing you at that party felt like getting punched in the chest. Because when you ran away, every instinct I have screamed at me to follow. Because it's the right thing to do," I say instead. "Since when do you do the right thing?" The words land like a slap. Fair, but it still stings. She shifts on the couch, pulling her legs up and wrapping her arms around them. The movement makes her look younger, smaller, like the girl I used to know before everything went to hell. "I should have chosen differently," I hear myself say. "Back then. I should have told my father to go to hell and stayed with you." Her head snaps up, eyes finding mine across the dim apartment. "Don't." "Don't what?" "Don't say anything like that when I'm drunk. When you're drunk. When we're both too messed up to mean any of it." "What if I mean it?" "Then you're an idiot." She drops her head back against the couch cushion, staring at the ceiling. "We were kids, Aston. We wanted different things. You wanted your empire, I don't even know what I wanted back then. Just not that. And now? Now I want you to leave before I do something stupid. The admission makes something hot coil in my gut. Like what? She meets my eyes, holds them. Like forgetting why I wrote that book in the first place. The air between us charges with possibility, with all the history we've been dancing around all night. I should leave. Should walk out that yellow door and never look back. Should definitely not be imagining what would happen if I crossed the space between us and kissed her the way I've been wanting to since I saw her at that party. I stand up. Her expression shifts. Relief, maybe. Or disappointment. Can't tell. Where's your bedroom? Why? Suspicion floods her voice. Because you're sleeping on a couch when you have a perfectly good bed, I'm assuming. I gesture toward the only other door in the apartment besides the bathroom. Come on. I'm not sleeping with you. Wasn't asking you to. I walk over, offer my hand. Just helping you to bed so you don't wake up with a wrecked neck. She stares at my hand for a long moment before taking it. Her palm slides against mine, warm and slightly clammy from the alcohol. I pull her to her feet, steady her when she wobbles. The bedroom's tiny. Just enough space for a double bed and a dresser. More books on the nightstand. A photo of her and a friend at what looks like graduation. No photos of us, obviously. I pull back the covers while Bella sits on the edge of the bed, fumbling with her shoes. She gets one off before giving up, looking at the other like it personally offended her. Here. I kneel, work the strap loose, slide the shoe off her foot. Try very hard not to notice the way her legs look in that dress, the smooth skin of her calf, the delicate bones of her ankle. Fail completely. Thanks, she mumbles. Water. I grab the glass from the living room, bring it back, set it on her nightstand. Drink more when you wake up. Advil's in the bathroom. Medicine cabinet. I find it. Bring back 2 pills, drop them next to the water glass. Bella's already sliding under the covers, still in her dress. She burrows into the blankets like she's trying to disappear into them. Aston? I pause in the doorway. Yeah? Why'd you really come tonight? The question deserves honesty. Too bad I can't give it to her. Told you. Wanted to see you. Nonsense. But there's no heat in it. Just exhaustion. Get some sleep, Bella. I turn off the light, pull the door most of the way closed. Leave it cracked just enough that I'll hear if she needs anything. Back in the living room, I sink into the armchair and pull out my phone. 20 texts from Timothy, each one more impatient than the last. How's it going? Did you seal the deal? Aston, answer your damn phone. I swear to God if you're having sex with her right now. I type back. She's asleep. I'm staying to make sure she doesn't die of alcohol poisoning. His response comes immediately. Such a gentleman. Dad would be so proud. I don't respond. Just pocket my phone and lean my head back against the chair. The apartment's quiet except for the ambient sounds of the city filtering through the windows. Traffic, distant sirens, the couple upstairs having what sounds like a very enthusiastic argument. I should leave. Should slip out now while she's asleep and avoid the awkward morning-after conversation that's inevitable if I stay. But the thought of her waking up alone, hungover and disoriented, bothers me more than it should. Plus, there's something almost comfortable about sitting here in her space, surrounded by her books and her mess and the life she's built without me. It feels lived in a way my penthouse never has. Real. My phone buzzes again. This time it's not Timothy. Instead, it's Dad. Have you made progress? I stare at the text for a long moment before responding. Working on it. His reply is instant. Work faster. February's approaching. I lock my phone without answering. Across the apartment, I hear Bella shift in bed, a soft sound that might be discomfort or just sleep. 2 months to get her to destroy everything she's built. 2 months to manipulate the only person who ever saw past the Calloway name and loved me anyway. 2 months to prove I'm exactly the bastard she wrote about in her book. My jaw clenches. The plan made sense days ago. Made perfect sense when I was sitting in my penthouse with Timothy. Strategizing like this was just another business deal to close. Now, sitting in her apartment, watching the string lights cast shadows across her desk where she's probably writing her next novel, it feels a hell of a lot more complicated. I grab a throw blanket from the couch, settle deeper into the chair. Morning will come soon enough, and with it, consequences. But for now, I'm exactly where I need to be, even if I have no clue what I'm doing anymore.
Chapter 11. Bella. My skull's trying to crack itself open from the inside. That's the first thought that registers when consciousness drags me up from the depths of sleep. The second thought, why does my mouth taste like something died in it? The third, why am I still wearing my dress? I pry my eyes open. Sunlight stabs through the gaps in my curtains, like it's personally offended by my existence. My bedroom swims into focus slowly, each detail requiring more effort than it should. The stack of books on my nightstand, the photo of me and Simone at graduation, the glass of water, and 2 pills that I definitely didn't put there. Oh no. Oh no, no, no. Memories flood back in fragmented pieces. The wine bar, tequila shots, Aston's hand covering mine on the table, his apology, more drinks, so many drinks, him bringing me home. I bolt upright, mistake. The room spins violently, and my stomach lurches in protest. I grip the edge of the mattress, willing myself not to throw up. Deep breaths. In through the nose, out through the mouth. When the world stops tilting quite so aggressively, I grab the pills and water, swallow them both, drain the entire glass. My body screams for more hydration, but moving seems impossible right now. I need to know if he's still here. The thought terrifies me more than it should. I swing my legs off the bed with all the grace of a baby giraffe learning to walk. My feet hit the floor, and I realize I'm barefoot. Someone took off my shoes. Aston took off my shoes. The memory surfaces unbidden, him kneeling in front of me, his fingers working the straps loose, the careful way he slid them off my feet. Gentle, almost tender. I want to die of embarrassment. I stand up too fast. The room tilts again, and I have to brace myself against the doorframe until everything settles. Through the crack in the door, I can see into the living room. And there he is. Aston Calloway, heir to a multi-billion-dollar empire, is asleep in my armchair. His long legs stretch out in front of him, ankles crossed. His head tilts to one side at an angle that's going to give him a horrible crick in his neck. He's still wearing yesterday's clothes, the navy sweater, dark jeans, though they're rumpled now, creased from sleeping sitting up. He stayed. The bastard actually stayed. I should wake him up, tell him to get out, maintain whatever dignity I have left after last night's disaster. Instead, I just stand there in my doorway like a creep, watching him sleep. He looks different like this. Younger. The sharp edges of his jaw softened by unconsciousness. That perpetual, calculating expression gone. His sandy blonde hair falls across his forehead in a way that makes my fingers itch to brush it back. I hate that I notice these things. Hate that 8 years hasn't changed the way my heart does stupid things when I look at him. I force myself to move. Pad quietly across the living room toward the kitchen, stepping over the books I've left scattered on the floor. My apartment's a mess. Of course it's a mess. I wasn't expecting company, much less company in the form of my ex-boyfriend who I immortalized as a villain in my best-selling novel. The kitchen's barely big enough to turn around in, but I managed to fill a glass with water and drink it down in 3 long swallows, then another and another. My phone sits on the counter, screen dark. I pick it up, check the time. 9:30 a.m., 17 missed calls from Simone, 12 texts, the most recent one from 20 minutes ago. If you don't answer in the next hour, I'm coming over with a spare key. Great. I type back with shaking fingers. I'm alive. Hungover, but alive. Don't come over. The reply comes almost instantly. Where were you? I was about to file a missing persons report. Long story. I'll call you later. You better. And it better be a good story. I set the phone down, press my palms against the cool countertop. My reflection stares back at me from the darkened screen of the microwave, hair falling out of its bun. Mascara smudged under my eyes, still wearing the green velvet dress that cost 3 weeks' worth of my old salary. I look like I got hit by a truck. Feel like it too. Behind me, I hear movement, the creak of the armchair, a low groan that sounds like someone experiencing their own hangover hell. I turn around. Aston's awake, one hand pressed to his temple, his eyes squeezed shut against the morning light. Jesus Christ. Morning. My voice comes out scratchy, rough. His eyes snap open. Find me standing in the kitchen. For a second, his expression does something complicated. Relief, maybe. Or regret. You're up. Observant as ever, Calloway. He pushes himself upright with visible effort, runs a hand through his hair, making it stick up at odd angles. Even hungover and rumpled, he looks unfairly good. I hate it. What time is it? He asks. 9:30. Damn. He pulls out his phone, squints at the screen. I missed 3 meetings. Then you should probably go. I don't mean for it to come out so sharp, so dismissive. But the words land with the weight I intended, and his expression shudders immediately. Right. He stands, reaches for his coat. Realizes it's not there, looks around. Where's? I'm wearing it. The realization hits the same moment I say it. I'm still wrapped in his charcoal coat, the expensive fabric warm against my skin, carrying the faint scent of his cologne. I shrug out of it quickly and hold it out. Here. He crosses the space between us, takes it from my hands. Our fingers brush. The contact sends electricity shooting up my arm that I absolutely do not have the emotional bandwidth to process right now. Thanks for getting me home. The words sound stiff, formal. And for staying. You didn't have to. I wasn't going to leave you alone like that. Well, thanks anyway. Silence stretches between us, awkward and heavy. He shifts his weight. About last night was a mistake. I cut him off before he can finish, before he can say something that makes this worse. A one-time mistake fueled by too much alcohol and bad judgment. His jaw tightens. Bella, I'm serious, Aston. Whatever that was, whatever you think is happening here, I gesture vaguely between us. It's not. I got drunk, you got drunk, we said things we didn't mean. End of story. What if I meant it? Then you're still drunk. I cross my arms over my chest, suddenly aware of how exposed I feel in this dress. We're not doing this. We're not doing whatever you came here to do. And what did I come here to do? His voice drops lower, challenging. I don't know. Relive old times? Prove you can still get under my skin? Convince yourself you didn't completely destroy me 8 years ago? I shake my head. Doesn't matter. The answer is no. I didn't ask a question. You were about to. He studies me for a long moment. Those blue eyes searching my face for something I'm not willing to give him. Have brunch with me. The request catches me completely off guard. What? Brunch. Today. Right now. He slides his hands into his pockets, projects that casual confidence that used to make my knees weak. There's a place in Soho that does incredible French toast. We can get coffee, eat something that isn't hangover pills, talk like normal people. No. Why not? Because last night was already too much. Because I can't. I stop myself. Regroup. We're not friends, Aston. We're not anything. You're the guy who broke my heart. I'm the girl who wrote a book about it. That's where this ends. What if I wanted to be more than that? The question hangs in the air between us like smoke. I laugh. Can't help it. The sound comes out sharp and humorless and slightly unhinged. You want it to be more? Seriously? You show up at my party after 8 years of silence, buy me drinks until I can barely stand, crash at my apartment, and now you want, what, to date? To try again? I want to spend time with you. His voice stays level, calm. That's all, just time. No pressure, no expectations. Just two people who used to know each other grabbing a meal. That's such nonsense. I move past him, put distance between us before I do something stupid, like believe him. You're Aston Calloway? You don't do anything without an agenda. So what is it? What do you really want? His expression flickers. Just for a second, something that might be guilt crosses his features before he locks it down. Maybe I just missed you. Try again. Maybe I've spent 8 years wondering what would have happened if I'd made different choices. Still not buying it. He exhales hard, frustrated. What do you want me to say, Bella? That I messed up? I messed up. That I've regretted it every day since? I have. That seeing you at that party felt like getting punched in the chest because you're successful and happy and you don't need me anymore? Yes. All of it. Every goddamn bit. The honesty in his voice makes my chest ache. That doesn't change anything. It could. No, I shake my head firmly. No, it can't, because whatever we had is gone. You killed it when you chose your father's approval over me, when you told me I was holding you back, when you made it clear that I wasn't worth the trouble. I was 19. That doesn't erase what you did. It doesn't make the last 8 years disappear. He takes a step toward me. I take a step back. One brunch, he says quietly. Just one. If you still want me to disappear after that, I will. You'll never have to see me again. I should say no. Should tell him to get out and never come back. Should protect myself from whatever game he's playing. But standing here in my tiny apartment, hungover and exhausted, and still reeling from last night, part of me wants to say yes. Wants to believe that maybe, possibly he's being genuine. That maybe he really does just miss me. Why? The question comes out smaller than I intend. Vulnerable. Why now? After all this time, why show up now? His expression softens. Because I saw my chance. And I took it. Because life's too short to live with regrets. Because... He stops, starts again. Because you wrote a book that made me realize how badly I hurt you. And I want a chance to apologize properly, to make it right if that's even possible. Either he's gotten really good at hiding his tells, or he's actually being honest. One brunch, I hear myself say. One, and that's it. He pulls his coat on, smooths down the front, looks like himself again, polished, put together, the heir to an empire. I'll pick you up in an hour. Make it 2. I need to shower and dezombify. 2 hours. He moves toward the door, pauses with his hand on the knob. Bella? What? Thank you for giving me a shot at fixing this. Then he's gone. The door clicks shut behind him, leaving me alone in my apartment with a raging hangover and the sinking feeling that I just made a terrible mistake. My phone buzzes. Simone again. Details? Now? I ignore it. Walk back to my bedroom, strip off the dress and collapse onto my bed. What the hell am I doing? Aston Calloway walked back into my life 2 days ago, and I've already agreed to 2 separate meetings with him. The man I wrote an entire book about. The man whose rejection shaped my entire 20s. The man I swore I'd never let hurt me again. I grab my phone, scroll to Monica's number. She needs to know about this, needs to talk me out of whatever insanity I'm about to commit. But I don't call. Just set the phone back down. Because deep down, underneath all the anger and hurt and self-preservation, there's a tiny voice whispering that maybe, just maybe, I want this. Want to see where it goes. Want to believe his apology. Want to pretend, just for a little while, that we could be something other than a cautionary tale about first love and bad decisions. I close my eyes against the morning light. 2 hours until brunch. 2 hours to figure out what I'm going to say when he asks me all the questions I'm not ready to answer. 2 hours to convince myself this isn't the beginning of another heartbreak. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyla.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyla. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylaWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 12. Aston. 2 hours later, I'm back at her door. This time I'm showered, changed into fresh clothes, Dark jeans, a gray Henley, leather jacket, and carrying 2 paper cups of coffee from the place down the street. Insurance policy, peace offering, something to do with my hands if this goes south. I knock with my elbow. The door swings open almost immediately. Bella stands there in black jeans and an oversized cream sweater that slides off one shoulder, her natural curls loose around her face. Minimal makeup. She looks younger like this, more like the girl I remember. You brought coffee. She eyes the cup suspiciously. Figured you'd need it. I offer her one. Oat milk latte. Extra shot. She blinks, takes the cup slowly. You remember my order? Something stick. Her expression does something complicated before she takes a sip. It's good. Thanks. Ready? She grabs a coat, navy pea coat, well worn, and locks up behind her. We navigate the narrow stairs in silence, the only sound our footsteps echoing off the walls. Outside, the city's alive despite the cold. Weekend crowds filling the sidewalks, bundled against December wind. I hail a cab. Where are we going? Bella asks as we slide into the back seat. Soho. Place called Balthazar. You'll like it. Presumptuous. Educated guess. I give the driver the address, then settle back. Try not to notice how good she smells. How the confined space makes me hyper-aware of every shift, every breath. She stares out the window, sipping her coffee. You really stayed all night in that chair? Yeah. That's insane. You could have just left. Could have. Didn't want to. She turns to look at me, studies my face like she's searching for the lie. Why? Told you last night. I'm trying to do the right thing. The right thing. She repeats it slowly, testing the words. That's new for you. The observation stings more than it should. People change. Do they? She goes back to watching the city slide past. Or do they just get better at hiding who they really are? I don't have an answer for that. The restaurant's packed when we arrive. Weekend brunch crowd in full force, the noise level bordering on overwhelming. But I slipped the hostess 100 yesterday to hold a corner table, and she leads us straight to it without making us wait. Bella raises an eyebrow. You planned this? Insurance. I pull out her chair. She hesitates before sitting like accepting the gesture costs her something. We order. French toast for her, eggs Benedict for me. More coffee because we're both still half dead from last night's alcohol marathon. So, Bella folds her hands on the table. What do you want to talk about? Anything, everything. I lean back, trying to project casual when I feel anything but. Tell me about the book. The actual process. How'd you go from idea to publication? She eyes me warily. You really want to know? I really want to know. A pause. Then she starts talking, slow at first, then gaining momentum. Tells me about the late nights writing after work, the rejection letters, finding Monica, the editing process, the terror of release day. I listen. Actually listen, not just wait for my turn to talk. Watch the way her eyes light up when she describes seeing her book in a store for the first time, the pride and vulnerability mixing together in her expression. She's passionate about this. Built something real from nothing, without family money or connections or any of the advantages I've always taken for granted. The realization makes something uncomfortable shift in my chest. What? She stops mid-sentence. Why are you looking at me like that? Like what? Like, I don't know, like you're analyzing me. Just listening. I take a sip of coffee. You're incredible, you know that? Her guard slams back up immediately. Stop. Stop what? Complimenting you? Don't use that voice on me. That smooth, charming voice you pull out when you want something. What if I'm being genuine? Then I'd say you need more practice. You sound like you're closing a business deal. Ouch. The food arrives. Saves me from having to respond. We eat in silence for a few minutes, the clatter of silverware and ambient restaurant noise filling the space between us. Can I ask you something? Bella sets down her fork, and I want an honest answer. Shoot. Why did you really end things? Back then. Her hazel eyes lock onto mine. Not the nonsense you told me about holding you back. The real reason. The question hits like a punch to the gut. I could lie. Should lie. Keep up the facade. Stick to the plan. But sitting here across from her, watching the way she holds herself so carefully, so defensively, like she's bracing for me to hurt her again, I can't do it. My father said you weren't suitable. The words taste like ash. Said dating you would damage the family reputation. That I needed to focus on my future, on taking over the company. That you were a distraction I couldn't afford. Bella goes very still. And you just agreed? I was 19. Stupid. Terrified of disappointing him. I pushed my plate away, appetite gone. He made it clear that if I stayed with you, there'd be consequences. For me, for the family, for you too, probably, though he never said it directly. So you chose him. I chose wrong. I meet her eyes. I chose safety over everything that actually mattered, and I've regretted it every single day since. She doesn't respond, just sits there processing, her coffee cup cradled between both hands. That doesn't make it okay, she finally says. What you did, how you did it. I know. You made me feel like I wasn't good enough, like I was some shameful secret you needed to hide. I know. The repetition feels inadequate, useless. I'm sorry doesn't cover it. Nothing covers it. But I am sorry, Bella, for all of it. The vulnerability in my voice surprises even me. This wasn't part of the plan. None of this honesty, this opening myself up. I'm supposed to be charming her, manipulating her, not having a genuine emotional conversation about my failures. But watching her across the table, seeing the hurt still raw in her eyes after all these years, the plan suddenly feels hollow. Feels wrong. She takes a long sip of coffee. Tell me about your life. The last 8 years. The parts that aren't in the society pages. The subject change throws me. What do you want to know? I don't know. Anything real? She leans forward slightly. You know everything about me now. My book, my apartment, my struggles. I know nothing about you except what I read online. Fair point. I tell her about Columbia, the pressure to perform, the internships at Callaway Finance that felt more like tests than actual work, Timothy's rebellious phase that made Dad threaten to cut him off entirely, the loneliness of having everything except the things that matter. Do you actually want to run the company? She asks. The question catches me off guard. What? Do you want it, or is it just expected? I open my mouth to give the automatic answer. Of course I want it. I've been groomed for it my entire life. But the words don't come. I don't know, I admit. I've never really asked myself that question. Her expression softens slightly. That's sad. Yeah, it is. We fall into easier conversation after that. Lighter topics. She tells me about her hobbies. Apparently she's taken up pottery and rock climbing of all things. I tell her about the charity work I do that nobody knows about because Dad thinks it's a waste of time. 2 hours pass without me noticing. The check comes. I pay without looking at it. Outside, snow started falling. Light, gentle flakes that dust Bella's curls and catch in her eyelashes. She tilts her face up, smiling at the sky. I love winter in the city. Even when it's freezing. Especially then. She looks at me, that smile still playing at her lips. There's something magical about it. The way everything gets quiet under the snow. An idea strikes me. Probably stupid. Definitely crossing a line. I say it anyway. Come ice skating with me. She laughs. Actually laughs, the sound bright and genuine. What? Ice skating? Bryant Park. Right now. I gesture down the street. Come on. When's the last time you did something spontaneous? Spontaneous is how I ended up with a hangover this morning. That's why this is better. No alcohol involved. Just ice and terrible balance and probably public humiliation when I fall on my butt. You ice skate? She sounds skeptical. Badly. Very badly. I grin, which makes it more fun to watch. She studies me for a long moment. I can see the internal debate playing out across her features. The part of her that wants to say no, wants to maintain boundaries, wants to protect herself, and the part that wants to say yes. Now you're pushing it, Calloway. I'm known to do that. The words hang between us. Snow continues to fall, dusting the sidewalk white. People flow around us on their way to brunch, to shopping, to whatever Saturday plans fill their lives. Bella shakes her head, but she's smiling. If I fall and break something, I'll carry you to the emergency room myself. That's not reassuring. Best I can offer. She looks up at the sky again, then back at me. Something shifts in her expression, softens. 1 hour, she says. Deal. We start walking toward Bryant Park, shoulders occasionally brushing in the crowd. The contact sends electricity through me every single time, and I'm hyper-aware of how close she is. How easy it would be to reach out and take her hand. I don't. Keep my hands in my pockets instead. But for the first time since this whole mess started, I'm not thinking about the plan, not calculating my next move or monitoring her reactions for weaknesses to exploit. I'm just here, walking through snow with a woman I used to love. Still love, maybe, if I'm being honest with myself, which is exactly the problem.
Chapter 13. Bella. Bryant Park's ice rink sparkles under afternoon sun, surrounded by bare winter trees and holiday decorations that look like something out of a snow globe. The skyline rises behind it all, glass and steel reaching toward gray clouds. I haven't been ice skating since college, since before Aston. The memory sits uncomfortable in my chest as we approach the rental counter. Size 7, I tell the attendant. Aston orders his own skates, size 13, Jesus, and pays before I can reach for my wallet. I don't argue. Pick my battles and all that. We lace up on a bench near the rink's edge. My fingers fumble with the strings, cold and stiff despite my gloves. Aston finishes before me, reaches over without asking, and tightens my left skate with quick, efficient movements. I can do it myself. I know. He moves to the right skate. Faster this way. The casual intimacy of it makes my stomach flip. His hands on my ankle. The careful way he adjusts the tension. Like we've done this 1,000 times before, instead of being strangers playing at familiarity. I stand. Wobble immediately. Aston catches my elbow, steadying me with one hand. You good? Fantastic. I pull away, take a careful step toward the ice. Just need to remember how this works. It's like riding a bike. I'm terrible at riding bikes. He laughs. That genuine sound I heard earlier, deep and unguarded. Well, this should be interesting. We step onto the ice together. I nearly eat it within 5 seconds. Aston's there before I can fully lose balance. His arm sliding around my waist, solid, warm, holding me upright while I get my bearings. Easy, he murmurs. I've got you. The words do something dangerous to my resolve. I find my center of gravity, push off carefully, testing my muscle memory. It comes back slowly, the glide, the rhythm, the way to shift weight without toppling over like an idiot. Aston skates backward in front of me, hands extended like he's ready to catch me if I fall. Showing off. The bastard's actually good at this, moving with an easy confidence that makes it look effortless. Since when do you ice skate? I demand. Hockey, played in high school. I thought you said you ice skated badly. I'm not making the NHL, that's for sure, he quips, but I can handle myself fine. Show off. We circle the rink once. Twice. I'm getting steadier, my movements less jerky. Other skaters flow around us, couples holding hands, kids shrieking with laughter, a few people who clearly have no idea what they're doing and cling to the walls for dear life. See? Aston skates beside me now, matching my pace. Not so bad. I haven't fallen yet. Give it time. Where's your sense of adventure? I left it in my early 20s, along with my tolerance for bad decisions. He grins. This isn't a bad decision. Jury's still out. We skate in comfortable silence for a while. The cold air stings my cheeks, makes my eyes water slightly. But there's something peaceful about it. The repetitive motion, the scratch of blades on ice, the way the world narrows to just this moment. I'm almost relaxed when a voice calls out across the ice. Aston! We both turn. A younger guy skates toward us with the kind of reckless speed that suggests he's either very skilled or very stupid. Sandy brown hair, warm eyes, a grin that looks familiar in a way that makes my stomach drop. He pulls to a stop in front of us, with a spray of ice shavings. Timmy, Aston's voice goes flat, annoyed. What the hell are you doing here? Timothy, Aston's younger brother. I remember him vaguely. He was barely a teenager back when Aston and I dated. The baby of the Calloway family, always in his older brother's shadow. Spent most of his time partying while Aston stressed about internships and Dad's expectations. Same thing you are, apparently. Timothy's gaze swings to me, his eyes lighting up with recognition. Damn. Bella Malone, the Bella Malone. Author extraordinaire and breaker of hearts. That's me. I can't help the slight laugh that escapes. Nice to see you again, Timothy. Please, Timmy. He executes a little spin on his skates, showing off. Only Aston calls me Timothy when he's pissed at me, which is often. I'm not pissed, Aston says through what sounds like gritted teeth. You look pissed. I'm annoyed. There's a difference. Semantics. Timmy skates a lazy circle around us. So, ice skating. Very romantic. Very rom-com of you both. We're just, I start. Hanging out, Aston finishes. Right, hanging out. Timmy's grin widens. The way exes who wrote best-selling books about each other totally just hang out on a Saturday afternoon at the most romantic ice rink in Manhattan. I want the ice to open up and swallow me whole. Aston looks like he's considering homicide. Don't you have somewhere else to be? He asks. Nope, completely free. Wide open schedule. Timmy extends his arms. In fact, I think I'll join you two. Make it a party. Timmy? Come on, Miss Malone. Can I call you Bella? I'm calling you Bella. You need a buffer, right? Someone to keep my brother from being his usual intense, brooding self. He skates between us, forcing Aston to move aside. I'm excellent at comic relief. Ask anyone. Nobody asked you? Aston mutters, but I'm laughing. Can't help it. There's something about Timmy's chaotic energy that cuts through the tension that's been building all morning. Makes this feel less like a high-stakes emotional minefield and more like fun. You know what? Sure, join us. Aston shoots me a look that could freeze lava. Timmy pumps his fist in victory. Yes, this is gonna be great. Okay, so we need to establish ground rules. First, no heavy conversations about the past. Second, if anyone falls, we all have to laugh, including the person who fell. No crying, please. That'll totally kill the vibe. Third, there are no rules, Aston interrupts, because you're leaving. I'm absolutely not leaving. Timmy loops his arm through mine before I can protest. Bella clearly needs protection from your overwhelming intensity. I'm providing a public service. I don't need protection, I say, but I'm still laughing. Everyone needs protection from Aston when he gets like this. Trust me. Timmy starts skating, pulling me along. So, tell me everything. How's the author life? Are you swimming in money yet? Do you have a mansion? A yacht? None of the above. Disappointing. What's the point of being a best-selling author if you don't get a yacht? I'll make sure to include that in my next contract negotiation. Behind us, Aston mutters something that sounds like a creative string of profanity. We skate like that for 20 minutes, Timmy keeping up a running commentary on everything from the other skaters' fashion choices to his opinions on the best pizza in the city. He's charming in an entirely different way than Aston, lighter, less calculated. Timmy doesn't have anything to prove, and he makes that known. But when he mentions that Aston hasn't shut up about that book for weeks, Aston nearly tackles him into the boards. Okay. Timmy holds up both hands in surrender. Shutting up now, geez. You're the worst, Aston says. You love me. Debatable. I watch the exchange with something warm building in my chest. They bicker like this is routine, like they've had this same argument 1,000 times. There's affection underneath the insults, genuine care beneath the sarcasm. Family? The kind I never had. My phone buzzes in my pocket. I pull it out awkwardly while skating, nearly lose my balance in the process. Monica's name flashes on the screen. I need to take this, I say. Aston and Timmy both stop. Everything okay? Aston asks. It's my agent, probably important. I skate toward the edge, answer as I step off the ice. Monica, hey. Finally, I've been calling you all morning. Sorry, I was busy. Well, get unbusy. We have a virtual meeting in 30 minutes with the publisher. They want to discuss the sequel. My brain short circuits. The what? The sequel. To Winter's Embrace. They're willing to offer a 2-book deal if we can pitch them something solid today. Today, Bella, as in right now. I stare at Aston and Timmy through the rink's plexiglass barrier. They're both watching me, concern clear on their faces. I'm not home. I'm out. I can't. Then get home. Now. This is huge. Career-defining huge. Don't blow it because you decided to play hooky on a Saturday. The line goes dead. I stand there for a second, phone still pressed to my ear, my mind racing. A sequel. A 2-book deal. Everything I've been working toward, and Aston Calloway standing 20 feet away, looking at me like I matter, like he might actually care. I step back onto the ice, skate over to them. I have to go. Emergency meeting with my publisher. Now? Timmy asks. Right now. I'm sorry. I look at Aston. It was good. Thank you. Let me get you a cab. No, I'll be fine. I'm already unlacing my skates with shaking fingers. I just need to go. Aston follows me off the ice. Bella, wait. I can't. I really can't. The skates come off. I shove my boots back on, not bothering to tie them properly. I'll call you, or text, or something. You don't have my number. Right, I don't. He pulls out his phone, rattles off digits I barely register. I type them into my contacts with numb fingers. Got it. Okay, I have to run. I'm halfway across the park when I hear Timmy's voice carry across the ice. Well, that was dramatic. And Aston's response, quieter but still audible. Shut up, Timmy. I don't stop running until I'm in a cab, giving my address to the driver. My heart pounding against my ribs. A sequel. They want a sequel to the book about Aston. The irony isn't lost on me, and I pull out my phone, open my notes app, try to organize my thoughts for the pitch. But all I can see is Aston's face. The way he looked at me on the ice. The careful way he tied my skates. The apology that seemed genuine. Maybe he has changed. Maybe people really can grow up, fix their mistakes, become better versions of themselves. Or maybe I'm just stupid enough to fall for the same tricks twice. My phone buzzes. A text from an unknown number that must be Aston. Good luck with your meeting. You're going to crush it. I stare at the message for the entire cab ride home, and despite everything, despite the history, despite the hurt, despite every rational thought in my head screaming warnings, I'm smiling.
Chapter 14. Aston. The pizza's mediocre at best. Greasy cardboard masquerading as authentic New York slice, but Timmy insisted on this place in Hell's Kitchen because it has character, which apparently means questionable health code violations and fluorescent lighting that makes everyone look vaguely corpse-like. I'm on my third slice anyway because stress eating has become my primary coping mechanism. So, Timmy leans back in the sticky booth, arms crossed. Tell me what happened. I wipe my hands on a napkin that immediately disintegrates. She told me about how her publisher wants a sequel. Her agent called during the skating thing. Right. The skating thing where you looked like a lovesick puppy following her around. Get off. Eloquent as always. He grabs another slice, cheese sliding off in one congealed mass. But seriously, a sequel? To the book where you're the villain? The question hits exactly where it hurts. I've been thinking about it non-stop since Bella ran off 3 days ago. Winter's Embrace is getting a sequel. More Marcus Gallagher. More thinly veiled details about our relationship. More opportunities for her to immortalize every mistake I made. And Dad wants it off the shelves completely. Yeah. I drain my beer. Signal the waiter for another. Book 2. Because apparently one public evisceration of my character wasn't enough. Timmy nearly chokes on his pizza. Has to grab his water, coughing. Damn. Dad's gonna lose his mind. He already wants the first one pulled, and now there's gonna be more world building. I'm aware. Like, expanded universe-level world building. Maybe she'll introduce Marcus's entire family. Give us all names and personalities and tragic backstories. He's grinning now, enjoying this way too much. I wonder if I'm in it. Am I in it? Tell me I'm the cool younger brother who gets all the girls. You're not in it. You don't know that. You haven't read book 2 yet. There is no book 2 yet. She just got offered the deal. Details. He waves his hand dismissively. Point is, Dad's blood pressure medication isn't going to cut it when this drops. He'll need something stronger. Industrial strength. I lean back, cover my face with both hands. Groan into my palms. This is a disaster. The whole plan was to get close to Bella, convince her to pull Winter's Embrace, secure my position as CEO simple. Straightforward. Except now there's a sequel coming, which means more publicity, more attention, more people connecting Marcus to me, which means Dad's gonna push harder for me to shut this down, which means I'm running out of time. You need to do something, Timmy says. I drop my hands. What exactly do you suggest? I don't know. You're the genius business strategist. Figure it out. His expression shifts, gets serious in a way that's rare for him. Please, Aston, you have to fix this. I can't be CEO. I have plans. I scoff despite myself. Like what? Timmy shrugs, picking at his pizza crust. I want to go to Europe. Travel. Actually experience life instead of wasting it in boardrooms all day like you and Dad. The honesty in his voice catches me off guard. My little brother, the perpetual screw-up, has actual dreams that don't involve the family business. Meanwhile, I've spent my entire life preparing for a role I'm not even sure I want. The thought sits heavy in my chest. You're serious. Dead serious. He meets my eyes. I love you, man. You're my brother. But I'm not cut out for this corporate nonsense. Never have been. Dad just won't accept it. So I'm supposed to sacrifice everything so you can backpack through Barcelona? Yes. No hesitation. Because unlike me, you actually give a damn about the company. You care about the legacy and the reputation and all that Calloway dynasty crap. He leans forward. I'm doing you a favor by being honest. Better than pretending I want this and running the whole thing into the ground in 5 years. He's not wrong. Timmy as CEO would be catastrophic. He'd probably turn Callaway Finance into a cryptocurrency startup or some equally ridiculous disaster within months. But that doesn't make this easier. I don't know what to do. The admission tastes bitter. I've been working on Bella for days, and I'm no closer to getting her to pull the book. If anything, we're just... I stopped myself. Just what? Getting closer. Reconnecting. Falling back into old patterns that I swore I'd moved past. Nothing. It's nothing. Nonsense. You like her? Timmy points an accusing finger. You still like her. After all this time, after everything, you're still into her. That's not... Don't even try to deny it. I saw the way you looked at her on that ice rink. Like she was the only person in the entire city. He shakes his head. Man, you've got it bad. I want to argue. Want to insist he's wrong, that this is purely strategic, that my feelings are irrelevant. Can't do it. Because he's right. Sitting here in this trashy pizza joint, thinking about the way Bella laughed when Timmy showed up, the way her eyes lit up when she talked about her book, the way she felt in my arms when I kept her from falling on the ice. I'm in deep. Way deeper than the plan accounts for. It doesn't matter, I say finally. What I feel doesn't change what needs to happen. Which is, I need to convince her to pull Winter's Embrace, or at minimum, convince her not to publish the sequel. I grab my fresh beer, take a long drink, before Dad completely loses it and cuts me out of the CEO position entirely. And how do you plan to do that? Ask nicely? Because I gotta tell you, after reading that book, I don't think Bella's in a doing favors for Aston kind of mood. That's the problem. Every interaction I have with her, I'm supposed to be working an angle, building trust so I can exploit it later, getting close so I can manipulate her into destroying her own success. But the manipulation's getting harder by the day, because my feelings for her are seeping through the cracks in my carefully constructed plan. Every conversation, every laugh, every moment of genuine connection makes the endgame feel more impossible. Makes me feel like the villain Marcus actually is. I'll figure it out. The words sound hollow even to me. Timmy studies me across the table. You know what your problem is? I'm sure you're about to tell me. Your problem is you're trying to have it both ways. You want to be the good guy who fixes past mistakes and also the corporate shark who protects the family business. He finishes his beer. Pick a lane, man. Because right now you're just driving down the middle of the road waiting to get hit by traffic from both directions. The accuracy of the observation makes me want to fling my baby brother through the window. My phone buzzes. Text from Dad. Status update. Now. Perfect timing. I type back. Making progress. Need more time. His response is instant. February deadline stands. Fix this or Timothy becomes CEO. I stare at the screen, jaw clenched. 2 months. Scratch that. Less than 2 months now to either convince Bella to sabotage her own career or watch everything I've worked for go to my brother, who just admitted he wants to quit and go to Europe. Let me guess, Timmy says. Dad? Yeah. Wants an update on Operation Destroy Bella's Dreams? Something like that. He signals for the check. You're screwed, you know that? Very aware. We pay. I pay. Because Timmy's perpetually broke despite the trust fund, and head out into the cold. Night's fallen while we were inside. The city lit up in that particular way that only happens in winter. Holiday lights everywhere, windows glowing warm against the dark. Timmy stops on the sidewalk. For what it's worth, I think you should tell her. Tell her what? The truth. About Dad's ultimatum. About why you really showed up at her party. He shoves his hands in his pockets. Give her the choice instead of making it for her. That's terrible advice. Probably, but it's honest. He starts walking backward, grinning. And honesty seems to be working better for you than whatever Machiavellian nonsense you've been trying. He's gone before I can respond, disappearing into the crowd with a wave. I stand there on the sidewalk, surrounded by Saturday night chaos. Tell her the truth. The suggestion is insane. Suicidal. Everything I've built over the last week would crumble instantly. She'd never speak to me again. I'd lose any chance of fixing this situation. But Timmy's right about one thing. The current plan isn't working. I'm supposed to be ramping up efforts to get on Bella's good side, building trust, creating leverage. Instead, I'm having genuine conversations, actual fun, real moments that have nothing to do with strategy, and my true feelings for her are breaking through every defense I've constructed. I pull out my phone, stare at her contact, could text her, ask to see her again, keep playing the game. Or I could be honest, lay everything out, risk complete failure for the possibility of something real. My thumb hovers over the screen. 3 days since the ice rink. 3 days of radio silence while she works on her sequel pitch. 3 days of me overthinking every interaction, every word, every look. 3 days of realizing that no matter what happens with Dad's ultimatum, I don't want to be the person who destroys her dreams, even if it costs me everything. I type out a message. Dinner tomorrow? My treat. No ambushes from Timmy, I promise. Send it before I can second guess. The response comes faster than expected. Only if you promise to stop looking at me like you're planning something. I laugh despite myself. Type back. Can't promise that. But I can promise to tell you what I'm planning. That's either very honest or very stupid. Probably both. 7 p.m., I'll pick you up. A long pause. Then, fine. But I'm choosing the restaurant this time, somewhere you can't just throw money at the problem. Deal. I pocket my phone, start walking toward the subway. Tomorrow night, I'm either going to fix this mess or blow up my entire life. Possibly both. But standing here in the cold, thinking about the way Bella smiled when I caught her on the ice, the way her eyes lit up talking about her book, the way she looked at me like maybe, just maybe, I wasn't the villain she wrote about. I'm realizing the plan was doomed from the start. Because you can't manipulate someone you're falling in love with all over again. Not without destroying yourself in the process.
Chapter 15. Bella. I change outfits 4 times before settling on dark jeans and a burgundy sweater that Simone once said, makes your skin glow. Not that I care what Aston thinks. This isn't about impressing him. Except I'm also wearing the gold hoops he complimented years ago, and I've done my makeup twice because the first attempt looked too try-hard, so maybe I care a little. My phone buzzes at 6:55. A text. Downstairs whenever you're ready. Early? Of course he's early. I grab my coat, do one final check in the mirror, and head down. He's leaning against a sleek black car, not a cab naturally, wearing dark slacks and a charcoal sweater under his coat. The streetlight catches his profile, all sharp angles and that infuriating confidence. When he sees me, his expression shifts, softens. You look beautiful. Don't, but I'm smiling despite myself. Where are we going? You said you're picking the restaurant. Right. I'd forgotten. There's a Thai place in the East Village. Nothing fancy. Cash only. No reservations. His eyebrows climb. You're really making me work for this. That's the idea. The drive takes 20 minutes through weekend traffic. Aston keeps glancing at me like he wants to say something, but can't figure out how to start. I pretend to be fascinated by the passing storefronts. The restaurant's exactly what I promised. Tiny, packed, with mismatched chairs and Christmas lights strung haphazardly across the ceiling. The kind of place where you write your name on a list and wait your turn like everyone else. Aston surveys the scene with a barely concealed amusement. This is perfect. You hate it. I absolutely love it. He heads to the hostess stand, adds our names to the list. 45-minute wait. We squeeze into the small waiting area near the door. Someone's elbow jabs my ribs. A couple argues loudly right in the corner about whether to leave and go somewhere else. The smell of garlic and chili paste fills the air, making my stomach growl. Tell me about the meeting, Aston says, with your publisher. The memory makes my chest tighten with excitement. They want 2 more books, same universe, different characters, but with Marcus making appearances. His expression flickers. Something that might be concern crosses his features before he locks it down. That's incredible. Congratulations. Thanks. Monica's negotiating the contract now. If everything goes well, I'll be signing by January. And the book tour? You mentioned that at brunch. March through April, 12 cities. I can't keep the pride out of my voice. New York, Boston, Chicago, Louisiana, Seattle, all the major markets. My publisher's really investing in this. You deserve it. His voice carries genuine warmth. You worked so hard for this, Bella. Every bit of success coming your way, you earned it. The compliment catches me off guard, makes something warm bloom in my chest that I'm not ready to examine. It's surreal, I admit. Never thought I'd be planning a national tour and negotiating a multi-book deal. How does it feel? Terrifying, amazing. Like I'm waiting for someone to realize I'm faking it and take it all away. He leans against the wall, close enough that I can smell his cologne. You're not faking anything. You're a talented writer who created something people connect with. That's real. Before I can respond, I'm saved by a bell and the hostess holding 2 menus. Malone, party of 2. We're led to a corner table barely big enough for our plates. The chairs wobble, the menus laminated and sticky. Absolutely nothing about this screams Callaway Finance heir. Aston looks completely at ease. We order. Pad Thai for me, drunken noodles for him, spring rolls to share. The waiter brings water in plastic cups and disappears into the kitchen chaos. This is nice. Aston settles back in his chair, which creaks ominously. Different from places I usually go. Where do you usually go? Let me guess. Michelin-starred restaurants where they serve 3 molecules of food on a giant plate? Sometimes, when Dad's involved. He grins. Mostly I grab takeout and eat at my desk. That's depressing. That's reality when you're trying to prove you deserve a CEO position you were basically born into. The honesty surprises me. Do you? Deserve it? He considers the question, actually thinks about it instead of giving some rehearsed answer. I've worked for it, put in the hours, made the deals, built the relationships. Whether that's the same as deserving it. He shrugs. Jury's still out. The food arrives fast, steaming plates of noodles and vegetables that make my mouth water. I grab my fork, dig in, and immediately knock over my water glass. The plastic cup tips, sending ice water cascading across the table, straight toward Aston's plate. Damn! I lunge for napkins, trying to stem the flood. I'm so sorry? He's already moving, lifting his plate out of danger, laughing. Actually laughing, deep and genuine. It's fine. It's just water. It's all over the table. Good thing we're not at one of those molecular gastronomy places. The servers would be horrified. I'm mopping up water with every napkin in reach, body burning with embarrassment. Of course I'd do something clumsy. Of course I'd spill my drink all over our tiny table like some kind of disaster. Aston flags down a waiter, requests more napkins, helps clean up without making it a big deal. Within minutes, the crisis is contained. Fresh napkins line the table. My face still feels hot, but Aston's moved on completely, already talking about something else. Tell me about the sequel, he says. What's the story? I pause mid-bite. You really want to know? I really want to know. So I tell him about the new protagonist, Marcus's sister, who's dealing with her own complicated romance. How Marcus appears as a supporting character, older and more mature. How I'm planning to explore what happens after the happily ever after falls apart. Aston listens with complete focus, asks questions that prove he's actually paying attention, gets excited when I describe a particular plot twist I'm planning. "That's brilliant," he says. "You're subverting the romance genre expectations while still honoring them. That's exactly what made Winter's Embrace work." "You've really thought about this." "I told you. I read the whole thing. Multiple times." His expression goes slightly sheepish. "May have analyzed it more than necessary." "Why?" The question sits between us. Heavy, loaded with implications neither of us is ready to address. "Because it mattered." His voice drops lower. "Because you wrote it, which means it really matters." My heart does that complicated thing again, that dangerous flutter that means I'm starting to care more than I should. The waiter brings our spring rolls. We eat in companionable silence for a few minutes, the restaurant's noise filling the gaps in conversation. "Can I ask you something?" Aston sets down his fork. "And I want an honest answer." That sounds ominous. When you wrote Marcus, when you were creating his character, did you hate me? Or did you just hate who I was back then? The question catches me completely off guard. I could lie, could say I hated him entirely, that writing the book was pure catharsis for how much he hurt me. But something about the vulnerability in his eyes makes me honest. Neither, I admit. I wrote Marcus because I needed to understand what happened between us, why you chose your father over me, why I wasn't enough. I pick at my spring roll. The hate came later. After the rejections, after the rewrites, after I'd worked through enough therapy to realize I deserved better. You did deserve better. I know that now. I'm glad. He reaches across the table, stops himself before touching my hand. I'm glad you figured that out, even if it meant writing me as the villain. You weren't all villain? His eyebrows raise. No? Marcus has good qualities, too. He's charming, intelligent, capable of genuine emotion when he lets his guard down. I meet his eyes. Just like you were. Just like you probably still are. The air between us shifts, charges with something electric. Aston's gaze drops to my mouth for just a second before returning to my eyes. Bella, my phone buzzes. I ignore it. It buzzes again and again. Sorry, I pull it out. 3 texts from Monica, each more urgent than the last. My agent, she probably has contract updates. I skim the messages. My stomach drops. What's wrong? Aston leans forward, concern clear on his face. The publisher wants to move up the timeline. They want the sequel draft by June instead of September. I stare at my phone, mind racing. That's 3 months earlier than we discussed. Can you do it? I don't know. Maybe. If I write full-time and don't sleep, or have a social life, or... I stop myself. Look up at him. Sorry, you probably don't want to hear about my work stress. I absolutely want to hear about it. His voice is firm. This matters to you, which means it matters. There's that phrase again. It matters because it's you. Something warm spreads through my chest despite the contract panic. We finish dinner. Aston pays, cash since that's all they take, and we step out into the cold night. Snow's fallen again, light flakes that dust the sidewalks white. Walk with me? He asks. I should say no. Should get in a cab and go home and start outlining my sequel so I can meet this impossible deadline. But when he offers his arm, I take it. We walk through the East Village. past vintage shops and late-night diners, and bars spilling music onto the street. Our breath fogs in the air. My hand rests in the crook of his elbow, and neither of us mentions how familiar this feels. How right. Thank you, I say after a while. For tonight, for listening about my career stuff without making it weird. Why would I make it weird? Because you're you. Because in the book, Marcus is threatened by the protagonist's success. Because I stop walking, look up at him. Because I keep waiting for you to reveal why you're really here. Something flashes across his expression. Guilt, maybe, or regret. Then it's gone, replaced by that careful mask he wears so well. What if I'm here because I want to be? His voice is quiet, earnest. What if there's no ulterior motive, no hidden agenda? What if I just missed you and wanted a chance to be part of your life again? Then I'd say you're either lying or you've changed more than I thought possible. Maybe both. We're standing under a streetlight, snow falling around us like we're trapped in one of those tacky snow globes tourists buy. His face is inches from mine, his blue eyes searching my expression for something I'm not sure I can give. Bella. My name sounds different in his voice. Softer. More vulnerable. I know I don't deserve a second chance. I know what I did 8 years ago was unforgivable. But I'm asking anyway. For what? For the chance to prove I'm not Marcus, that I can be better, that He stops himself, jaw clenching like he's physically holding back words. That you what? Instead of answering, he leans in. The kiss is gentle, tentative. His lips brush against mine with a softness that makes my breath catch. One hand comes up to cup my face, thumb stroking my cheek while snowflakes melt between us. I should pull away, should remind him that this is a terrible idea, that we have history, that he hurt me, that I wrote an entire book about how he destroyed me. Instead, I kiss him back. My hands find the front of his coat, gripping the fabric to pull him closer. The kiss deepens, becomes something more urgent. His other arm wraps around my waist, holding me against him, while the world fades to nothing but this moment. When we finally break apart, we're both breathing hard. I shouldn't have done that, he says. Probably not. Are you angry? I search my feelings, find surprise, confusion, want, but not anger. No, I admit, I'm not angry. His expression does something complicated. Relief mixed with something that looks like fear. I should get you home. He brings me back to his car. We ride in silence, my hand somehow finding his while he maneuvers through the dark streets. When we reach my building, he walks me to the door. Bella. He stops me before I can go inside. I need you to know that I'm happy for you, despite everything. I press my lips into a thin line, offering a nod. As I grab my keys, I hesitate. I don't want to leave him like this. Can't do it. Not after everything that happened. Do you want to come inside? I ask in a small voice, as if it scares me to even ask, which would be accurate. Aston nods. I'd love that.
Chapter 16. Aston. Her apartment's warmer than I remember. Or maybe that's just the heat building under my skin as I watch Bella shrug out of her coat, toss it over the back of her desk chair. Hot chocolate? She asks, already moving toward the kitchen. Sure. I settle onto the couch while she bustles around the tiny kitchen. The domesticity of it hits me sideways. Bella making us drinks, me sitting in her space like this is normal. Like we do this all the time instead of being two people who haven't shared the same room in 8 years. She returns with 2 mugs, hands me one, the ceramics warm against my palms. It's the good stuff, none of that packet garbage. I take a sip. Rich dark chocolate with a hint of cinnamon. This is perfect. She curls into the opposite end of the couch, tucking her legs under her. Grabs the remote and flips on the TV, some cooking competition show playing at low volume. Background noise more than actual entertainment. We drink in comfortable silence. My body's hyper-aware of every detail. The way her sweater slips off one shoulder, the curve of her neck, how close she is despite the careful distance between us. Cold? I ask when she shivers slightly. Little bit. The heat in this building's a joke. Come here. The invitation hangs between us. I watch her internal debate play out across her features. Caution warring with want. Want wins. She shifts closer, settles against my side. Her head drops to my shoulder, fitting there like no time has passed at all. Like her body remembers mine despite everything. I wrap my arm around her, pull her closer. This okay? My voice comes out rougher than intended. Yeah. Soft. Breathless. It's okay. We watch the TV without really seeing it. Some chefs getting eliminated, the judges delivering feedback that barely registers. All my focus narrows to Bella pressed against me. The way she smells, the warmth of her body bleeding through layers of clothing. She tilts her head up, looks at me. I look back. The kiss happens without conscious decision. 1 second we're watching TV, the next my mouth's on hers, and she's making this small sound in the back of her throat that shoots straight through me.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Bella traces patterns on my chest, idle touches that make goosebumps rise on my skin. Stay. Her voice is quiet, vulnerable. Tonight, stay with me. I'm not going anywhere. She shifts slightly, looking up at me. I mean it, Aston. Don't disappear in the morning. Don't make this into something that gets complicated and weird. I won't. I cup her face, thumb stroking her cheek. I promise. She studies my expression for a long moment, searching for the lie. I don't give her one. Finally, she settles back against my chest. Her breathing gradually evens out, body relaxing into sleep. I stare at the ceiling, holding her. My phone's somewhere in my pants pocket on the floor. Probably has a dozen texts from Dad, Timothy, or someone else involved in the tangled web of expectations and obligations that define my life. But for the first time in 8 years, I don't care. The plan's completely screwed. I was supposed to get close to Bella, earn her trust, convince her to pull the book. Strategic, calculated. Instead, I just had reckless, desperate sex with her while a cooking show played in the other room. And I'd do it again in a heartbeat. My hand moves unconsciously, stroking her hair while she sleeps. The motion's soothing, automatic. Like my body remembers doing this thousands of times before. I'm completely doomed.
Chapter 17. Bella. Morning light filters through my curtains, turning everything soft and golden. I wake slowly, consciousness dragging me up from the depths of the best sleep I've had in months. Warm. I'm so warm. The realization hits before I open my eyes. There's an arm around my waist, a solid muscular body pressed against my back, steady breathing that tickles the nape of my neck. Aston. Oh God. The memories flood back in vivid detail. His hands on my skin, The way he made me come twice. The desperate, frantic way we tore each other's clothes off like we'd die if we didn't touch immediately. Heat floods my body. Not embarrassment exactly, more like the physical memory of everything we did. I should feel regret, should be panicking about the complications this creates. Instead, I just feel satisfied, content, like my body finally got what it's been craving since he walked back into my life. Dangerous thoughts. I shift slightly, testing if he's awake. His arm tightens around me in response, pulling me closer against his chest. Morning, he murmurs against my hair, voice rough with sleep. Hey. We lie there for a moment, neither of us moving. His thumb traces idle circles on my stomach, the touch intimate and casual all at once. My phone buzzes from somewhere on the floor, once, twice, 3 times in rapid succession. Ignore it, Aston says. Can't. Might be important. I reluctantly extract myself from his warmth, stumble naked across the room to where my jeans landed last night. Dig the phone out of the pocket. My phone's not the one ringing, to my surprise. Near my foot, I feel vibrations. It doesn't take long to find Aston's phone, which has been blown up by Timothy's frantic texts. They start coherent. Bro, where are you? Dad's losing his mind. Aston, seriously answer your phone. Then devolve into chaos. If you're with Bella right now, I'm gonna kill you. You're supposed to be working, not working her. Call me, now. The final one, sent an hour ago. Dad knows you skipped the morning meeting. He's furious. And guess who has to pay for that, dummy? Me. You're messing up my Europe plans, you jerk. I turn to find Aston sitting up in bed, sheets pulled around his waist. His hair's a mess, sticking up at odd angles. He looks unfairly good for someone who just woke up. Your brother's been texting you. I hold up his phone. A lot. His expression shudders immediately. Damn. Also your dad, apparently. He runs a hand through his hair, making it worse. What time is it? 9:30. Double trash. He reaches for his pants, starts pulling them on with hurried movements. I had a meeting at 8. Important one, with the dad and the board. You skipped it? He pauses, one leg in his jeans looking at me. Yeah, I did. The admission hangs between us. Aston Calloway doesn't blow off his father, doesn't prioritize anything over the family business, except apparently he just did. For me. The realization makes something warm and terrifying bloom in my chest. I should make breakfast, I say, because I need to do something with my hands before I say or do something stupid. Like ask what this means. Like demand to know if last night was just sex or something more. You don't have to. I want to. I'm already pulling on his discarded Henley from last night because it's closer than finding my own clothes. It falls to mid-thigh. The fabric soft and smelling like him. Scrambled eggs okay? His eyes track over me, wearing his shirt. Something heated flashes across his expression before he locks it down. Perfect. I escape to the kitchen while he finishes getting dressed. Grab eggs from the fridge, bread for toast. Cheese because scrambled eggs without cheese is a crime. My hand shakes slightly as I crack eggs into a bowl. This is fine. Everything's fine. We're 2 adults who had consensual sex. Now we're having breakfast like normal people do after staying the night. Except nothing about this feels normal. I'm whisking eggs when strong arms wrap around me from behind. Aston's chin settles on my shoulder, his body warm and solid against my back. Thank you, he says quietly. For what? I haven't even cooked them yet. For last night. For this morning. For not kicking me out immediately. I turn in his arms, look up at him. Did you think I would? Wasn't sure what to expect. His thumb traces my jaw. You have every right to regret this. To tell me it was a mistake. Do you regret it? Not for a second. The honesty in his voice makes my chest tight. I should ask what this means, where we go from here, if last night changed anything, or if we're just two people who fell into bed because the chemistry was too strong to resist. Instead, I kiss him, soft and brief. Eggs are gonna burn if I don't focus, I murmur against his mouth. He releases me with visible reluctance, settling onto one of my 2 kitchen stools while I cook. The space is cramped enough that his knees brush my legs every time I move. His phone starts ringing, loud and insistent. He pulls it out, looks at the screen, grimaces. Timothy. You should answer? Probably. But he declines the call, sets the phone face down on the counter. It immediately starts ringing again. I plate the eggs, add toast, slide his portion across the small counter. He's not gonna stop. I know. Aston stares at his phone like it personally offended him. Just not ready to deal with reality yet. The admission makes me pause mid-bite. Not ready for reality. Meaning this, us, breakfast, whatever happened last night, exists in some kind of bubble outside his actual life. The warmth in my chest cools slightly. You should call him back. My voice comes out more neutral than I feel. Before your dad sends a search party. Bella. I'm serious. I force myself to meet his eyes. You can't just ignore your family because we slept together. It wasn't just sleeping together. The words hang in the air between us. My heart does that dangerous flutter thing again. Then what was it? He opens his mouth, closes it, struggles to find words that clearly don't come easy. His phone rings a 3rd time. This time it's a different name on the screen. Ignatius Calloway, his father. Aston's jaw clenches. He declines it too. Immediately a text comes through. I can see it from where I'm standing, the preview lighting up his screen. Pick up your phone or I'm cutting you off entirely. This is your last warning. Jesus. I set down my fork. Aston, you need to answer that. I need to finish breakfast with you. Your dad just threatened to cut you off. Let him. But there's tension in his voice now. Stress bleeding through the casual facade. Don't be stupid. Call him back. Deal with whatever meeting you missed. I stand, start clearing plates even though we're not done eating. I'll be fine. I have work to do anyway. Bella, stop. He catches my wrist, gentle but firm. Look at me. I do, reluctantly. His blue eyes search my face, intense and focused entirely on me despite his phone buzzing with increasingly urgent messages. Last night mattered, he says. This morning matters. You matter more than whatever nonsense my father's pissed about. That's easy to say when you're here, but when you leave... I'll come back. His grip on my wrist tightens slightly. I promise. This isn't me running away again. I want to believe him. God, I want to believe him so badly it physically hurts. But I've been here before. 8 years ago, standing in a different apartment, watching Aston choose his father's expectations over me. Watching him walk away because being with me was too complicated, too risky, too threatening to the perfect future he had planned. You should go, I hear myself say. Deal with your family. We can talk later. Disappointment flashes across his features. Is that what you want? No, I want him to stay. Want to pretend the outside world doesn't exist. Want to live in this bubble where it's just us and scrambled eggs and the memory of his hands on my skin. But that's not reality. What I want doesn't matter. I pull my wrist free, put distance between us. You have responsibilities, a life, A CEO position you're supposed to be earning. You can't just throw that away because we had sex. It wasn't. He stops himself. Exhales hard. Fine, I'll go. But we're not done with this conversation. He stands, grabs his sweater from where it landed near the couch, pulls it on with jerky, frustrated movements. I watch from the kitchen, arms crossed over my chest. Over his Henley that I'm still wearing like some kind of idiot. At the door, he pauses, turns back. Tonight, dinner. Let me take you somewhere and we can actually talk about what this is. Aston, please. The single word carries weight. Vulnerability. Give me one more chance to prove I'm not running. Against every ounce of self-preservation I possess, I nod. 7 p.m. I'll pick you up. Then he's gone. The door clicks shut behind him, leaving me alone in my apartment with cold eggs and the lingering scent of his cologne on borrowed clothes. My phone buzzes. Simone. Emergency brunch, now. I don't care what you're doing. We need to talk. I text back. Give me an hour. Walk to the bathroom. Stare at my reflection in the mirror. My hair's a disaster. My lips are still slightly swollen from kissing. I'm wearing Aston's shirt, which hangs off one shoulder and smells like him. I look thoroughly ravaged, and despite everything, I'm smiling. You're an idiot, I tell my reflection. My reflection doesn't disagree.
Chapter 18. Aston. The executive boardroom feels like a mausoleum. Dad sits at the head of the table in his usual power position, spine rigid, face carved from stone. Timothy slouches 3 seats down, trying to disappear into the leather chair. He catches my eye, mouths, "Good luck," before looking away. I drop into the chair opposite Dad. Don't apologize for being late. Don't offer excuses. You're 2 hours late. Dad's voice could freeze nitrogen. Care to explain? Overslept. His jaw tightens. You overslept. That's what I said. You missed a board meeting where we were discussing the quarterly projections, where I was planning to formally announce your transition into the CEO role. He leans forward, hands clasped on the mahogany table. And you overslept. Guilt twists in my gut. I shove it down. I'll review the minutes later. Catch up on what I missed. That's not the point. Dad's voice rises slightly, the only outward sign of his fury. The point is that you're supposed to be proving yourself capable of running this company. Instead, you're acting like Timothy. Hey! Timothy protests weakly. Dad doesn't even glance at him. Well, what's your excuse? And don't tell me you overslept again. The honest answer would be, I was too busy screwing Bella Malone to care about your goddamn board meeting. The satisfaction on her face when she came was worth every minute of your disappointment. I go with the diplomatic version. I got distracted. By what? Personal matters. Personal matters. He repeats it slowly like I'm speaking a foreign language. Aston, you don't have personal matters. Not while you're preparing to take over Callaway Finance. The assumption in his voice that my entire existence should revolve around the company makes anger flare hot in my chest. Maybe I should have personal matters. Maybe I'm allowed a life outside this office. Watch your language. I'm 27 years old. I'll use whatever language I want. The silence that follows is deafening. Timothy shifts uncomfortably. Maybe we should all take a breath. Stay out of this, Timothy, Dad snaps. No. I lean back, crossing my arms. Let him talk. He's part of this too. He's part of nothing, Dad says coldly. Timothy has made it abundantly clear he has no interest in this company. No discipline, no ambition, no sense of responsibility. That's not fair, Timothy starts. It's entirely fair. You've spent the last 5 years partying your way through Europe while your brother worked himself to exhaustion building this empire. I didn't ask him to. Both of you be quiet. Dad's palm hits the table. Not loud, but commanding enough that we both shut up. We're not here to discuss Timothy's failures. We're here to discuss yours, Aston. My failures. My voice comes out flat. What exactly have I failed at? Where do I start? He stands, paces to the windows. Classic intimidation tactic, makes himself the focal point, forces us to watch him. You were supposed to convince Bella Malone to pull her book from shelves. Instead, she's negotiating a sequel deal. You were supposed to be managing our reputation. Instead, you're skipping crucial meetings and showing up looking like you rolled out of someone's bed. Heat crawls up my neck. My personal life is my business. Not when it affects mine. He turns, pinning me with a look that could shatter glass. That book is destroying our family's reputation. Every day it stays on shelves, we lose credibility. Investors are asking questions. Board members are concerned about your judgment. The book's fiction. Fiction based on reality. Everyone knows Marcus Gallagher is you. He crosses his arms. And now there's going to be a sequel. More details about your failed relationship. More ammunition for our competitors to use against us. So what do you want me to do? Break into bookstores and burn every copy? I want you to do what I asked weeks ago. His voice drops dangerously low. Get close to her. Earn her trust. Convince her that pulling the book is in her best interest. The plan. Right. The manipulation I've been half-assing for days because I got too caught up in genuine feelings. I'm working on it, I say carefully. Are you? Dad's eyebrows climb. Because from where I'm standing, you're doing the opposite. You're spending time with her, taking her to dinner, ice skating. He says it like I committed murder. That's not working toward our goal. That's you reliving your college romance at the expense of this company. How the hell do you know about... I stop. Look at Timothy. He holds up both hands. Don't look at me. I didn't say anything. Then how? I have eyes everywhere, Aston, including on you. Dad returns to his seat, smooths his tie. Did you really think I'd let you handle this without oversight? Surveillance. He's been having me followed. The violation makes my blood boil. You had someone tail me? I had someone ensure you were doing what you promised. That's messed up. That's business. Zero remorse in his voice. And based on the reports I've received, you're failing spectacularly. Timothy clears his throat. Dad, maybe Aston has a different strategy. Timothy, if you can't contribute anything useful, leave. No, I turn to my brother. What were you going to say? He glances between us, clearly weighing whether speaking up is worth the fallout. I was going to say that maybe building a genuine relationship with Bella is smarter than trying to manipulate her. She's not stupid. She'll see through any obvious tactics. Exactly, I say before Dad can interrupt. Bella's intelligent, successful, and she knows exactly who I am. If I come at this with obvious manipulation, she'll shut me down immediately. Dad's expression hardens. So your strategy is what? Date her until she magically decides to sabotage her own career? My strategy is earning her trust genuinely, so when I do ask her to consider pulling the book, she actually listens instead of telling me to get off. Except you're not progressing toward that goal. You're regressing. He pulls out his phone, scrolls through something. According to my sources, you spent last night at her apartment. Left this morning looking thoroughly satisfied. Fury explodes in my chest. You had someone watching her building? I had someone watching you. That's the same thing. Is it? His voice stays maddeningly calm. Because from my perspective, I'm trying to protect this family's interests while you're thinking with your stick instead of your brain. Jesus Christ, Dad! Don't. He holds up one hand. Don't stand there and pretend you're handling this professionally when you're clearly emotionally compromised. The accusation stings because it's true. I am compromised. Have been since the moment I saw Bella at that party, looking gorgeous and successful, and like everything I've ever wanted in a woman. Every conversation, every touch, every moment we've shared has pulled me further from the plan and closer to something real. I know what I'm doing. I say, even though it's a lie. Do you? Dad leans back. Then tell me, what's your endgame here? You get her to fall for you again, then break her heart a second time by asking her to destroy her book? Put like that, it sounds exactly as horrible as it is. Or, he continues, you actually develop real feelings, refuse to follow through, and lose everything I've built for you. Maybe it's not that black and white. Everything is black and white in business, Aston. You either deliver results, or you fail. He straightens his cufflinks, casual, like we're discussing stock prices instead of my entire future. And right now, you're failing. Timothy shifts forward. He's doing his best. His best isn't good enough. Dad's gaze swings to my brother. Which brings me to my next point. If Aston can't handle this situation, I'm prepared to name you CEO instead, Timothy. Timothy goes pale. What? No, that's not... I don't want... One is irrelevant. One of you will take over Callaway Finance. If Aston proves incapable, the responsibility falls to you. That's not fair, I say. Timothy has plans. He wants to travel, live his own life. Then he should have thought of that before being born into this family. Dad stands, signaling the meeting's end. You both have responsibilities whether you like them or not. Dad, please, Timothy starts. Enough. The single word cuts through everything. Aston, you have until February 1st to fix this mess. Get Bella to pull the book, or at minimum, prevent the sequel from being published. And if I can't, then Timothy becomes CEO, and you'll be reassigned to a junior position where you can't cause any more damage. The ultimatum lands like a physical blow. Everything I've worked for, every sacrifice, every late night and missed opportunity, all of it gone if I can't convince Bella to destroy her own success. You can't be serious. I'm completely serious. Dad gathers his papers, slides them into his briefcase. This family's reputation is on the line. I won't let your personal feelings jeopardize everything we've built. He leaves without another word. The door clicks shut with a finality that echoes through the boardroom. Timothy and I sit in silence. Well, he finally says, that went great. Shut up. I'm serious, Aston. What the hell are you gonna do? I drop my head into my hands, stare at the polished table surface. What am I going to do? The plan's completely doomed. I've spent weeks getting close to Bella, building something genuine, falling for her all over again. And now I'm supposed to use that connection to destroy the thing she's most proud of. I don't know, I admit. Timothy moves to the chair beside me. You could tell her the truth. About Dad's ultimatum? About everything. He shrugs. Maybe she'd understand. Maybe she'd even help figure out a solution. Or she'd tell me to go to hell and never speak to me again. Possible. Probably likely, actually. He nudges my shoulder. But at least you'd be honest. At least you wouldn't be playing games. The suggestion sits heavy between us. Tell Bella the truth. Admit that I approached her with ulterior motives. That every moment we've shared has been tainted by this agenda hanging over my head. The thought makes me want to punch something. Because despite the manipulation, despite the plan, my feelings for her are real. Last night was real. This morning was real. But how do I prove that when the foundation is built on lies? I'm screwed either way, I say quietly. Pretty much. Timothy stands. For what it's worth, I think you should choose her. I look up. What? Choose Bella. Tell Dad to shove his CEO position up his buttocks and choose the girl. His expression goes serious. You've been miserable for 8 years. Driven yourself crazy trying to earn Dad's approval. Maybe it's time to admit that's a losing battle. And throw away everything I've worked for? What have you worked for, really? He gestures around the empty boardroom. This? Endless meetings and corporate politics. A position you'll spend the rest of your life trying to maintain while Dad criticizes every decision? Put like that, it sounds pretty bleak. It's the family business. It's Dad's prison, and he's trying to lock you in here with him. Timothy heads for the door, pauses with his hand on the handle. Don't let him, Aston. You deserve better than this. Then he's gone too, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the impossible choice ahead. My phone buzzes. A text from Bella. Still on for tonight? I stare at the message. Tonight, dinner, where I'm supposed to take the next step in this manipulation. Start laying groundwork for asking her to pull the book. My thumbs hover over the keyboard. I could cancel, could put distance between us, could stick to the plan and maintain whatever professional boundaries still exist. Instead, I type, absolutely, can't wait to see you. Send it before I can second guess. Her response comes immediately. Me too. Two simple words that shouldn't make my chest tight, but do anyway. I'm falling for her. Again. Still. Despite knowing it's a terrible idea, despite the plan, despite everything. I have no clue what to do about it.
Chapter 19. Bella. The restaurant Aston chooses is different from our usual spots. No white tablecloths or pretentious wine lists. Instead, it's a cozy Italian place in Brooklyn with checkered floors and candles dripping wax onto Chianti bottles. He greets me at the door with a kiss that lingers just long enough to make my stomach flip. You look incredible. Thanks. I smooth down my dress and adjust my winter coat. Nothing fancy, but his eyes track over me like I'm wearing haute couture. We're seated in a corner booth, just enough privacy to feel intimate without being completely isolated. He orders wine. I order water because I need to keep my head clear for whatever conversation we're about to have. But Aston seems off, not in an obvious way. He smiles at the right moments, asks about my day, listens when I talk about the sequel outline I've been working on. But there's tension in his shoulders that wasn't there this morning, something weighing on him that he's trying to hide. You okay? I ask when we're halfway through appetizers. Yeah, why? You seem distracted. He takes a long sip of wine. Just work stuff, nothing important. The meeting you missed this morning. Among other things. He sets down his glass, meets my eyes. But I don't want to talk about work. I want to talk about us. My heart does that dangerous flutter. What about us? Last night wasn't casual for me. His voice drops lower, intimate in the dim lighting. I need you to know that. Okay? Okay? He leans forward slightly. That's all you're gonna say? What do you want me to say, Aston? That I'm falling for you again? That waking up in your arms felt right in a way nothing has in 8 years? The words tumble out before I can stop them. Because that terrifies me. Something raw crosses his expression. It terrifies me too. We stare at each other across the table while our food goes cold. I spent 8 years getting over you, I continue. Building a life that didn't revolve around someone who chose everything else over me. And now you're back and I stop, regroup. I don't know what we're doing here. Neither do I. His honesty catches me off guard. I just know that being with you is the best thing that's happened to me in years. That when I'm with you, everything else fades away. The pressure, the expectations, all of it just stops mattering. But it does matter. Your family, your career, your future, all of that's real. All of that exists whether we want it to or not. I know. He reaches across the table, takes my hand, his thumb strokes across my knuckles. But so is this. What we have, what we're building, that's real too. I want to believe him, want to surrender to the warmth in his voice and the way he's looking at me like I'm the only person in the entire restaurant. But there's still that tension in his shoulders, that distraction that keeps pulling him away even while he's sitting right here. What aren't you telling me? The question comes out quiet but firm. He blinks. What? There's something going on, something you're not saying. I pull my hand back, cross my arms. I can feel it. Bella, don't lie to me, Aston. Not after last night. Not after this morning. If there's something you're hiding, I need to know now. For a moment, he looks like he might actually tell me. His mouth opens. His jaw works like he's trying to form words that won't come. Then he shakes his head. It's nothing, just family politics. My dad being his usual controlling self. It's not the whole truth. I can tell by the way he won't quite meet my eyes, but I also don't push, because maybe I'm not ready to hear whatever secret he's keeping. Maybe ignorance really is bliss for just a little while longer. Okay, I say finally. Okay, for now. But eventually we're going to have to be honest with each other about everything. I know. He signals the waiter. You're right. We will. I promise. The rest of dinner passes in easier conversation. We talk about my book tour plans, his thoughts on potentially taking a vacation for the first time in 3 years, whether pineapple belongs on pizza. It doesn't, and I'll fight him on this. By the time we leave, I'm almost convinced I imagined the earlier tension. Almost. His car's waiting outside. He opens the door for me, but instead of sliding in, I pause. Take me back to your place. His eyebrows climb. What? Your penthouse. The one I've never seen. Take me there. He studies my expression. You sure? Completely. The drive to his building takes 30 minutes through Saturday night traffic. He keeps his hand on my thigh the entire time, thumb drawing patterns through my dress that make concentration impossible. His penthouse is exactly what I expected. Floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking Manhattan, minimalist furniture that deserves a feature in a magazine, a kitchen that looks like it's never been used. Wow. I walk to the windows, press my palm against the glass. The city sprawls below us, lights twinkling like stars. This is excessive. He comes up behind me, wraps his arms around my waist. Yeah, I know. I was gonna say beautiful. It's lonely. His breath warms my neck. Big, expensive, and completely empty most of the time. I turn in his arms. Look up at him. Is that why you stayed with me last night? Because you didn't want to come back to this? I stayed because I wanted to wake up next to you. His hand cups my face. Because leaving you felt wrong. Aston. He kisses me, slow and deep, pouring everything he can't say into the contact. I melt into it, let him walk me backward until my spine hits the windows. I need you to know something, he murmurs against my mouth. Whatever happens, whatever comes next, these weeks with you have been the best thing that's happened to me in years. Maybe ever. The intensity in his voice makes my chest tight. Why does that sound like goodbye? It's not, but there's something desperate in the way he kisses me again. I'm not saying goodbye. I'm saying that you matter, that this matters, that I... He stops himself, jaw clenching. You what? I don't want to mess this up again. His forehead drops to mine. I can't mess this up again. Then don't. I wrap my arms around his neck. Stay here with me right now, in this moment. Just be here. I am here. No, you're not. I pull back enough to see his face. Part of you is somewhere else, worrying about something you won't tell me about. Guilt flashes across his expression so quickly I almost miss it. Bella, show me your bedroom. The subject change throws him. What? I want to see where you sleep, where you spend your time when you're alone in this massive, empty penthouse. He hesitates, then takes my hand, leads me down a hallway lined with abstract art that probably cost 6 figures. His bedroom's as minimalist as the rest of the space. King-sized bed with gray sheets, one nightstand with a lamp and a book, windows along one wall showing the glittering skyline. It's very you, I say, meaning clean, controlled, no personality whatsoever. He laughs despite himself. Fair assessment. I walk to his bed, sit on the edge, pat the space beside me. He joins me, leaving careful distance between us. This isn't how I thought tonight would go, he admits. What did you think would happen? Honestly, I thought you'd tell me to go to hell. That last night was a mistake and we should go back to being strangers. Is that what you want? God, no. The words come out rough, desperate. He stops, shakes his head. It doesn't matter what I want. Yes, it does. I shift closer, close the distance he left between us. Tell me. His blue eyes meet mine, vulnerable in a way I've never seen him. I want this. You, us, whatever the hell we're doing here. His hand finds mine, laces our fingers together. I want to wake up next to you every morning, want to bring you coffee and listen to you talk about your writing, want to be the person you call when something good happens or when everything's falling apart. My throat goes tight. Aston, I know it's too soon. I know we have history and complications and 1,000 reasons this won't work. He brings my hand to his lips, presses a kiss to my knuckles. But I want it anyway, want you anyway. Even knowing I'll probably mess it up again. The honesty in his voice breaks something open in my chest. You really mean that? Every word? I kiss him, pour 8 years of hurt and hope and terrifying possibility into it. He responds immediately, pulling me closer until I'm straddling his lap, both of us breathing hard. Stay, he says against my mouth. Tonight, tomorrow, however long you'll give me. Your family can wait. His hands slide under my dress, finding bare skin. Right now, the only thing that matters is you. It should feel like a lie. Should trigger every warning bell I've carefully constructed over 8 years of learning to protect myself. Instead, it feels like coming home. Okay, I whisper. Okay, I'll stay. His smile is brilliant, genuine, like I just gave him something more valuable than any CEO position. And maybe, despite all the complications and secrets and things left unsaid, I did.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon bestselling author Tyla Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promise to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylaWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life
With Miss Tyla.
Chapter 20. Aston. Her breathless okay completely undoes me, unraveling whatever self-control I've been desperately clinging to. The single word, spoken with such trust and desire, only intensifies how badly I want her. Our mouths refuse to separate as we collapse onto the bed, the kiss growing hungrier, more desperate with each stumbling step. She sinks into the navy comforter and looks up at me with those hazel eyes gone dark with want. The sight hits me square in the chest. Something in there cracks wide open, splintering apart years of carefully constructed walls. "You're wearing too many clothes," she murmurs, her voice husky and demanding in a way that makes heat spike through my veins. "So are you." I yank my shirt over my head without finesse, not giving a damn about buttons or taking my time. Meanwhile, she's shimmying out of that sinful dress, her body undulating in ways that make my mouth go dry. The fabric slides down her curves and pools on the hardwood floor beside the bed in a whisper of silk. And then she's there, sprawled across my bed in nothing but black lace underwear and a matching bra that makes every coherent thought evaporate from my brain. Jesus, Bella, like what you see. You know I do. I climb over her, bracketing her body with my arms. You're the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. She pulls me down into another kiss, this one slower, deeper. Her hands explore my bare chest, tracing muscles and old scars from sport injuries, mapping territory she hasn't touched in 8 years.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
I meant it, I say quietly. I love you. Her hand strokes through my hair, gentle, soothing. I know. Not I love you too. Just I know. It should sting. Should make me regret the confession. But having her here, warm and soft beneath me, her fingers in my hair and her heartbeat steady against mine, it's enough. For now, it's enough. I finally pull out, roll to the side. She immediately curls into me, head on my chest, leg thrown over mine. Stay, I say again. I already said I would. I mean always. Stay with me always. She's quiet for a long moment. Then, you don't know what you're asking. I know exactly what I'm asking. No. She props herself up on one elbow, looks down at me. You don't. Because you still haven't told me what you're hiding. What had you so tense at dinner? What's really going on with your family? Guilt crashes over me like a wave. She's right. I'm asking her for everything while keeping the biggest secret between us. Bella. Tomorrow. She settles back against my chest. Tell me tomorrow. Tonight I just want this. Just us. I wrap my arms around her. Hold her close while my mind races. Tomorrow. I'll tell her tomorrow about Dad's ultimatum. About the plan. About everything. Tomorrow I'll risk losing her for good. But tonight, with her soft and sated in my arms, I let myself pretend everything will be okay.
Chapter 21. Bella. Morning light filters through the windows, painting everything gold despite how cold the world is outside. I wake slowly, consciousness dragging me up from dreams I can't quite remember. Warm, safe, content. Aston's arm tightens around my waist, pulling me closer against his chest. His breathing still deep and even, body relaxed in a way I rarely see when he's awake. I let myself enjoy this moment, the way we fit together, the steady rhythm of his heartbeat against my back, the absolute rightness of being here in his bed, in his space, wrapped up in him. Then the front door slams open with enough force to rattle the hinges. "Aston!" Timothy's voice echoes through the penthouse, frantic and loud. "Aston, where the hell are you? Dad's having a complete meltdown and you need to..." Footsteps pound down the hallway, getting closer. Aston jerks awake beside me, body going rigid. Damn. The bedroom door flies open. Timothy stands there in yesterday's clothes, hair a disaster, eyes wild. He freezes mid-sentence when he sees us. Me naked under Aston's sheets. Aston shirtless beside me, the evidence of what we've been doing written all over the rumpled bed, and discarded clothes scattered across the floor. Oh, damn. Timothy's face goes pale. "Timothy, get out." Aston's voice comes out sharp, commanding. "I can't. Dad's losing his mind. He found out you've been..." Timothy stops himself, eyes darting to me, then back to his brother. "We need to talk, now. Then wait in the living room while I get dressed." "There's no time." Timothy runs a hand through his already messy hair. "He's threatening to cut you off and name me CEO today if you don't fix this situation immediately." Something cold slides down my spine. "What situation?" Timothy's mouth opens, closes. He looks at Aston with something like panic. "Timothy?" Aston sits up, sheet pooling at his waist. "Don't. When are you gonna come clean about your plan with Bella?" The words tumble out fast and desperate. "Because Dad wants results now, and you're running out of time to convince her to pull the..." He freezes. Actually freezes mid-sentence as his brain catches up with his mouth. The silence that follows is deafening. "What plan?" My voice comes out flat, dangerous. "Bella, it's not..." Aston starts. "It's the drugs." Timothy backs toward the door, hands up. "I'm high right now. Super high. Don't listen to anything I'm saying. I took something at a party last night, and I have no idea what's coming out of my mouth." "Stop." I sit up, clutching the sheet to my chest. "What? Plan?" Timothy looks at his brother. Some silent communication passes between them that makes my stomach drop. "Tell me." My hands shake. I grip the sheet tighter. "Right now, Aston. Tell me what the hell he's talking about." Aston's jaw clenches. For a long moment, he says nothing. Just stares at the rumpled sheets between us like they hold answers he can't find. Then he exhales hard, defeated. "My father gave me an ultimatum," he says quietly, "before I showed up at your book party, before any of this started." The cold feeling spreads through my entire body. "What kind of ultimatum?" "Get close to you, gain your trust, convince you to pull Winter's Embrace from shelves." Each word sounds like it's being dragged out of him against his will. Or he'd name Timothy CEO instead of me. The words don't make sense at first. My brain refuses to process them, like they're in a language I don't speak. Then they click into place. Every conversation, every touch, every moment over the last few weeks, all of it built on lies. "You're joking," but I already know he's not. Can see the truth written all over his face. "Tell me you're joking right now." "Bella, how long?" I'm off the bed before I consciously decide to move, frantically grabbing my clothes from where they are scattered across his expensive hardwood floor. "How long have you been playing me?" "I'm not playing." "How long?" He flinches at the venom in my voice. "Since the beginning, since your party. Since the beginning. Every single interaction was part of some corporate strategy to protect his precious family reputation." My hands shake so badly I can barely pull my dress over my head. "I'm so sorry." Timothy says from the doorway. Bella, I'm so sorry I didn't know you were here, and I was just freaking out about Dad, and the words just came out. Get out! I don't look at him. Can't. Both of you, just get away from me. Bella, please. Aston stands, reaching for me. Let me explain. Don't touch me. I jerk backwards so violently I nearly trip over my discarded shoes. Don't you dare touch me right now. It started as a plan. His voice cracks. But that's not what this became. What I feel for you is real. Real. The laugh that escapes me sounds unhinged. You told me you loved me last night, while you were inside me, and the whole time it was just, what? Part of the strategy? No, God, no, I meant every word. Nonsense. I'm shouting now, don't even care. You've been manipulating me for weeks, getting close to me, making me trust you, making me fall for you again, all so you could destroy my career. I wasn't trying to. Save it. I find my shoes, jam my feet into them. My purse is somewhere. Living room, maybe. I don't want to hear another goddamn lie come out of your mouth. Bella. He grabs my arm. I whirl on him. Let go. Something in my expression makes him drop his hand immediately. Timothy's still hovering in the doorway, like he wants to help but has no idea how. For what it's worth, I think he really does care about you. He's been a complete disaster trying to balance. I don't care what you think. I push past him into the hallway. I don't care about either of you or your messed up family politics. Aston follows me to the living room. Please, just give me 5 minutes to explain. Explain what? That you're exactly who I wrote about in my book? I grab my coat from where it's draped over his obscenely expensive couch. That Marcus Gallagher wasn't fiction at all. He was just the truth. I'm not him. I changed. No, you didn't. The words rip out of me. You're the same person who chose his father's approval over me 8 years ago. The same person who'll sacrifice anything, including me, for his precious CEO position. That's not fair. Fair? I'm in his face now, fury overriding every ounce of self-preservation. You want to talk about fair? You made me believe you changed, made me trust you, made me fall in love with you all over again, knowing the whole time it was built on lies. The admission hangs between us, that I love him, present tense. His expression crumbles. Bella, no. Tears burn behind my eyes, but I refuse to let them fall. Not here. Not in front of him. You don't get to look at me like that. You don't get to act hurt when you're the one who did this. I know. You're right. But please, just listen. I'm done listening to you. I head for the door. I'm done with all of this. With you. With your manipulation. With every goddamn lie you've told me. Where are you going? I pause at the door. Turn back one last time. He's standing in the middle of his pristine living room in nothing but sweatpants. Hair a disaster from my fingers, looking absolutely wrecked. Timothy hovers behind him, guilt written all over his young face. I'm going home, to my apartment, to my actual life that doesn't revolve around being some pawn in your family's corporate games. My hand grips the doorknob. And if you ever contact me again, I'll get a restraining order. Bella, please. I slammed the door on whatever he was going to say. The elevator ride down feels endless. 52 floors of my reflection staring back at me from polished mirrors, mascara smudged, lips still swollen from his kisses, wearing yesterday's dress and his goddamn hickeys on my neck. I looked thoroughly doomed, which I was, in every possible sense of the word. The tears finally come when I hit the lobby, hot and furious, streaming down my face while the doorman pretends not to notice. Outside, the morning wind is brutally cold. I flag a cab with shaking hands, give my address through a throat gone tight. My phone buzzes. Once. Twice. A dozen times in rapid succession. All from Aston. I turn it off without reading a single message. The cab driver mercifully doesn't try to make conversation during the 20-minute ride back to my neighborhood. Just drives while I stare out the window, watching the city blur past through tears I can't stop. Back in my apartment, I lock the door, slide down to the floor with my back against it, and let myself fall completely apart. Every moment over the last few weeks plays on repeat in my head. Every conversation, every touch, every time he looked at me like I mattered. All of it fake. Strategy. Corporate manipulation disguised as romance. My phone's still off, but I can picture the messages piling up. Apologies and explanations and promises that everything he felt was real despite the lies. I don't care. He chose his father over me. Again, just like 8 years ago, and I fell for it. Fell for him. Let myself believe he'd changed, when really he'd just gotten better at hiding who he truly is. Marcus Gallagher was right there. Every manipulative tendency, every prioritizing of career over relationship, every moment where he chose himself over the woman he claimed to love. I wrote it all down, and then I ignored my own warning.
Chapter 22. Aston. The door slams with a finality that echoes through the penthouse like a gunshot. I stand there, frozen, staring at where Bella just was, my brain refusing to process what the hell just happened. She's gone. Damn! Timothy's voice breaks through the static in my head. Aston, I'm so sorry, man. I didn't know she was here. I was just panicking about Dad and... Shut up. I swear I didn't mean to. I said shut up! I whirl on him, fury exploding through my chest. You just destroyed everything. Everything I've been working toward, everything I can't finish. Can't form words around the rage and despair choking my throat. Timothy's face goes white. I know. I messed up. I'm sorry. Sorry. Like that fixes anything. Like those 2 words can undo the devastation written all over Bella's face. The betrayal in her eyes when she realized I'd been using her. I sink onto the couch, drop my head into my hands. The plan's completely messed up. Worse than messed. Obliterated. I don't even care about the plan anymore. All I care about is the look on Bella's face. The way her voice broke when she said she fell in love with me. Past tense. Like whatever we had is already dead and buried. Timothy hovers near the hallway, wringing his hands. What are you gonna do? I don't know. The words come out flat, empty. Dad's losing his mind. He called me at 6 a.m. screaming about how you've been compromised, how you're putting yourself before the family, how... I don't give a damn what Dad thinks. Silence. Timothy blinks. What? I said I don't give a damn. I lift my head, meet my brother's shocked expression. About Dad, about his ultimatum, about any of this corporate nonsense. Aston. She loves me. My voice cracks on the admission. Bella actually loves me, despite everything I did, despite all the lies. She fell for me anyway. And I just lost her because I was too much of a coward to come clean. Timothy moves closer, sits on the coffee table across from me. You could go after her. Explain that your feelings are real. She won't listen. You saw her face. I scrub my hands over my face, trying to erase the image of her eyes filled with tears. She told me not to contact her again. Threatened a restraining order. She's hurt. Angry. Give her time to cool down. Time won't fix this. I stand, pace to the windows. The city sprawls below, indifferent to my personal disaster. I played her, used her, made her believe I'd changed when really I was just executing Dad's strategy. But you did change. I've watched you these last few weeks, bro. You're different with her. Happier. More yourself than I've seen you in years. Doesn't matter. The foundation's still built on lies. I press my palm against the cold glass. She'll never trust me again. My phone buzzes on the couch. Once, Twice. 3 times. Timothy glances at it. Dad's calling. Let him. He's gonna be pissed. Good. I turn from the window. I'm pissed too. At him, at myself, at this whole messed up situation. Timothy studies my expression. Something shifts in his face. You're serious. You really don't care about the CEO position anymore. Not if it means losing Bella. But you've worked your whole life for this. Everything you've done, every sacrifice. For what? The question comes out harsh. Bitter. So I can spend the next 40 years trapped in Dad's shadow? Making decisions he approves of? Living a life he designed? It's the family business. It's Dad's prison. The words Timothy said yesterday come back to me. And he's been trying to lock me in there with him since I was old enough to understand what Callaway Finance meant. Timothy's quiet for a long moment. So what are you gonna do? I don't know yet. I grab my phone, silence another call from Dad. But I know what I'm not gonna do. I'm not gonna keep sacrificing my happiness for his approval. He'll cut you off. Name me CEO like he threatened. I look at my younger brother. Really look at him. He's pale, exhausted, dressed in clothes from yesterday like he hasn't been home. Eyes bloodshot from whatever party he stumbled out of this morning. Do you want it? I ask. The CEO position. Honestly. Hell no, the answer comes immediately. I've been trying to tell Dad for years I have zero interest in running this company. I want to travel, live in Europe, maybe start a non-profit or some stuff that actually helps people, instead of just making rich people richer. Then tell him. I have. Multiple times. He doesn't listen. So make him listen. I move closer. We're both so sick of this, Timmy. Putting the company, putting our careers over our own happiness, our own lives. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting we both put an end to this. The idea crystallizes as I say it. Tell Dad to shove his CEO position. That neither of us wants it. That he can run the company himself or find someone else. But we're done being his puppets. Timothy's eyes go wide. Are you insane? He'll disown us both. Maybe. Probably. I shrug. But at least we'll be free. Free and broke. I have money saved. Investments Dad doesn't know about. Enough to live on while I figure out what the hell I actually want to do with my life. I grab Timothy's shoulder. You could do the same. Take that Europe trip you've been talking about. Start fresh somewhere Dad's influence doesn't reach. This is crazy. No. Spending our entire lives miserable to maintain some family legacy we don't even believe in. That's crazy. My grip tightens. Don't you want to be happy? Actually happy? Not just pretending? He stares at me. I watch the internal war play out across his features. Fear of disappointing Dad. Fear of losing the family money and status. Fear of the unknown. Then something shifts. His jaw sets. Yeah. His voice comes out stronger. Yeah, I do want that. Then let's do it. I release his shoulder. Together. Both of us walking away at the same time so he can't pit us against each other. When? Now. Today. I'm already moving, grabbing clothes from my bedroom. Before I lose my nerve. Before Dad manipulates one of us into staying. Timothy follows me. What about Bella? The question hits like a punch to the gut. What about her? Are you just gonna let her go? Let her think the worst of you? I pause mid-motion, shirt halfway on. She made it clear she doesn't want to hear from me. So you're giving up? I'm respecting her wishes. That's nonsense, and you know it. Timothy crosses his arms. You love her. You said it yourself last night. Are you really gonna walk away without fighting for her? She doesn't want me to fight. How do you know? Did you ask her? Or did you just accept her anger at face value and decide it's hopeless? I finish pulling the shirt on. Don't answer. That's what I thought. Timothy shakes his head. You're gonna march into Dad's office and tell him to get off, but you won't fight for the woman you love. It's different. It's not. It's the exact same pattern. You running from the hard conversation because it's easier than risking rejection. The accuracy stings. What do you want me to do? Show up at her apartment after she explicitly told me not to contact her? That's harassment. No, harassment is repeatedly ignoring someone's boundaries. One attempt to apologize and explain is just being human. He moves closer. Look, I know I messed up this morning. Massively. But maybe it's actually a good thing. How the hell is any of this good? Because now everything's out in the open. No more secrets, no more hidden agendas. You can actually have an honest conversation with her instead of this manipulation nonsense Dad had you doing. Hope flickers in my chest before I crush it. She won't listen. You don't know that until you try. Timothy, what's the worst that happens? She tells you to get off and slams the door in your face? At least then you know. At least you tried. He grabs my shoulders. But if you don't try, you're going to spend the rest of your life wondering what if. Just like you've spent the last 8 years wondering what if. The words hit hard because they're true. I've spent 8 years regretting how things ended with Bella. 8 years wishing I'd fought harder, chosen differently, put her first instead of Dad's expectations. And here I am. Same situation. Same choice. Except this time I know better. This time I understand exactly what I'm losing. Okay. My voice comes out rough. Okay, I'll try. After we deal with Dad.
Chapter 23. Bella. Central Park's buried under fresh snow, the kind that makes everything look pristine and untouched despite the chaos underneath. I huddle deeper into my coat, fingers wrapped around a paper cup of coffee that's already gone lukewarm. Simone sits beside me on the bench, her own coffee steaming between her gloved hands. She hasn't said anything since I finished explaining what happened at Aston's penthouse. Just listened while I spilled the whole sordid story, my voice cracking on the worst parts. Well, she finally breaks the silence. That's all kinds of messed up. Yeah. Like monumentally messed up. I know. His dad orchestrated the whole thing, made him get close to you just to tank your book? She shakes her head. That's some corporate villain right there. I take a sip of cold coffee. Force it down. The worst part is I fell for it. Again. After 8 years of knowing exactly who he is, I still let him in. Because you love him. The words hit harder than they should. I wrote a whole damn book about why loving him was a mistake, and then I ignored my own advice. You're human, B. You're allowed to hope people change. Except he didn't change. My hands tighten around the cup, crumpling the cardboard. He's still the same guy who chose his father's approval over me, who prioritized his career over our relationship. I just dressed it up differently this time. Simone bumps my shoulder with hers. You really think every moment was fake? Every conversation? Every touch? I don't know. The admission comes out raw. He said he loved me. While we were... I stop, clear my throat. He looked me in the eyes and told me he loved me, and the whole time he was working an angle. Maybe both things can be true. I turn to stare at her. Whose side are you on? Yours. Always yours. She sets down her coffee, takes my free hand. But I've known you since freshman year of college. I've watched you carry a torch for this man for 8 years. Write an entire novel, processing your feelings. Build a whole career, partly out of the heartbreak he caused. Your point? My point is that people are complicated. Maybe he started with ulterior motives. Maybe his dad really did pressure him into this mess. She squeezes my fingers. But that doesn't mean what he feels for you isn't real. It doesn't matter if it's real. My voice cracks. The foundation's still rotten. How am I supposed to trust anything he says when I know he's capable of that level of manipulation? You're not. Not right now, anyway. She releases my hand, picks up her coffee. But eventually, you're gonna have to decide if what you have is worth fighting for. There's nothing to fight for. It's over. Is it? I don't answer. Can't. Because the truth is, I don't know. Part of me wants it to be over, wants to walk away clean and never look back, protect myself from getting hurt again. But another part, the part that woke up in his arms this morning, feeling safe and happy and whole, that part isn't ready to let go. I'm thinking about the sequel, I say instead. Simone raises an eyebrow. The one your publisher's been pushing for? Yeah. I watch snow fall, coating the world in white. I need to move forward, focus on my career, on what I can control. Writing another book about Aston isn't exactly moving forward. It's not about Aston, but we both know that's a lie. It's about closure, about processing what happened and turning it into something meaningful. Or it's about staying stuck in the past instead of dealing with your actual feelings. I shoot her a look. When did you become a therapist? When my best friend started self-destructing over a man who doesn't deserve her. Her voice softens. I'm not saying forgive him. I'm not even saying give him another chance. I'm just saying, don't make decisions from a place of hurt and anger. Give yourself time to feel everything before you decide what comes next. I know what comes next. I write the sequel. I promote it. I build my career without him in it. And then what? What do you mean? I mean, after the sequel's done and promoted, and you've processed everything through fiction instead of actually dealing with it. Then what? You just move on like he never existed? Like you didn't spend the last few weeks falling in love with him all over again? My throat goes tight. I have to try. Okay. She drains her coffee, tosses the empty cup in a nearby trash bin. Then try. Write your sequel. Process your feelings however you need to, but don't lie to yourself about what you're doing. Which is? Running. Same thing you've been doing for 8 years. She stands, brushes snow off her coat. You ran from the pain by writing Winter's Embrace. You ran from confronting your feelings by building your whole identity around being the successful author who overcame heartbreak. And now you're going to run again by diving into a sequel instead of dealing with the fact that you still love him. The accusation stings because it's accurate. So what am I supposed to do instead? Go back to his penthouse and forgive him? Pretend the manipulation doesn't matter? No. You're supposed to feel what you're feeling. Be angry. Be hurt. Be devastated that the man you love betrayed your trust. She offers her hand, pulls me to my feet. But eventually, you're also going to have to decide if you believe people can change. If you think what you had was real despite how it started. And if I decide it wasn't real, then you move on. Write your book. Build your career. Find someone who deserves you. She links her arm through mine as we start walking. But if you decide it was real, even partly, then maybe it's worth one honest conversation. One chance for him to explain without you running away. We walk in silence through the snow-covered park. Couples stroll past. Families build snowmen. The city hums its constant song around us. My phone's still off in my pocket. I can picture the messages piling up. Apologies and explanations I'm not ready to read. Maybe Simone's right. Maybe I am running. But right now, running feels safer than facing the possibility that I let myself fall for a man who's still capable of choosing his family's approval over me. That I wrote Marcus Gallagher as a warning and then ignored everything I knew to be true. The sequel's gonna be good, I say quietly. I know it will. Simone squeezes my arm. Your books are always good when you're bleeding onto the page. And I am bleeding. Can feel it with every step, every breath, Every moment I'm not in Aston's arms, pretending the rest of the world doesn't exist. It's gonna hurt, I admit. Yeah, it is. She guides us toward the park exit. But you've survived this kind of hurt before. You'll survive it again. Will I, though? Because this feels different. Worse than 8 years ago, when we were just kids making mistakes. This time I knew better. This time I walked into it with open eyes and still got burned. This time it's not just heartbreak, it's betrayal. And I don't know how to write my way out of that.
Chapter 24. Aston. The boardroom at Callaway Finance feels colder than usual, or maybe that's just my complete lack of dams left to give. Timothy and I take the elevator up in silence. He's changed into a fresh suit, looking almost respectable despite the hangover clearly pounding behind his eyes. I'm in jeans and a sweater because if I'm about to blow up my entire future, I'm damn well doing it comfortably. "You sure about this?" Timothy asks as we step into the hallway. "No, but I'm doing it anyway." Dad's assistant looks up from her desk, eyes widening when she sees us. "Mr. Callaway, your father's in a meeting." "Don't care." I push past her toward the heavy oak door. "Wait, you can't just—" "I can. I do." Dad's on a conference call, his voice carrying that particular edge he gets when he's threatening someone. He looks up when we barge in, fury flashing across his features before he masks it. "I'll call you back." He ends the call without waiting for a response. "Aston. Timothy. What the hell do you think you're— We need to talk." I drop into the chair across from him. Timothy takes the one beside me, uncharacteristically serious. Dad's jaw clenches. "If this is about your disaster with Bella Malone, it's not." "Well, it is, but not the way you think." I lean back, arms crossed. "I'm done, Dad. With the manipulation, the ultimatums, all of it." "Excuse me?" "You heard me. I'm not going to convince Bella to pull her book. I'm not going to sacrifice her career to protect our precious family reputation." His eyes narrow. "We had a deal. You had demands. I had delusions of making you proud." I shake my head. "But I'm finished playing that game." "You're finished?" Dad stands, plants his palms on the desk. Classic intimidation move. "You don't get to be finished until I say you are. This family, this company, they don't revolve around your feelings. Then they can revolve without me." Silence crashes through the boardroom. Dad blinks. Once. Twice. Like I just spoke in tongues. "What did you say?" "I said the company can function without me." The words come easier than expected. "Find another CEO. Train someone else. I'm out." "You're out." He repeats it slowly, disbelief coloring every syllable. "You're throwing away everything you've worked for, everything I've built for you, over some woman who wrote a book trashing our name." "She didn't trash our name. She told the truth about how I treated her 8 years ago." I stand, match his posture. "And yeah, I'm throwing it away, because being CEO of Callaway Finance isn't worth losing Bella again. She already left you." Dad's voice turns cruel. "According to Timothy's panicked phone call this morning, she walked out and threatened a restraining order. You've already lost her." The words hit like a punch to the gut, but I don't flinch. "Maybe. Probably." I shrug. "But at least I can face myself in the mirror knowing I chose her over this nonsense. That I finally picked the right side." Dad's face goes red. "The right side? Your family is the right side. This legacy, this empire we've built. That you've built." Timothy's voice cuts through Dad's tirade, quiet but firm. "You built it, Dad, not us. We've just been along for the ride." Dad's attention swings to my brother. "Stay out of this, Timothy." "No." Timothy straightens in his chair. "I'm part of this too, remember? Your backup plan in case Aston failed. And thank God I have one since your brother's clearly lost his mind. I don't want it. The words come out clear, resolute. The CEO position, the company, any of it. Dad goes very still. What? I don't want it. Timothy stands, moves beside me. United front. I've been trying to tell you for years, but you never listen. I have my own life I want to explore. My own dreams that have nothing to do with Callaway Finance. Dreams? Dad's voice drips with disdain. You mean partying in Europe and wasting your trust fund? I mean living. Timothy's hands clench at his sides. Actually living instead of suffocating under expectations I never asked for. You're a Callaway. These expectations come with the name. Then maybe I don't want the name either. The declaration hangs in the air like a grenade. Dad's face cycles through emotions. Shock, fury, something that might be hurt before it hardens into cold dismissal. Both of you. His voice could freeze fire. You're both willing to throw away everything for your selfish desires? It's not selfish to want happiness, I say. To want a life that's actually ours. Happiness. He spits the word like it's poison. Happiness doesn't build empires, doesn't maintain legacies. Your grandfather didn't prioritize happiness when he started this company with nothing. And look how that turned out. The words slip out before I can stop them. He died at 52 from a stress-induced heart attack, leaving Grandma alone and you scrambling to fill shoes that didn't fit. Dad's hand slams on the desk. Don't you dare! It's the truth. I don't back down. This company has destroyed every relationship in our family. Grandma and Grandpa barely spoke the last 5 years of his life. You and Mom sleep in separate wings of the house, and you're trying to do the same thing to me and Timothy. Your mother and I have a perfectly functional marriage. You have a business arrangement. Timothy's voice is gentler than mine, but no less cutting. When's the last time you took her to dinner? Asked about her day? Actually treated her like a wife instead of another employee? Dad's jaw works. For a moment, he looks almost vulnerable. Then the walls slam back up. Get out! Dad, I start. Get out! Each word comes out clipped, furious. Both of you. If you're so determined to abandon everything I've given you, then leave. Now. Ignatius. Mom's voice cuts through the tension like a bell. We all turn. She stands in the doorway in an elegant cream dress, perfectly styled as always. But there's steel in her eyes I rarely see. Cecily. Dad's voice softens slightly. This doesn't concern you. My sons? My family? She glides into the room with that grace she's perfected over decades of society events. Everything about this concerns me. She stops beside Timothy and me, looks at each of us in turn before facing Dad. They've grown up, she says simply. Dad blinks. What? Our boys. They've grown up with some backbone. A small smile curves her lips, and I'm proud of them. The words hit me square in the chest. Dad's face goes purple. Proud? Proud that they're throwing away their futures? Proud that they're choosing their own futures. Mom's voice stays calm, certain. Something I wish I'd had the courage to do at their age. Cecily, you can't be serious. I'm completely serious. She moves to Dad's desk, places her hands on it, leans in close. I've watched you try to mold these boys into your image for 27 years. Watched you push and criticize and demand until they could barely breathe under the weight of your expectations. I've been preparing them. You've been suffocating them. Her voice sharpens. The same way your father suffocated you. The same way this company has suffocated our marriage. Dad actually flinches. That's not... When's the last time you asked about my art gallery? The question comes soft, deadly. The charity work I do? Anything about my life that doesn't directly serve Callaway Finance? He opens his mouth, closes it, can't answer. That's what I thought. She straightens, smooths her dress. I've spent 30 years being the perfect corporate wife. Hosting dinners, schmoozing investors, maintaining our image while you poured everything into this company. Cecily, I'm done. The two words ring with finality, and I'm proud that our sons are brave enough to be done too. Timothy and I exchange looks. Neither of us expected this. Mom turns to us, her expression softening. Aston, Timothy, whatever you decide to do, wherever life takes you, I support you. Completely. Mom. My voice cracks. She pulls us both into a hug. Fight for what makes you happy. Both of you. Don't make my mistakes. When she releases us, there are tears in her eyes that she quickly blinks away. Dad sits heavily in his chair. For the first time in my life, he looks old, defeated. So that's it? His voice comes out rough. You're all just leaving? We're choosing ourselves, I say quietly. Finally. He doesn't respond, just stares at his desk, at the empire he built that's suddenly crumbling around him. I do love you, Dad. The admission surprises me, but I can't sacrifice my life for your approval anymore. Timothy nods. Same. I want a relationship with you, but not at the cost of my happiness. Mom squeezes both our hands. Come on, boys. Let's give your father time to think. We follow her out, leaving Dad alone in his boardroom kingdom. In the hallway, Timothy exhales hard. Damn. Yeah. I run a hand through my hair. We did it. Mom. Timothy turns to her, voice thick. Thank you for standing up for us. I should have done it years ago. She cups his face. I'm sorry I didn't. Better late than never, I say. She smiles. Now, what are you going to do about Bella? The question makes my chest tight. I don't know. She doesn't want to see me. So? Mom raises an eyebrow. Since when does an obstacle stop a Calloway? Since the obstacle is the woman I love telling me to leave her alone. Did she mean it? Her gaze turns sharp. Or was she speaking from a place of hurt? I stop. Consider. I don't know. Then find out. She pats my cheek. You just walked away from everything for her. Don't stop now. Timothy grins. Mom's right. You faced down Dad. Bella should be easy in comparison. Nothing about Bella is easy. Good. Mom's smile turns knowing. The best things never are. She leaves us standing in the hallway, her heels clicking against marble as she heads toward the elevator. Timothy nudges my shoulder. So, you gonna go get your girl? I pull out my phone. It's been buzzing nonstop since Bella left, but I haven't looked at it. Too afraid of what I'd find. Now I open the messages. All from me to Bella, unanswered. She hasn't responded to anything. Then stop texting and show up. Timothy heads toward the elevator. Grand gestures, bro. Women love that. Or restraining orders. Only one way to find out. He's right. Mom's right. Even my own gut is screaming that I can't just let this end. I faced down my father. Walked away from everything I thought I wanted. Time to fight for what I actually need. Bella.
Chapter 25. Bella. The snow crunches under my boots with each step. That satisfying sound that only happens when it's fresh and untouched. I've been walking for hours, trying to find something. Inspiration, clarity, maybe just distraction from the mess my life's become. It's early January now. 6 days since I walked out of Aston's penthouse. 6 days of radio silence on my end. Though my blocked messages folder tells a different story. He tried. For 3 days straight, he tried. Then nothing. The absence hurts more than it should. I pull my notebook from my bag, flip to the page where I've been outlining the sequel. My publisher's breathing down my neck for an answer, and I've got nothing, just fragments. Pieces of a story I'm not sure I want to tell yet. Marcus Gallagher returns, charming as ever. Jade moved on, built a life without him. But he's different this time. Or is he? The words blur. I snap the notebook shut, shove it back in my bag. The street looks familiar. I glance up at the buildings, trying to orient myself in the snow-transformed city. Then I see it. The corner cafe, where Aston and I had our first date. 8 years ago, when we were just kids fumbling through freshman year at Columbia. Before everything got complicated. Before his father's expectations, and my ambitions, and all the ways we weren't ready for each other. The awning's different now, blue instead of green. But the same tables sit inside the windows. Couples huddled over coffee and pastries, my feet carry me forward before my brain catches up. Inside, it smells like cinnamon and espresso. Warm air hits my face, making my cheeks tingle from the temperature change. I find a table by the window, not the same one that's occupied by 2 women deep in conversation, but close enough. The barista takes my order, returns with a latte that's probably too expensive but tastes like nostalgia. I remember everything about that first date. How nervous Aston was, though he tried to hide it behind confidence and charm. How he spilled coffee on his shirt and laughed instead of getting embarrassed. How he looked at me like I was the most interesting person he'd ever met. "You're gonna change the world," he'd said, completely serious despite how ridiculous it sounded. "With your words. I can feel it." I'd laughed, told him he was full of crap. "Maybe," he'd agreed, "but I'm right about you. You're special, Bella Malone." God, we were so young, so stupid, so convinced we had forever. I traced patterns in the condensation on my cup, watching people pass by outside, couples holding hands, families bundling against the cold, the world moving forward while I sit frozen in a memory. This is what I do. Get stuck in the past instead of dealing with the present. Simone was right. I've been running for 8 years. My phone buzzes. I pull it out, expecting another email from my publisher. Instead, it's a text from an unknown number. "Please don't block this one too. I just need 5 minutes. That's all I'm asking. 5 minutes to explain, and then I'll leave you alone forever if that's what you want." Aston. He got a new number. My thumb hovers over the delete button. I should block this one too. Maintain my boundaries. Protect myself from more hurt. But something stops me. Maybe it's being here, in this cafe where everything started. Maybe it's the way the message doesn't sound desperate or manipulative, just honest. Maybe I'm just tired of running. I don't respond, just stare at the screen until it goes dark. The door opens, bringing a gust of cold air and snow. I look up. Not Aston. Timothy. He spots me immediately, like he was looking for me, which means this wasn't an accident, wasn't coincidence. He approaches my table slowly, hands shoved in his coat pockets, expression cautious. "Hey." He stops a respectful distance away. "Can I sit?" "How did you find me?" Aston might have mentioned this place, your first date spot. He shifts his weight. "I've been walking around the neighborhood for an hour, hoping I'd run into you." That's borderline stalking. "Yeah, I know. I'm sorry." He doesn't sit, just stands there looking young and guilty and utterly miserable. "I owe you an apology, a huge one, for what happened at the penthouse." "You don't owe me anything." "I do." He moves closer. "What I did, blurting out Aston's plan like that, it was trashy. I was high and panicking, and I wasn't thinking about how it would affect you. You told me the truth. That's not something to apologize for." "The way I told you deserves an apology." He finally sits, uninvited but not unwelcome. "You should have heard it from Aston, in a conversation where he could actually explain instead of having it weaponized by his idiot brother." I take a sip of coffee, don't respond. Timothy fidgets with the salt shaker on the table. For what it's worth, he's completely destroyed. Hasn't left his apartment in days, Won't answer calls from anyone except me, and that's only because I showed up and wouldn't leave. Good. Is it? His eyes meet mine, surprisingly direct for someone who usually hides behind humor. Because you don't look like someone who's happy their ex is suffering. I'm not his ex. We were never officially together this time. Bella, my name comes out gentle, almost pitying. You're definitely something to him, and he's definitely something to you, even if you don't want to admit it. My hands tighten around my cup. Did he send you here? Is this part of some new strategy? God, no. He'd kill me if he knew I was here. Timothy laughs without humor. I came because I feel guilty, and because I think you deserve to know what happened after you left. I don't want to hear about Aston. Not about Aston, about our family. He leans forward, elbows on the table. We told our father to get off. Both of us. Walked away from the CEO position, from the company, from everything. The words don't make sense at first. I blink at him. What? Aston quit. Told our dad he wasn't going to manipulate you, wasn't going to sacrifice your career for the family reputation. Timothy's smile turns genuine. Walked away from everything he's worked for his entire life. For you. My chest goes tight. That's not, he wouldn't. He did. I was there. Timothy pulls out his phone, scrolls through something, then shows me the screen. It's a news article. Callaway heir resigns, family company in turmoil. I scan the text, my heart pounding. Aston Callaway, eldest son and presumed successor to Callaway Finance CEO Ignatius Callaway, has unexpectedly resigned from his position effective immediately. Sources close to the family suggest personal differences regarding company direction. This doesn't prove anything, I say, but my voice wavers. Keep reading. I scroll down. There's a quote from someone unnamed. He chose integrity over inheritance. That takes courage most people don't have. That's Mom, Timothy says quietly. She's supporting us. Told Dad she's proud we're finally choosing ourselves. I set the phone down, push it back toward him. This doesn't change what he did. The lies, the manipulation. You're right, it doesn't. Timothy pockets his phone. But maybe it shows he's trying to change, that he's capable of putting you first when it actually matters. It's too late. Is it? He tilts his head. Because from where I'm sitting, you're in the cafe where you had your first date, drinking coffee and looking at old memories instead of moving forward. That doesn't seem like someone who's ready to let go. The accuracy stings. What do you want from me, Timothy? Nothing. I'm not here to convince you to forgive him or give him another chance. He stands, adjusts his coat. I'm here because I ruined something that might have been real, and I wanted you to know that despite how it started, what my brother feels for you is genuine. He loves you, enough to walk away from everything for you. Love isn't enough. No, but it's a start. He heads for the door, pauses with his hand on the handle. He's not going to contact you again. He promised to respect your boundaries, so if you want to talk to him, to hear his side, you'll have to be the one to reach out. Then he's gone, leaving me alone with my cooling coffee and racing thoughts. Aston quit. Walked away from Callaway Finance. From his father's approval. From everything he's spent his life working toward. For me. The information sits heavy in my chest, refusing to settle into anything coherent. My phone's still on the table, Aston's text still visible on the screen. 5 minutes. That's all he's asking. I stare at the message until the words blur together. Outside, snow continues to fall. The world keeps moving. People keep living their lives, unburdened by the weight of impossible decisions. I pick up my phone. My thumb hovers over the keyboard. Bella? I look up. Timothy stands there again, snow dusting his shoulders, looking uncertain in a way that's completely unlike him. I thought you left. I did, but there's one more thing. He shifts his weight, suddenly looking very young despite being 22. Before I go and leave you alone for real this time. What? He opens his mouth, closes it. Whatever he's about to say clearly terrifies him more than the confrontation with his father. Timothy, I prompt. He wrote you a letter, he finally says, pulling an envelope from his coat. Asked me to give it to you if I ever saw you, but only if you wanted it. No pressure, no expectations. He sets it on the table between us, plain white envelope, my name in Aston's handwriting. I don't want... You don't have to read it, Timothy interrupts gently. You can burn it, throw it away, whatever helps you move on. But at least this way you have the choice. He backs toward the door again. That's all I came to say. I'm sorry for everything, Bella. I hope you find whatever you're looking for. This time when he leaves, he doesn't come back. I stare at the envelope. Don't touch it. My coffee's gone completely cold now. The cafe's filling up with the lunch crowd. I should leave, go home, work on the sequel outline, do literally anything except sit here staring at Aston's letter like it might explode. But I can't make myself move. 5 minutes, his text said. Just 5 minutes to explain. And now this letter. His words, his truth, waiting for me to decide if I'm brave enough to read them. Outside the window, someone laughs. The sound carries through the glass, bright and carefree. I pick up the envelope. Hold it. Don't open it. Not yet. Maybe not ever. But I don't throw it away either. You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. 1 chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to 1 chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 26. Aston. The pizza's mediocre at best, but Timothy devours his 3rd slice like he hasn't eaten in days. Probably hasn't, knowing him. So Europe, huh? I grab another beer from the fridge, toss one to my brother. He catches it one-handed, cracks it open. Flight leaves tomorrow night. Paris first, then wherever the hell I feel like going. Just like that. Just like that. He grins, but there's nervousness underneath. No plan, no agenda, just me and a backpack and 0 expectations from dear old Dad. I lean against the counter, study him. He looks lighter somehow, like walking away from Callaway Finance physically removed weight from his shoulders. You scared? Terrified? He takes a long pull of beer. But in a good way, you know? Like standing at the edge of a cliff about to jump and not knowing if you'll fly or fall. That's poetic as hell for someone who got a C in English Lit. Get off. But he's laughing. What about you? What's next for Aston Callaway, former heir apparent? I shrug. Don't have an answer. For the first time in my life, my future's completely blank. No corporate ladder to climb. No father's approval to chase. Just possibility and emptiness where Bella should be. I don't know, I admit. Figure out who I am without the company, I guess. And Bella? Her name hits like a punch every damn time. She doesn't want to hear from me. I promise to respect that. You really gonna just let her go? What choice do I have? I drain half my beer in one swallow. She made it clear. I can't force her to forgive me. Timothy picks at the label on his bottle. I saw her today. My head snaps up. What? By accident? Well, sort of by accident. I might have been walking around her neighborhood hoping I'd run into her. Jesus, Timothy. I gave her your letter. He holds up a hand before I can explode. She didn't read it while I was there. But she didn't throw it away either. Just sat there holding it like she was trying to decide. Hope flares in my chest before I crush it. That doesn't mean anything. Maybe. Maybe not. He meets my eyes. But she looked different. Not angry anymore, just sad. Like she's carrying something heavy and doesn't know how to put it down. She's processing, healing, moving on. Or she's stuck, same as you. I don't respond. Can't. We eat in silence for a while, the city lights twinkling through the penthouse windows. Somewhere out there, Bella's living her life without me. Writing her sequel, building her career, doing all the things she should be doing. And I'm here, eating trashy pizza in an empty penthouse that's never felt more like a prison. My phone buzzes on the counter. Unknown number. My heart stops. I grab it, hands shaking as I swipe the screen. Central Park, West 72nd Street entrance. 1 hour. That's it. No name, no explanation, but I know it's her, even if she changed her number. Damn. The words come out breathless. What? Timothy leans over, reads the message. His eyes go wide. Is that Bella? I'm already moving, heading for my bedroom. She wants to meet. When? 1 hour. I yank open my closet, stare at clothes that all look wrong. Damn, what do I wear? Should I change? I should probably change. Dude. Timothy follows me, grinning like an idiot. Breathe, you look fine. I look like I've been eating pizza and drinking beer in sweatpants because that's exactly what I've been doing. So change, quick shower, fresh clothes, you've got time. He's right. I strip off my shirt, head for the bathroom. Use the good cologne, Timothy calls after me. The one that doesn't smell like you're trying too hard. I shower in record time, mind racing. She wants to meet. After 6 days of silence, she actually wants to see me. This could go 1,000 different ways. She might tell me to get off in person. Might return the letter unread. Might finally say all the things she was too hurt to articulate when she walked out. Or, and this is the dangerous hope I'm trying not to cling to, she might give me a chance to explain. I dress carefully. Dark jeans, navy sweater, my leather jacket. Run product through my hair, but not too much. Cologne, but just one spray. When I emerge, Timothy's waiting with my keys. You got this, he says. What if she just wants closure? What if this is her way of saying goodbye for good? Then at least you'll know. He grips my shoulder, but I don't think that's what this is. How can you tell? Because I saw her face today. She's not over you, Aston. Not even close. The words give me courage I don't deserve. If this goes badly, it won't. But if it does, then you'll survive. Same way you survived walking away from Dad. Same way you survived the last 6 days. His smile turns knowing, but I don't think you're gonna have to. I want to believe him. Want it so badly my chest aches. I love her, I say quietly. I'm completely in love with her and I messed it all up. So go tell her that. Timothy pulls me into a hug, hard and quick, the kind of embrace we haven't shared since we were kids. Go get your girl, big brother. When he releases me, his eyes are wet. You crying? I ask, voice rough. Shut up. He swipes at his face. I'm just happy for you. And drunk. Definitely drunk. You've had 2 beers. I'm a lightweight. He shoves me toward the door. Now go. You've got 45 minutes to get to Central Park, and I swear to God if you're late. I won't be. I grab my coat, my keys, my phone. Pause at the door. Timothy? Yeah? Thank you. For everything. For backing me up with Dad. For talking to Bella. For being my little brother. His smile is brilliant despite the tears. Always, man. Now get the hell out of here. I take the elevator down, heart pounding so hard I can feel it in my throat. The doorman gets me a cab. Rush hour traffic will be hell, but it's faster than trying to find parking. The drive feels endless. Every red light, every slow-moving pedestrian, every goddamn moment that keeps me from her stretches like torture. My phone buzzes. Timothy. You better not mess this up. I gave an Oscar-worthy performance today selling your redemption arc. Despite everything, I smile. No pressure or anything. All the pressure, this is your shot. Don't waste it.
Chapter 27. Bella. I stand at the West 72nd Street entrance to Central Park, letters clutched in my trembling hands. Snow falls in gentle spirals around me, coating the world in white silence. I've read his letter 17 times. Lost count of how many tears I've cried over the words he poured onto those pages. I know I don't deserve another chance. I know the lies I told, the manipulation I engaged in. They broke something between us that might never heal. But I need you to know that every moment we spent together changed me. You changed me. I walked away from everything. The CEO position, my father's approval, the future I thought I wanted. Because none of it means a damn thing without you. I choose you, Bella. I'll always choose you. I love you. I'm in love with you. Have been since college, through 8 years of missing you, through these last few weeks where I got to remember what happiness feels like. If you never want to see me again, I'll respect that. But know that you're it for me. There's no one else. There will never be anyone else. The words swim in my vision again. I swipe at my eyes with the back of my hand, careful not to smudge the ink on the pages. Movement catches my attention. A figure emerges from between snow-covered trees, tall and broad-shouldered in a dark leather jacket. Aston. He stops about 20 feet away, like he's afraid to come closer. Snow dusts his sandy hair, his shoulders. Those blue eyes find mine across the distance. The air leaves my lungs. I've spent 6 days convincing myself I was over him. 6 days building walls, writing angry passages in my notebook, telling Simone I was fine. All of it crumbles the second I see his face. Hi, his voice carries across the space between us, rough and uncertain. I can't speak, can't move, just stand there clutching his letter while snow falls around us, like we're trapped in some romance novel I would have written before I knew better. He takes a tentative step forward. You came. Yeah, the word comes out broken. I wasn't sure you would. Me neither. We stare at each other. The park's quiet this time of evening. Most people driven inside by the cold. It's just us and the snow and everything we need to say. I read your letter. I finally manage. Something flickers in his expression. Hope, maybe, or fear. And I've been beating myself up for days. The confession spills out before I can stop it. Hating myself for still loving you despite everything, for not being able to just walk away and move on like I should. His eyes go wide. Bella, you gave up everything. My voice cracks. Your career, your father's approval, the CEO position you've worked toward your whole life. For me. For us. He moves closer, slowly, like approaching something wild that might bolt. For the chance at something real instead of the hollow success my father wanted me to chase. But what if I can't forgive you? What if the lies broke something that can't be fixed? Then we'll figure it out together. He's only a few feet away now, close enough I can see the snow melting on his eyelashes. Or we won't, and I'll spend the rest of my life knowing I tried, knowing I finally chose you first. A sob catches in my throat. I wrote a whole book warning myself about you, about men like you who prioritize ambition over love. I know. And then I ignored everything I learned, fell for you anyway. I know. His voice gentles. And I'm sorry for the lies, for the manipulation, for every moment I made you doubt yourself or what we had together. Are you really different now, or am I just seeing what I want to see? He reaches out slowly, giving me time to pull away. When I don't, his hand cups my face with heartbreaking tenderness. I'm terrified, he admits, of screwing this up again, of not being enough, of losing you after finally getting you back. His thumb brushes my cheekbone. But I'm not the same guy who let you walk away 8 years ago. I'm not the same man who started this whole mess with ulterior motives. How can I trust that? You can't, not right away. His other hand comes up, framing my face. Trust has to be rebuilt, earned. I get that. But I'm asking for the chance to try, to prove that what I feel for you is real. Tears spill down my cheeks. His thumbs catch them, gentle as snowflakes. I love you too, I whisper. I never stopped. Even when I hated you, even when I was writing angry passages about Marcus Gallagher, it was always you. The sound he makes is somewhere between a laugh and a sob. Say it again. I love you. The words come easier this time, stronger. I'm in love with you, Aston Calloway, and it terrifies me. Me too. He leans his forehead against mine. Loving you scares me, but losing you scares me more. We stand there breathing the same air, snow falling around us in the gathering dusk. His hands warm against my frozen cheeks, my fingers still clutching his letters between us. We're gonna mess this up sometimes, I say quietly. Fight. Hurt each other without meaning to. Probably. His breath ghosts across my lips. But we'll figure it out, together this time. Promise? I promise. He pulls back just enough to meet my eyes. No more lies, no more hidden agendas, just us, messy and real and trying our best. I drop the letters. They flutter to the snow-covered ground, forgotten. And I kiss him. He makes a sound of surprise before pulling me closer, arms wrapping around me like he's afraid I'll disappear. I press against him, hands fisting in his jacket, pouring 8 years of longing into this moment. The kiss tastes like snow and salt from our tears. It's desperate and tender, and everything I've been missing. When we finally break apart, we're both breathing hard. He rests his forehead against mine again, hands tangled in my curls. I choose you, he murmurs, over everything, always. I choose you too. I pull back enough to see his face. Even though you drive me absolutely insane. He laughs, the sound bright in the winter air. Right back at you, beautiful. We're really doing this? Trying again? Yeah. He kisses my forehead, my nose, my lips. We're really doing this. What about your family, your career, everything you walked away from? Doesn't matter. His arms tighten around me. None of it matters if I don't have you. More tears spill over. Happy ones this time. I love you, I say again, because now that I've started, I can't stop. I love you so much it makes me stupid. Same. He grins. That devastating smile I fell for in college. completely stupid over you. I laugh through my tears, pull him down for another kiss, softer this time, slower, a promise instead of a desperate plea. Snow continues to fall around us, blanketing the park in white. Somewhere in the distance, the city hums its constant song, but right here, right now, it's just us, broken and scared and choosing each other anyway. Take me home, I whisper against his lips. Your place or mine? Ours. The word feels right, feels like possibility. Wherever that is, he kisses me again, deep and thorough, until I'm dizzy from more than just the cold. When we finally start walking, hand in hand through the snow, his letters lay forgotten on the ground behind us. We don't need them anymore. We have each other. And this time, that's enough.
Chapter 28. Aston. February settles over the city like a blanket, cold, persistent, refusing to let up. Snow coats the fire escape outside Bella's apartment window, and I watch it accumulate while she sleeps beside me, her breathing soft and steady. 1 month. We've had 1 month of this. Waking up together, learning each other again, building something new from the wreckage of what we destroyed. It's not always easy. Some days we fight about stupid stuff. She gets defensive when she thinks I'm being too controlling. I get frustrated when she shuts down instead of talking things through. But we're trying. Actively, consciously trying to be better versions of ourselves. I gave up the penthouse 2 weeks ago. Couldn't stand being there anymore, surrounded by reminders of who I used to be. Now I'm here, in Bella's cozy apartment with mismatched furniture and books stacked everywhere, and string lights that she insists make the place feel magical. She's right. It does. You're staring again. Her voice comes out sleep rough, eyes still closed. Can't help it. I brush a curl away from her face. You're beautiful when you sleep. That's creepy. It's romantic. It's both. She cracks one eye open, smiles. What time is it? Almost 8. Too early. She burrows deeper into my side, throws an arm across my chest. I wrap around her, breathe in the scent of her shampoo, something coconut and vanilla that I've become addicted to. I've got a meeting at 10. For the new company? Yeah, potential investors want to hear the pitch. She props herself up on one elbow, suddenly more awake. You nervous? Terrified. The admission comes easier now. I've learned to be honest about my fears instead of hiding them behind arrogance. What if they think it's a bad idea? What if I crash and burn without my father's name backing me up? Then you'll learn from it and try again. She traces patterns on my chest, her touch grounding. You're brilliant, Aston. They'd be idiots not to invest. You're biased. Extremely. She leans down, kisses me soft and slow. But I'm also right. I pull her closer, deepening the kiss until she's fully awake and pressed against me, hands sliding under my shirt. We don't have time, I murmur against her lips. We have 2 hours. I need to shower, get dressed, review my notes. So do all of that after. Her mouth finds my neck, and my brain short-circuits completely. Every rational thought I had about the meeting evaporates. The presentation I spent weeks perfecting? Gone. The investor profiles I memorized? Don't give a damn. The carefully rehearsed pitch that's supposed to prove I can succeed without my father's empire? Completely irrelevant when Bella's lips trail down my throat and her fingers slip beneath the waistband of my boxer briefs. You're evil, I manage to say, even as I angle my head to give her better access. You love it. Her laugh is low and sultry against my skin. She's not wrong. I flip us in one smooth motion, pinning her beneath me on the rumpled sheets. Her curls fan out across the pillow like a halo, and those hazel eyes spark with mischief and desire. God, she's beautiful. Even after all these months together, The sight of her still knocks the air from my lungs. What follows is unhurried and intense, the kind of intimacy we've built through honesty and second chances, the kind I never thought I'd deserve. Afterward, we lie tangled together in a mess of sheets and limbs, our breathing gradually slowing as the morning light grows stronger through the window. Snow continues to fall outside, blanketing the city in white, muffling the usual traffic sounds into something almost peaceful. "I could get used to this," she says quietly, her voice soft and contemplative. "Morning sex?" I'm still trying to catch my breath, one hand tracing lazy circles on her hip. Us. Together. Building a life instead of destroying each other. The weight of those words settles over me, and I kiss her temple, pull her impossibly closer. Me too. She's quiet for a moment then. I'm scared sometimes. Of what? That I'll wake up and this will be a dream. That you'll realize what you gave up for me and resent it. That we'll fall back into old patterns and... Hey. I tilt her face toward mine. We're not those people anymore. I'm not choosing my father's approval over you ever again, and you're not running when things get hard. How can you be sure? Because we promised each other. No more lies, no more hiding. I brush my thumb across her cheek. And because I love you too damn much to mess this up again. Tears shine in her eyes, but she's smiling. I love you too. We shower together, which takes longer than it should because I can't keep my hands off her. And then she makes coffee while I review my presentation notes at her tiny kitchen table. "You're gonna kill it today," she says, setting a mug in front of me. "Just be yourself. The real you, not the corporate robot your father tried to create. The real me is a mess. The real you is passionate and smart and capable of building something meaningful." She sits across from me, cradling her own coffee. "Trust me, I've been watching you work on this for weeks. It's good, Aston. Really good. The company's still in its infancy. Sustainable finance consulting for nonprofits and small businesses that can't afford the big firms. Not exactly the empire my father envisioned, but it's mine. Built on my own merit, my own vision, without the Callaway name propping me up." "What time's your call with your publisher?" I ask. "Noon." She grimaces. She's gonna push for the sequel again. "You still haven't decided?" "No." She stares into her coffee like it holds answers. "Part of me wants to write it. Get everything out. Process the last few months through fiction. But another part worries it'll just keep me stuck in the past." "What does your gut say?" "That I need to write something new. Something that isn't about us or our history." She looks up, meets my eyes. Something forward-looking instead of backward. Pride swells in my chest. Yeah? Yeah. I've spent enough time mining our relationship for material. Maybe it's time to imagine what comes next instead of reliving what came before. "Your publisher's gonna hate that." "Probably." She grins. "But it's my career, my story to tell. She doesn't get to dictate that. God, I love her. This fierce, independent woman who refuses to compromise her artistic integrity for commercial success." "Speaking of what comes next," she says, suddenly nervous, "my book tour starts in March." "I know. 3 weeks away. It's 2 months long, a bunch of cities, dozens of events." "I know that too. I've had the dates memorized since she first told me." She fidgets with her mug. "I was wondering really if maybe you'd want to come with me. Not to every city, obviously. You've got your company to launch, and I don't want to be clingy or assume..." "Yes." She blinks. "Yes? Absolutely yes." I reach across the table, take her hand. "I'd love to be there. Support you. Watch you succeed. But your investors, the company launch, can happen remotely." I squeeze her fingers. "I'm not missing this. Your first real book tour, seeing you connect with readers who love your work, not a chance." Her smile could light up the entire city. "You mean it?" "Every word." I stand, pull her up and into my arms. I choose you, remember? That includes showing up for the important moments. She kisses me, soft and sweet and full of promise. Thank you, she whispers against my lips. For what? For being here. For trying. For loving me enough to build something new instead of clinging to what we lost. I rest my forehead against hers, breathe her in. Always. Beautiful. Always. We stand there in her tiny kitchen, wrapped around each other while the city wakes up outside. Imperfect and messy and so goddamn happy it scares me sometimes. But I'm not running from it anymore. Neither is she. We're choosing this. Choosing us. Choosing to believe that second chances can work if you fight hard enough for them. And for the first time in my life, I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. Chapter 29. Aston. The restaurant glows against the winter darkness, all warm wood and soft lighting that makes Bella's skin luminous. Yuki, our favorite sushi place from back in college, somehow survived 8 years and still looks exactly the same. Same bamboo screens, same jazz playing low in the background, same corner booth where we used to sit and dream about impossible futures. I can't believe this place is still here. Bella slides into the booth, unwrapping her scarf with fingers still pink from the cold. I checked before I made the reservation. I settle across from her, flag down our server. Wanted to make sure it hadn't turned into another generic chain. She grins. You're such a snob, says the woman who refuses to drink wine under $30. That's different. That's having standards. Exactly. I reach across the table, lace my fingers through hers. So's this. The server appears, young guy, probably college student working his way through school. I order sake, the good stuff that Bella pretends to hate, but always ends up drinking half the bottle. Are we celebrating something specific, she asks once he's gone. Or just us existing in the same space without fighting? Both, either. Does it matter? I guess not. She studies the menu even though we both know she's gonna order the same thing she always does. Though I did have news. My heart kicks up. Good news or bad news? Depends. She sets down the menu, meets my eyes. I called my publisher back after our coffee this morning. Told her I'd write the sequel. The words hit different than I expected. Not jealous or anxious like they might have months ago. Just curious. Yeah? What changed your mind? You, actually. Her thumb traces circles on my palm. What you said about looking forward instead of backward. I realize the sequel doesn't have to be about our past. It can be about redemption, growth, second chances. So Marcus Gallagher gets a happy ending. He gets to work for one. Fire sparks in her eyes, that creative passion I'm addicted to watching. In Winter's embrace, he betrayed Jade, chose ambition over love, destroyed what they had. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? She squeezes my hand. But in Book 2, he's gonna grovel, fight for her. Prove that people can change if they're willing to do the work, that love's worth more than legacy or approval or whatever nonsense kept them apart. The server returns with sake and 2 ceramic cups, pours with practiced efficiency before disappearing again. I lift my cup. To Marcus Gallagher's redemption arc, and to men who actually show up when it matters. She clinks her cup against mine. Even the fictional ones. The sake burns going down, warm and smooth. Bella makes a face like she always does, then immediately reaches for a refill. Told you you'd like it. I never said I liked it. I said it was tolerable. That's basically a love confession from you. She kicks me under the table, grinning. Shut up and order food before I change my mind about everything. We order. Spicy tuna for her, salmon sashimi for me. Enough rolls to feed 4 people because we're both stress eaters, and today's been intense. The chef knows his stuff here, always has. Fresh fish, perfect rice, That wasabi that clears your sinuses and makes your eyes water. So what's Marcus gonna do? I ask once the server leaves. To win Jade back. Everything. She leans forward, animated in that way she gets when she's plotting. He's gonna respect her boundaries while making it clear he's not giving up. Show her through actions, not just words, that he's different. Be patient even when it kills him. That's a good arc. People love watching jerks grovel. She grins. Plus, it'll give readers hope that men can actually change instead of just promising to. You're gonna make bank on this, you know that? I know. No false modesty, just confidence in her craft. Winter's Embrace is still on bestsellers lists, believe it or not. My agent says the sequel's already getting buzz from the teaser I posted. Publishers are circling for foreign rights. Pride swells so hard it's almost painful. Bella, that's incredible. It's terrifying. She drinks more sake, a twinkle emerging in her eyes. What if I can't repeat the success? What if the sequel tanks and everyone realizes the first book was a fluke? Not possible. You're too talented. You're biased. Extremely. Doesn't make me wrong. I refill both our cups. You poured your heart into Winter's Embrace. All that pain and growth and honesty, the sequel's gonna have the same power because you're writing from the same place. Except this time I'm writing from hope instead of heartbreak. Even better, I lift my cup. To hope and second chances and beautiful women who give jerks way more grace than they deserve. She laughs, eyes shining. You're lucky I love you. Every damn day. Our food arrives in waves, small plates of perfection that we share without thinking, the way couples do when they've settled into each other's rhythms. She steals pieces of my salmon. I eat half her spicy tuna. The sake bottle empties, and we order another. Tell me about the meeting, she says, around a mouthful of yellowtail. How'd it go? Really well, actually. I lean back, still slightly amazed. They loved the pitch, said the market's ready for sustainable finance consulting, especially for nonprofits who can't afford traditional firms. So they're investing? Pending due diligence, yeah. The words feel surreal even saying them. They want to see detailed projections, client acquisition strategy, all that corporate nonsense. But they're in. Aston! She reaches across the table, grabs both my hands. That's amazing. I'm so proud of you. I haven't done anything yet. You built something from nothing, without your father's name or money or approval. She squeezes my fingers. That's everything. The emotion in her voice gets me right in the chest. I couldn't have done it without you. You pushed me to figure out what I actually wanted, instead of what I thought I should want. I just asked questions. You did the work. We did the work. I pull her hands to my lips, kiss her knuckles. Together, like we're gonna keep doing. Her smile could power the whole damn city. You're right. We finish dinner drowning in food and sake and possibility. The chef sends out complimentary mochi ice cream, green tea for her, black sesame for me, and we devour those two while arguing about which flavor's superior. Green tea's boring, I insist. Black sesame tastes like dirt. Sophisticated dirt. She throws her napkin at me, laughing. You're impossible. And you love it. Unfortunately, the bill comes and I grab it before she can. She protests. She always does. But I'm faster. You bought coffee this morning, I point out. Coffee's different from $100 dinner. Consider it celebrating your sequel, and my investors, and us not killing each other despite every reason we should have. She studies me across the table, something soft and vulnerable in her expression. We're really doing this, aren't we? Building careers we care about, supporting each other, being actual adults instead of disasters in love. Seems that way. I sign the check, toss my card on top. Weird, right? Terrifying, but good. Really good. She stands, comes around to my side of the booth, slides into my lap like she belongs there. Because she does. I love you. I wrap my arms around her waist, bury my face in her curls. Love you too, beautiful. So much. We sit like that while the restaurant empties around us, wrapped in each other and sucky warm contentment. Snow falls outside the windows, coating the city in fresh white. Somewhere out there, our pasts exist. The mistakes, the heartbreak, all the ways we hurt each other. But right here, right now, there's just us, building something better, choosing each other, again and again and again. Chapter 30. Aston. 2 years. That's how long it's been since Bella and I found our way back to each other in Central Park, snow falling around us like something out of one of her novels. 2 years of learning to be better versions of ourselves, of building careers that actually matter, of choosing each other every single day, even when it's hard. Especially when it's hard. I stand at the window of our apartment, our actual apartment now, not hers with me crashing there. Ours. Big enough for both our stuff. Big enough for what comes next. Snow falls outside, blanketing the city in white. Same as it did that first winter we reconnected. Except everything's different now. The sustainable finance firm's thriving. 3 full-time employees, a roster of non-profit clients who actually give a damn about making the world better. Not the empire my father wanted, but something real. Something mine. And Bella. God, Bella's book tour was just the beginning. Winter's Embrace hit the Times bestseller list. Stayed there for 16 weeks. The sequel, A Second Chance Winter, dropped last spring and somehow did even better. Foreign rights sold in 12 countries. A movie deal's in negotiations. She's a star. But that's not why I love her. I love her for the way she still gets excited about first drafts, for how she makes coffee at 3 a.m. when inspiration strikes, for the stubborn set of her jaw when she's fighting for the right words, for choosing me despite every reason not to. You're staring out the window like a creep again. Her voice comes from behind me, warm with amusement. I turn. She's in the doorway of our bedroom, wearing one of my shirts and nothing else, her curls wild from sleep. Beautiful doesn't even begin to cover it. Just thinking. Dangerous activity for you. She pads across the hardwood floor, wraps her arms around my waist from behind, presses her cheek against my back. What about? How different things are now. How far we've come. Getting sentimental in your old age? Her laugh vibrates through me. You're only 29. 29 and married to the most incredible woman alive. I'm allowed to be sentimental. She comes around to face me, loops her arms around my neck. The ring on her left hand catches the light. Simple platinum band, no diamond because she said she'd just lose it while typing. Perfect for her. We got married 6 months ago. City Hall ceremony, just us and Timothy and Simone. No press, no family drama, just vows and tears and the certainty that this was exactly right. You okay? She studies my face with those sharp hazel eyes that miss nothing. You seem, I don't know, different today. Good different or bad different? Just different. I pull her closer, bury my face in her hair, breathe her in. There's something I need to tell you. She stiffens slightly. That sounds ominous. It's not. I promise. I pull back enough to see her face. My dad called yesterday. Her eyebrows shoot up. Ignatius? Your dad who hasn't spoken to you in 2 years? That's the one. We haven't had contact since I walked away from Callaway Finance. He tried a few times in the early days. Threats, bribes, guilt trips about family legacy. I blocked his number, moved on, built a life that had nothing to do with his approval. What did he want? Bella's voice is careful, protective. To apologize. The words still feel surreal. He said he's been watching what I've built, Read about the firm in the journal. Said he was wrong about me needing the Calloway name to succeed. Damn. Yeah. I trace her jawline with my thumb. He wants to meet. Talk. No expectations, he said. Just talk. How do you feel about that? Honestly, I don't know. The admission comes easier now. Vulnerability isn't weakness anymore. Part of me wants to tell him to get off. He put us through hell. And the other part wants closure, or maybe just to show him that I'm happy, that walking away was the best decision I ever made. She's quiet for a moment, just looking at me with that expression that says she's reading between every line. What do you want to do? She finally asks. I want your opinion. My opinion is that he doesn't deserve you, but if meeting him will give you peace, then do it. She cups my face in her hands. Just don't forget who you are now, what we've built together. He doesn't get to take credit for that. God, I love her. You're coming with me. If I do this, damn right I am. Fire sparks in her eyes. Someone needs to kick his butt if he tries any corporate manipulation nonsense. I laugh, pull her against me. What did I do to deserve you? Groveled spectacularly, multiple times. She grins up at me. Plus, you're decent in bed. Decent? Okay, fine, better than decent. That's more like it. I lean down, kiss her slow and deep. She melts into me like she always does, like coming home. When we break apart, her eyes are soft. I love you. Love you too, beautiful. I rest my forehead against hers. So much. Speaking of which... She pulls back slightly, nervous energy suddenly radiating off her. There's something I need to tell you too. My heart kicks up. Yeah? Remember how I've been tired lately? Emotional about weird stuff? Craving pickles at 3 a.m.? I thought that was just you being you. Normally, yeah. She bites her lip, takes my hand, places it on her stomach. But this time there's a reason. The world stops. Everything stops. I stare at her, at my hand pressed against her flat stomach, at the nervous hope shining in her eyes. You're pregnant. The word comes out soft, scared, exhilarated. About 8 weeks. I found out yesterday, but wanted to wait until I was sure before telling you. Pregnant. Bella's pregnant. We're having a baby. The room tilts. I grab her tighter, afraid if I let go, this'll turn out to be a dream. Say something, she whispers. You're freaking me out with the silence. We're having a baby. Yeah, an actual baby. That's generally how pregnancy works. Damn. The words come out choked. Damn, Bella. I know it's fast. We've only been married 6 months and your company's still growing and my publisher wants another book and... I kiss her. Hard and desperate and full of every emotion crashing through me. When I pull back, there are tears on my face. On hers, too. We're having a baby, I say again because I can't quite process it. Are you happy? Her voice shakes. Because if you're not ready, we can... Happy? I laugh, the sound breaking. I'm terrified and ecstatic and so goddamn in love with you I can't breathe. So that's a yes? That's a hell yes. I drop to my knees, press my face against her stomach. Hi, baby. I'm your dad. I'm gonna mess up sometimes, but I promise I'll try my best. And your mom? She's the most incredible person in the world. You're so lucky. Bella's hands slide into my hair, her breath hitching. Aston. I look up at her, this brilliant, stubborn, beautiful woman who gave me a second chance when I didn't deserve it, who built a life with me despite every reason not to, who's now carrying our child. Marry me, I say. She laughs through her tears. We're already married, idiot. Then marry me again, every day. For the rest of our lives. Deal. She pulls me up, kisses me soft and sweet. Now take me to bed and show me how happy you are. We just woke up. So? Her hands slide under my shirt, nails dragging lightly across my abs. I'm pregnant and emotional, and my husband just found out he's going to be a dad. Seems like a good reason to celebrate. Every coherent thought evaporates. Yes, ma'am! I scoop her up. She shrieks, laughing, clinging to my neck, and carry her to our bedroom. The bed's still unmade from this morning, sheets tangled from sleep and earlier activities. I set her down gently, suddenly aware that everything's different now. There's someone else to think about, someone we created together. I'm not fragile, she says, reading my hesitation. I'm just pregnant. I know, but... Aston. She pulls me down on top of her. Love me, like you always do. So I do. I love her with hands that shake from the weight of this moment, from the overwhelming reality that we're creating a life together. Love her with kisses that taste like tears and joy and 1,000 promises I intend to keep. I take my time, moving slow and deep and reverent, worshipping every inch of her skin, every curve of her body that'll shift and change as our baby grows inside her. She arches beneath me, her back curving off the mattress, hands fisted tight in my hair as she pulls me closer. My name falls from her lips like a prayer, breathless and needy and everything I've ever wanted to hear. She's so damn beautiful like this, wild and uninhibited and completely, utterly mine. Mine. The word echoes through my mind, primal and possessive. My wife, the mother of my child, the woman who somehow saw past all my nonsense to the man I could become. When we're both breathless and tangled together in the aftermath, her head on my chest and my hands splayed across her stomach, I feel peace settle deep in my bones. We're really doing this, I say quietly. Building a family. Terrifying, right? Completely. I kiss her forehead. But we've got this. We survived your book tour, my father's manipulation, long distance while you were promoting second chances. We can handle a baby. You make it sound so simple. Nothing about us has ever been simple. I tilt her face up. But it's real. That's what matters. She studies me in that way she has, like she's reading the story written across my soul. You're gonna be such a good dad. How can you tell? Because you show up. You try. You choose us over everything else. Her smile is soft. That's all any kid needs. The words lodge in my throat, too big to swallow. I love you. Both of you. We love you too. She settles back against my chest. Even though you're going to be impossible about baby-proofing and researching the best cribs, and probably building a college fund before I'm out of the first trimester. You know me so well. Of course I do. We lie there while snow falls outside and the city hums its constant song. Two people who almost destroyed each other, who found their way back through honesty and work and choosing love over everything else. And now we're creating something new. Someone new. The future stretches ahead, uncertain and terrifying and full of possibility. But for the first time in my life, I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. With Bella, with our child, with the family we're building together. Our happy ending isn't an ending at all. It's just the beginning.